My name is Lin Feng. A week ago, I was just a fresh college grad getting shoved around at the job fair, unable to scrape together 500 bucks. I rented a partitioned room in an urban slum, less than 100 square feet, and I'd hesitate for ages just to take the girl I liked out for a decent meal. But a week ago, the strange stuff started. The whole of Blue Star, billions of people, got thrown into this apocalyptic world overnight. All that was left in the sky was one cold little notice. Blue Star has fallen into the gray mist realm. Stay as far from the gray mist corrosion as possible. That was it. Just that one line. Nothing else. And me? Fate suddenly played a huge joke. Not only did I not have to look for a job anymore, I was being catered to by an entire convoy of over 1,000 people. I lived in a modified luxury bus, ate the best preserved canned goods, drank clean water, and had more than one beauty lying beside me. Tell me, would I ever have dared dream of a life like this before? That morning, I was on the bus fooling around with two women when someone started pounding on the door hard enough to shake the whole thing. Lin Feng, the captain wants you at the meeting. Move it. The one banging on the door was Lu Taizhu, the strongest bruiser in the convoy. Now, I've got this flaw. I love beautiful women, but sadly, I've got the lust without the guts. So I sighed, planted a kiss on each of the two women's faces, and coaxed them with a "wait for me, and we'll pick up where we left off." Then I scrambled into my clothes, scooped up my palm-sized little turtle, and hopped off the bus. Yeah, you heard that right, a turtle. Which brings me to my awakened ability. The day we got transported here, thousands of people were dumped in the same spot. Total chaos. It was Captain Wang Lai who awakened first, with lightning powers. One bolt came crashing down, and the whole crowd fell in line. He quickly pulled this team together, registered everyone's awakened talents, and gathered the capable ones into an inner circle. The talent I drew was called Beast Taming. Sounds impressive, right? But I searched the entire camp, and the only thing I could form a contract with was this half-dead little turtle. Ever since it joined me, it's kept its head and all four legs tucked in, motionless, like a rock. I always figured that's just how it'd be for the rest of its life. So this whole week, aside from occasionally taking it out to sun itself and rubbing its shell, I did nothing productive. I never once took it into battle. 1, because I figured it had zero fighting power, and 2, because I couldn't bear to. It's my turtle after all. Anyway, the team had just formed, the rules weren't set in stone yet, and the core members split resources evenly. Plus, I'm not bad-looking, 6'1", sharp brows, bright eyes, and I know how to make women happy. All the pretty girls in the convoy came flocking to me. So naturally, I was just coasting. But I never expected that this comfortable life would come to an end today. When I followed Lu Taizhu into the luxury RV they used as a meeting room, 7 people were already seated. Counting the 2 of us, that made exactly 9, all the awakened members of the convoy. I scanned the room. Sitting at the far end was Captain Wang Lai, around 40, square-jawed, with a gaze as deep as an old well. To his right was Gui Yi, the mechanical type, in charge of repairing and modifying the vehicles. Beside him was Jiang Sheng, a plant type who could grow potatoes. On the left sat Feng Ling, the speed type, short hair, faster than anyone, on scouting duty. Further in were 3 women. There was Chun Min, still holding on to her charm, who'd awakened mental perception, the whole team's early warning radar. Let me tell you, this woman is not one to mess with. There was a CEO once who thought his status meant he could hit on her. One look from her, and that CEO and his bodyguards charged straight into a pack of monsters and got ripped to shreds. I can still hear those screams clear as day. Next to Chen Min was Shun Yutong, 25 or 26, long legs, tiny waist, genuinely gorgeous. Every time I saw her, I had to quietly swallow. Her ability was the most special. She could foresee danger and map out terrain. The fact that the convoy had made it this far in one piece was mostly thanks to her. The last one was Dong Yu, 21. She'd awakened body enhancement, basically thick skin, tough flesh, and several times the strength of a normal person. She was decent looking, but every time she looked at me, it was like she wanted to swallow me whole. I understood her, though. We were both weakling awakeners, both lustful. So why did I get the luxury bus and the beauties surrounding me, while nobody gave her the time of day? Because I'm better looking, that's why? That was just reality. Oh, you're here. Chun Min crossed her legs and teased me. Lynn the heartthrob has so much energy. Want Big Sis to help you cool off? I just smiled and didn't take the bait. Finding an empty seat and sitting down, my fingers unconsciously stroking the turtle's shell. Wang Lai began going over the convoy's status. How much in supplies we had left, vehicle wear and tear, casualties, and the gray mist's movement pattern. At the mention of the gray mist, I dropped the lazy attitude. The gray mist is the most terrifying thing in this world. Gray fog, and nobody knows where it comes from. The instant an ordinary person touches it, their flesh dissolves. They don't even get to scream. And there are even scarier things inside it. Nobody can say what they look like, because everyone who's seen them is dead. Only awakeners, relying on their powers, can hold out inside it for a few minutes. That thing seems alive. It seems hungry, and it's been chasing us survivors nonstop. The only thing humans can do is run. Worst of all, Wang Lai's tone dropped. The gray mist is speeding up. At its current pace, it'll catch us in 5 days at most. The air in the RV froze. Wang Lai pointed at the map on the table and said there was a highland about 300 kilometers ahead, with a gas station, open sight lines, a place to resupply and catch our breath. To survive, we'd have to make it there before the gray mist caught up. Then came the routes, vehicles, and personnel assignments. The moment I heard all this, my mind started to wander. None of this had anything to do with me anyway. I didn't drive, couldn't fix cars, couldn't navigate. All I had to do was sit on the bus and nod along. But right then, Wang Lai's tone shifted. Also, there's one more thing. His gaze swept over everyone and finally landed squarely on me. My heart lurched, and a bad feeling welled up. Regarding the resource allocation for core members, he said, his tone calm to the point of coldness. Starting today, it's being restructured. The standard is simple. Combat contribution is the core. The moment he said it, my heart started sinking. What that means, Wang Lai said, looking me dead in the eye, is that any awakener with no combat ability and no support ability no longer gets core member treatment. Dead silence. I opened my mouth, but my throat felt like something was blocking it. Captain, are you saying you want to? It's not about you specifically, he cut me off. It's about everyone who lacks ability. I instinctively looked at the others. Fong Ling was staring down. Guo Yi and Jiang Sheng exchanged a glance and immediately turned their faces away. Chen Min gazed out the window, expressionless. Xin Yutong's lips moved, but she said nothing. And Dong Yu? She was smiling. It was the kind of gloating smile you get from someone who'd held it in for a long time and finally gotten the day they'd been waiting for. Lin Feng, you've got the nerve to ask why. The one who spoke was Lu Taizhu, arms crossed, face full of malice. You can't do anything. Beast taming talent, and you contracted a turtle. Can that turtle fight? Can it haul stuff? Can it scout? It can't do a single thing. What makes you think you deserve core treatment? My face went hot in an instant. He was right, but having it laid bare to my face like that still stung. I wanted to argue, wanted to say I'd hauled supplies too, that I'd pulled my weight, but after thinking about it for a while, aside from the Awakener label, I really was no different from an ordinary person. Enough. Wang Lai raised a hand to stop Lu Taizhu. There was no malice in his eyes when he looked at me, but there wasn't a shred of sympathy either. Lin Feng, supplies are getting scarcer, the gray mist is getting closer, and every bit of food has to count. I can't keep supporting people with no combat ability. He paused, then delivered the final verdict. Starting today, your bus and all your resource allocations are revoked. You are no longer a core member. Still, Wang Lai left me a little bit of dignity in the end. Seeing as we're both awakeners, he said, anything you find on your own won't have to be turned in by half like the ordinary folks. It's all yours. Meeting's over. People began getting up and heading out. As she passed by me, Dong Yu deliberately slowed her steps and said in a pitying tone, Lin the heartthrob, you'll have to go dig up wild vegetables yourself from now on. Watch out for monsters. In the end, I was the only one left in the cabin, holding the little turtle, not moving for a long while. By the time I headed back, the news had already spread through the whole convoy. Gossip travels faster than the gray mist. Countless pairs of eyes stared at me the whole way. Some gloating, some cold. What cut the deepest were the people who used to fawn over me and suck up to me. Now they looked at me like I was a pile of trash. When I got back to the bus, 2 patrol members were already standing at the door. Everything I owned had been dumped on the ground. A few changes of clothes, a blanket, a backpack. That was all. As I bent down to gather it up, the bus door opened. The two women who'd been snuggling in my arms just yesterday walked down, fully dressed. Lin Foam, one of them said in a bland, unfamiliar tone, "We won't be with you anymore. Don't blame us," the other one added, her voice cold like she'd become a different person. "You're not a core member now. There's no future in sticking with you. We've got to survive, right?" And with that, the two of them walked off without looking back. I watched their backs as they walked straight over to Dongyu. Dongyu was leaning against a car, biting into an apple. When she saw the two of them coming, the corners of her mouth slowly curled up, and her eyes said it plain as day. "Your women are mine now." The two women circled Dongyu, asking after her, massaging her shoulders, working harder to please her than they ever did for me. I cursed inwardly. "You damn turtle spirit. You don't even have that equipment. What are you stealing them for?" Not far off, another man was hurriedly leading a woman away. That was the guy who'd originally handed over his wife to me to squeeze more supplies out of me. Now that I'd fallen, of course he was taking her back. I smiled to myself. Fine. I'd mooched a week's worth of resources off the convoy for free, more than my money's worth. These past few days had been a life I never would have dared to imagine before. It'd be a lie to say it didn't hurt. But who told me to be so weak? "All right then," I said, looking down at the little turtle in my arms. "In the end, it's just you and me left." Right then, the convoy's loudspeaker blared. "Attention, everyone. 6 hours left before departure. The gray mist is speeding up. Anyone able to go out and gather supplies? Get moving." My stomach growled right on cue. Only then did I remember. I'd been busy all morning and hadn't eaten a thing. Since awakening, my physique was a lot stronger than a normal person's, but so was my appetite, and right now I was starving. Nope, I've got to find some food fast. I threw on my backpack, picked up a wooden stick someone had tossed aside, and followed the crowd of supply gatherers out into the wilderness. The convoy was parked on a stretch of wasteland. Gray dirt, sparse trees, and in the distance the sky was a murky gray, hard to tell if it was overcast or the gray mist. As far as the eye could see, the wild vegetables that could be dug up had already been picked clean by the groups ahead. The only patch of green left was a small hill in the distance. Holding my turtle and carrying my stick, I ambled over that way, in no rush. Well, if it isn't the Honorable Awakener. A snide voice came from behind me. It was Zhao Hu, a low-level boss of the convoy's hauling crew. Back when he used to see me, he'd call me Brother Lin this and Brother Lin that, all warm and cozy. "Now, heard the captain kicked you out?" He looked me up and down, grinning like he was watching a good show. "Don't be too broken up about it. If you're really stuck, come work as a hauler under me. 1 meal of wild vegetable dumplings a day, all you can eat. I'll toss you a bite of food. How's that sound?" The few guys behind him laughed along. I stopped, turned to look at him, and said flatly, "Hey Zhao, you've got something on your face." "What?" He blanked. "Trash. There's trash on your face." I turned and walked off. He spent a while rubbing at his face and couldn't wipe anything off. By the time he realized I was calling him trash, I was already far away. The further I went, the more people I ran into, and they'd all give me an extra glance and whisper, "Isn't that the Awakener guy? Heard he got kicked out. Serves him right. A useless bum. What right did he have living on the bus?" Those words drilled into my ears, but I wasn't so much furious as struck by how absurd it all was. A few days ago, I was someone these people looked up to. A few days later, I was the punchline in their mouths. How ironic. I looked down at the little turtle. It was still in its usual half-dead state. "Could you at least try to be a little useful?" Of course, it didn't respond. When I reached the foot of the hill, I realized the place was much bigger than it had looked from a distance. Scattered clumps of dark green wild vegetables grew on the slopes, and the base of the hill was full of people bent over, digging. I recognized those vegetables. They looked like spinach but with thicker, wider leaves, non-toxic and edible, but bitter as hell. Still, however bad it tasted, it beat starving to death. But my eyes weren't on the vegetables. That stuff? No thanks. What I had my sights on was a patch of especially lush grass up the slope. There was movement over there. A locust, perched on a leaf, chomping away. But this was no ordinary locust. It was a good 4 inches long, dark green all over, with thick, powerful hind legs covered in barbs. A mutant locust. To an ordinary person, these things are a real threat. One bump leaves a bruise, one bite tears off a chunk of flesh, and they often show up in swarms. But to me, it was nothing but a matter of one swing of the stick. However weak an awakener is, their physique is still twice that of a normal adult man. Strength, speed, reflexes all crush an ordinary person. A single stray mutant locust was nothing I couldn't handle. More importantly, this thing was edible and surprisingly delicious. Back when I was a Corps member, I'd eaten grilled locusts, golden, crispy shell, and when you bit in, tender white meat, fragrant and savory, with several times the protein of beef. Just thinking about it, my stomach growled even louder. I swallowed and gripped the stick tight. This thing's mine. I scanned the area first. The people at the base of the hill were all heads down, digging, and a few patrol members were on watch. Using the grass for cover, I crept over, even channeling that faint bit of spirit energy in me to suppress my presence. 10 meters. 8. 3. The locust's antennae twitched. It seemed to sense something. Its hind legs bent, ready to launch itself away. Now, I lunged out and swung the stick down with everything I had. Crack. It had just leapt up, wings not even spread, when its head got smashed clean. A couple of twitches, and it went still. I picked it up and weighed it in my hand. A good half a pound, decent amount of meat. I was pleased as could be when a notification suddenly sounded in my head. Killed one mutant locust. Gained 0.1 evolution points. I froze on the spot, like I'd been struck by lightning. What? I immediately concentrated and pulled up my personal panel. Every awakener has this instinct. A screen of light unfolded in my mind. Talent, beast taming. Bound beast, black tortoise. And at the very bottom, there was suddenly an extra line. Hidden talent activated, infinite evolution. Killing any living creature yields evolution points, which can be used to evolve your beast. My heart started pounding wildly. Infinite evolution? Killing creatures could evolve my turtle, and with no limit on the number of times. I whipped my head around to look at the half-dead little turtle in my arms. So you weren't useless after all. Turns out I was the useless one, holding a golden bowl and begging for scraps. A rush of shock, joy, frustration, and regret surged up to my head. Only now did I understand why I hadn't discovered this talent for an entire week. It was because I'd never once taken it out to kill anything. Ever since we got here, everything had gone smoothly for me. The whole convoy was catering to me. I never had to fight, never had to gather supplies, so of course the talent stayed dormant. A whole week, wasted. If I'd started hunting from day one, what would this turtle have evolved into by now? I was so annoyed I wanted to smack myself. But then again, forget it. Better late than never. The corners of my mouth slowly spread into a grin, and I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! I laughed so hard I bent over, laughed until tears came out. A few people digging vegetables in the distance turned to look, watching me laugh like a madman on the slope, glancing at each other, baffled. Isn't that the awakener who got kicked out? Did he snap from the stress or something? Poor guy. So young, mind so fragile. I couldn't care less what they thought. I knew it, I said, wiping the tears from the corners of my eyes. How could my beast-taming talent be that lousy? Turns out the surprise was waiting for me right here. I looked back at the panel and found the evolution option. Bound beast, black tortoise. Evolution requires 10 points. Note, when the bound beast evolves, the host is granted corresponding attributes and gains part of the beast's abilities. 10 points. One locust gave 0.1, which meant I needed 99 more. I looked at the people at the base of the hill giving the locusts a wide berth and smiled. Just 99. The hill was this big, the vegetables were this plentiful. How could there not be enough locusts? To me, those weren't bugs. They were 99 walking evolution points. Let's get to work. For the next 4 or 5 hours, I became the most focused hunter on that slope. I stuck to routes where no one was around, staying out of sight as much as I could. Wherever the vegetables grew thick, that's where the locusts were. I held my breath, suppressed my presence, crept in close, and took them down. One stick, one kill, clean and quick. Third one, 10th one, 50th. Current evolution points, 9.9. Just one more to go. By then I'd already climbed to the top of the hill. Looking down, a bonfire had gone up over by the convoy. Looked like they'd set out right after eating. I had to hurry. Just then, I spotted an especially lush patch of vegetables behind a rock, the leaves so dark green they were almost black. And in that patch was a locust. I crept over and, catching it off guard, brought the stick down. Crack! Its whole head burst open. Killed one mutant locust. Gained 0.1 evolution points. Current evolution points, 10. Evolution requirement met. Evolve your bound beast immediately. Yes. I roared in my head. Time to witness the miracle. The instant that thought finished, the little turtle in my arms suddenly grew heavy and dropped to the ground with a thud. I looked down, and my whole body froze. The once palm-sized little turtle had now swelled to the size of a wash basin. Its shell was jet black and glossy, faintly etched with mysterious patterns. Its limbs stuck out from the shell, thick and powerful, its claws sharp as hooks. Its tail had grown longer, with a bony spike at the tip. What shocked me most were its eyes, always half shut and tiny. Now they were clear and bright, with what looked like lights swirling in the pupils. Had it become a spirit? I could clearly feel a strange connection linking me to it. I could sense its condition, and I could even feel the affectionate, adoring attachment it had toward me. This evolution ability was absolutely incredible. Even as I marveled, a warm current flowed through my whole body, and my muscles tensed up on their own. Evolution feedback: physique +4, strength +3, agility +4, spirit +2, spirit energy +3. 10 odd seconds later, the heat receded, replaced by an ease and sense of power I'd never felt before. I quickly pulled up the panel. All 4 of my main attributes had gone up, especially agility, which had jumped a full 4 points. What did that mean? It meant this turtle would be blazing fast when it ran. I evolved an agility turtle. I looked down at the big fellow on the ground. It gazed back at me with those bright eyes and even stretched out its head to nuzzle my shin. I haven't even given you a name yet, I said, patting its shell. Let's go with little Xian. Come on, let me carry you home. I bent down to pick it up. Ow, holy crap, that's heavy. I nearly threw out my back. Little Xian, you'll have to walk yourself. I can't lift you. I patted its shell. Little Xian planted its 4 thick legs and stood up steadily, looking like a walking little fortress, radiating a calm, sturdy presence all its own. Just as the 2 of us were about to head back, rustle, rustle, the dirt beneath my feet suddenly stirred. Something was burrowing up from underground. Without a second thought, I did a sideways roll and jumped clear. Right where I'd been standing, a crack tore open with a rip, dirt heaving to both sides, and then a huge set of mandibles burst out of the ground. It was a beetle a good half a person long, jet black all over, its shell slick and shiny. It had no eyes, just a pair of scythe-like giant mandibles on its head, clacking open and shut. One look, and I could tell that thing could bite through steel rebar, let alone a person. Little Xian reacted even faster than I did, taking one big stride to plant itself in front of me. Clack! The beetle's mandibles slammed hard onto the turtle shell, ringing out like metal on metal. But that shell didn't budge an inch. The beetle seemed enraged, its 6 legs gouging deep furrows into the ground as it desperately tried to flip little Xian over. But it had clearly underestimated little Xian's weight. My turtle was as steady as a mountain now. I locked my eyes on the beetle's underbelly. There was no shell there, just a soft, thin membrane. Little Xian, hold steady. I hauled back and hurled the wooden stick like a javelin, right into that thin membrane. Squelch! Raw strength worked wonders. The stick punched through the membrane, and green fluid sprayed out. The beetle let out a shrill screech, whipping around and charging at me, mandibles snapping wildly, aiming to slice me in half. I instinctively dodged to the side. 16 points of agility let me evade it with ease. The beetle grazed the hem of my clothes and lunged into empty air. In that instant, little Xian clamped down on one of its front legs. Crunch! The joint snapped. The beetle thrashed desperately, but little Xian wouldn't let go. I seized the chance to grab a big rock, rushed to its side, aimed at the belly that the stick had punched through, and smashed down. Once, twice, again and again. Green fluid splattered all over me. The beetle's struggles grew weaker and weaker, until finally it stopped moving entirely. Killed one mutant stag beetle. Gained 0.4 5 evolution points. I panted heavily and dropped down onto the ground, looking at the dead giant, then at little Xian, who was just as covered in green fluid, and let out a long, heavy breath. That was a really close call. One wrong move, and I'd have died right there. Thanks to little Xian. But seeing those 0.5 evolution points, I smiled again. The stronger the monster, the more evolution points it gave. What did that mean? It meant as long as I kept killing, little Xian could keep evolving, and the two of us could keep getting stronger, until we could survive safely in this hellish place. By then, I, Lin Feng, would never have to read anyone's face again, would never be cast aside by anyone again. I don't hold it against Wang Lai. He didn't do anything wrong. But thinking about those women who turned their backs and walked the moment I lost my status, and those people who used to bow and scrape to me, the little bit of warmth I had inside cooled a few degrees more. Whatever. This whole thing made me understand one truth crystal clear. A man has to have real strength. I bent down and hoisted up the half-a-person-long beetle carcass. This was meat, can't waste it. With my strength now, dragging along a 50 or 60-pound thing was easy. Let's go, little Xian. On the way down the hill, I ran into plenty of people heading back. They carried cloth bags stuffed with wild vegetables, faces beaming. Digging up enough vegetables meant not going hungry for the next few days. What luck today, dug up a whole bag full. The vegetables on this hill grow well. Too bad the convoy's about to leave. They passed by me, chatting and laughing, their eyes idly drifting over to me. And then their smiles froze. Everyone's steps slowed, some even stopped dead. First they stared at the half-a-person-long beetle I was dragging, pupils shrinking. Then they saw the big net bag on the side of my backpack, packed densely with mutant locusts, a huge dark green mass, easily 30 or 40 pounds. The air went quiet for a few seconds. Somebody instinctively swallowed. Isn't that the Awakener who got kicked out? Didn't they say he had no combat ability? No combat ability? A guy with no combat ability could haul back a whole net bag of locusts and drag home a stag beetle too? Just look at those mandibles, that shell. Does that look like something easy to take on? The wild vegetables in their hands suddenly didn't seem so great anymore. So this is the power of an Awakener. Someone murmured, their voice full of envy and bitterness. Even after getting kicked out of the core team, he's still this much stronger than us. I ignored these looks and kept walking toward the convoy. Up ahead, a patrol team appeared, 5 of them, walkie-talkies at their waists, carrying homemade weapons. They'd been cheerfully chatting about the 3 locusts they'd hunted today. Then they looked up and saw me, and all of them froze. Their expressions went from excited to blank to shocked. The 5 of them, fully armed and working in coordination, had staked out for half a day and only bagged 3 locusts, and they'd been walking on air over it. Then they turn around and see one guy hauling back a whole net bag that size, plus a stag beetle. One of the members quietly covered up the locust in his hand with his shirt. No point showing off anymore. A guy with no combat ability took down a stag beetle, someone murmured. Nobody answered. Because everyone remembered 3 days ago, when the convoy passed by an abandoned village, they'd run into a mutant stag beetle too. That time, they lost 2 vehicles and over a dozen people. In the end, it was Captain Wang Lai himself who stepped in, calling down 3 bolts of lightning in a row to kill the thing. And that was Wang Lai, the strongest in the whole team. And now, I'd taken one down by myself. Right then, a bald, burly man in the crowd quietly shrank back. It was Zhao Hu. His face cycled through green and white. A few hours ago, he'd been strutting around in front of me, mocking me, offering to let me work as a hauler under him with 1 meal of vegetable dumplings a day. Thinking about it now, his face was burning. The guy could kill this many locusts and take on a stag beetle solo in just a few hours, and you wanted him to be your hauler? Were you even worthy? He tucked his neck in and tried to slip away, muttering to himself, "Can't see me, can't see me." Honestly, I hadn't even noticed him. To tell the truth, my mind was consumed by a single word right now: hunger. I hadn't eaten most of the day. I'd worn myself out with those 2 women in the morning, and then came hours of intense hunting and a life-or-death fight. Now I was so hungry I was seeing stars, wanting nothing more than to hurry back, grill some locusts, and eat my fill. As for a small-timer like Zhao Hu, with little Xian as it was now, 1 bite could snap his arm clean off. But then, little Xian is a proper beast. How could it lower itself to compare with the likes of him? Brother Foam, Brother Foam. An eager voice suddenly came from behind me. A young man in his 20s came jogging up to catch me, all smiles. Brother Foam, you're back. Let me take that. Let me take that. You can't be doing heavy labor like this. I raised an eyebrow and said nothing, but I pretty much understood what he was after. Right after, a middle-aged man ran over too. Brother Foam, I'll carry the backpack for you. You rest. These people were sharp operators. They'd seen my strength and understood that even kicked out of the inner circle, I was way stronger than them. In the apocalypse, following the strong is never wrong. On top of that, this net bag of locusts of mine, just a little spillover would be enough to fill their bellies. The wide-eyed kid I was a few days ago might have been touched by this. But after everything that happened today, I saw human nature much more clearly. They were sucking up to me because of what I had in my hands. But I didn't mind. Who doesn't like being catered to? This is human nature. This is the apocalypse. I don't need anyone's sincerity, as long as they're useful. Fine. I handed the beetle carcass to the young man. Hold it carefully. He took it and nearly stumbled. The beetle was way heavier than he'd expected, but he gritted his teeth and bore it, his smile not wavering an inch. I tossed the backpack to the middle-aged man, then pulled 2 locusts from the net bag and threw one to each of them. Both their eyes lit up, and they thanked me over and over. Thank you, Brother Foam. Thank you, Brother Foam. The others nearby smacked their thighs in frustration. They'd hesitated for 1 or 2 seconds, and the chance was snatched away. Those were mutant locusts, after all. Traded at the supply station, they were worth 5 pounds of vegetable dumplings, enough to eat well for 2 or 3 extra days. Brother Foam, I can help too. Brother Foam, I'm strong. I waved them off, ignoring them, gave little Shin a pat, and walked ahead. 1 man and 1 turtle in front, my 2 temporary haulers trailing behind, passing through the camp amid a chorus of flattery. Back at the camp, bonfires had already sprung up in clusters, their orange glow especially warm in this apocalyptic world. People huddled around the fires, boiling wild vegetables and anything else edible. The air was thick with a bitter smell, mixed with the crying of children. I found an empty spot, had the young man set down the beetle, and stacked a few rocks to build a makeshift grill. The 2 temporary workers had good instincts. One built the fire, the other gathered kindling, quick and efficient. The fire went up fast. I picked out a dozen or so big locusts from the net bag and had the young man clean and skewer them. Then I counted out 10 locusts and handed them to him. Take these and trade for some salt. Leave it to me, Brother Foam. 10 minutes later, he came running back, out of breath, cradling a little bag, his face flushed with excitement. Brother Foam, look. I opened it up, not just half a bag of salt, but cumin powder and chili flakes too. Not bad, I said, a little surprised. Haha. Traded with the supply crew. The second they heard it was for you, they were happy to do it. What he didn't mention was that those 10 locusts had caused quite a stir at the supply station. I traded another locust for some water, dissolved the salt in it, soaked the skewered locusts in the brine, then set them over the fire to grill. The flames licked at the shells with a sizzle, and a rich aroma quickly spread. Fat dripped onto the fire, and that charred fragrance went straight up everyone's noses. The people around us gnawing on bitter wild vegetables all turned to look, throats bobbing, eyes glued to my spot. Mommy, it smells so good. A little girl tugged at her mother's sleeve. Don't look. That's not ours. The mother pulled her child into her arms, though she couldn't help swallowing herself. The smell was just too tempting. But the convoy's rules were ironclad. Stealing another person's property was strictly forbidden, punishable by death. That rule had been built on human lives, one after another. Ever since we got transported here, out of those first few thousand people, half of them died not to monsters, not to the gray mist, but to their own kind. So after the convoy formed, this iron law was set in stone. At first, some people didn't take it seriously, caught in the act, executed on the spot, once, twice, and gradually, everyone understood this was a rule you didn't touch. So, now, no matter how hungry or how tempted, most people didn't dare make a move. But there's always someone who can't hold back. A man in his 40s rubbed his hands and edged over. Brother Foam, could you let me have a bite? I can trade something for it. He fumbled a watch off his wrist and held it out. A Rolex, the real thing. I paid hundreds of thousands for it before we were transported here. Can I trade it for a couple bites of food? I took it and weighed it in my hand. Heavy, the second hand still ticking. Hundreds of thousands? In this apocalypse, a watch worth hundreds of thousands wasn't even worth a compressed biscuit. Still, the watch did have one use: telling time. There was no signal in this world. Phones were basically dead, and there really weren't many things left that could tell time. Fine, I said, pocketing the watch and pointing at the grill. That'll get you too. His eyes lit up, and he was about to grab them when he cautiously asked, could I trade for a couple more? Then forget it. I held the watch back out to him, my tone flat. You do know how precious food is right now, don't you? I'll trade. Two is fine. He hurriedly pushed the watch back, grabbed two golden grilled locusts, and turned and bolted, afraid I'd change my mind. That scene was like poking a hornet's nest. A big crowd swarmed over, holding up all sorts of things: gold and silver jewelry, lighters, fountain pens, even lipstick. In this apocalypse, most of these things were completely useless. I gave them a glance and picked out a few useful ones: a Swiss Army knife, a windproof lighter, a sealed box of bandages. Everything else, I refused. Brother Fong, I'm begging you. My kid hasn't eaten in 2 days. We're all in the same convoy. Spare a bit for a taste. The more I heard, the deeper my frown got. I turned to the middle-aged temp worker. Push them back. They're getting in the way of my meal. The middle-aged man immediately stood up and waved his arms. Break it up, break it up. If Brother Fong says no trade, then no trade. Back up, back up. Stop bothering Brother Fong while he's eating. The crowd reluctantly dispersed, but that aroma kept drifting. More and more people gathered at a distance, holding their vegetable dumplings, each hungry face staring longingly at my spot. I wasn't moved. I picked up a skewer of grilled locusts, sprinkled with cumin and chili flakes, and took a bite. Crunch! The shell broke. The golden crust split open, revealing the tender white meat inside. Cumin, chili, and the savory freshness of the locust meat exploded in my mouth. One word: incredible. So good. I narrowed my eyes and polished off a whole locust in 2 or 3 bites. I'd ordered grilled grasshoppers with my roommates at a barbecue stand before, but compared to this, it was like night and day. Especially in this apocalypse, where so many people couldn't even get enough wild vegetables. This was a delicacy fit for the gods. Second one, third one. Even though I was starving, I ate at an unhurried pace, slowly savoring this rare treat. I put away a dozen in one go and still wasn't full. I muttered to myself, when did I start eating this much? That was at least 2 or 3 pounds. Since awakening, my appetite really was a beast. I turned my attention to the stag beetle. Its front legs were as thick as an adult's arm. There had to be plenty of meat in there. I picked up the Swiss Army knife I'd just traded for and went to cut into it. Ding! The blade struck the beetle's leg. Forget cutting through. It didn't even leave a mark. That hard. Luckily, the front leg little Xian had crushed already had a cracked shell. Following the crack, I worked at it with a few hard strokes and finally managed to cut the leg off at the middle. The meat inside was exposed, snow white and glistening. I cut off a small slice and set it over the fire. The slice quickly curled up, its surface browning, giving off an aroma completely different from the locusts. I blew on it and popped it into my mouth. My eyes went wide in an instant. Delicious. So delicious I didn't know how to describe it. All I could say was, this meat was incredible. I'd thought locusts were already the tastiest thing in the apocalypse. Now I knew I'd been wrong. Locusts were good, but next to this stag beetle leg meat, it was the difference between a plain steamed bun and a royal feast. This was what living like a human felt like. Just as I was about to cut another slice. Well, handsome. A lazy voice, laced with a hint of flirtation, sounded behind me. Who knew you were living so well? You've got good food and won't even share a little with Big Sis. My hand froze. I turned around, and the first thing that came into view was a pair of gorgeous legs wrapped in black stockings, slender ankles, shapely calves, the lines running up and disappearing into a fitted skirt. Higher up, a tight t-shirt hugged a delicate, slender waist and a figure that was impossible to look away from. Chun Min leaned against a car, casually brushing the loose strands of hair from her forehead, revealing that stunning face. A woman in her 30s, yet her skin was fair and smooth like a girl barely in her 20s. especially those eyes, soul-stealing. The moment I saw it was her, I nearly dropped the meat in my hand. Oh, this woman. I couldn't afford to cross her. To be precise, hardly anyone in the whole convoy dared to cross her. On the surface, Chun Min was a mental perception awakener on early warning duty. But through the convoy's several internal purges, everyone had witnessed just how terrifying she was. The people who died at her hands, if not 100, were at least 80. I'd seen it with my own eyes once. There was a burly man who thought he had some strength, so he stole someone's supplies and dragged a woman into his tent. When he got caught, he stiffened his neck and refused to admit anything, hollering for proof. Chun Min just gave him one look. Just one look. The moment the big man's eyes went blank, he started muttering to himself, confessing every bad thing he'd ever done, one by one, right down to exactly how much money he'd stolen from his neighbors as a kid. When he finished, blood streamed from every opening in his face, and he collapsed to the ground, twitching, and died. Chun Min wiped her hands and said casually, "Next." After that, no one in the convoy ever dared pull anything under her watch. And now this legend was standing right in front of me, so terrifying that the hair on my arms was practically standing on end. No, no. I scrambled to my feet, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. "Sis Min, help yourself. Eat all you want. I've got plenty. Here, sit, sit." As I talked, I gave up the stone block I'd been using as a stool and even wiped it down with my sleeve. Chun Min didn't bother with pleasantries and sat down gracefully. I kept my eyes down, staring at my own nose, not daring to look at her too much. "Little brother," she began, her voice lazy, her eyes settling on little Xian, who was busy gnawing on dirt. "So you've awakened your own ability? All grown up now, and you can even take down a stag beetle one-on-one. Not bad, not bad." No, just got lucky," I said modestly. "Sis Min, you can just call me Phone." "Little brother?" I grumbled silently to myself. "I'm not little at all. Don't believe me? Give it a try." Of course, that was something I'd never dare say out loud even if my life depended on it. Chun Min gave a little smile, stood up, and walked over to crouch beside the stag beetle. She reached out those soft, delicate hands, gripped one of its intact front legs, and gave it a gentle twist. Crack! My eyes shot wide open. That front leg was about as thick as an arm, covered in a thick layer of black shell. When I'd hacked at it with my Swiss Army knife, I hadn't even left a scratch. It was ridiculously hard. Yet Chun Min's hands, which looked so soft and boneless, had just snapped it clean off, like it was nothing more than a cucumber. "What are you standing around for?" She held up the beetle leg. "Lend me your knife." My mouth hung open, my jaw practically hitting the floor, and I handed her the knife with trembling hands. It wasn't fear, it was pure shock. "My dear Sis Min, aren't you a psychic type? Those soft, delicate little hands of yours. How the hell did you snap a beetle leg off so easily?" Chun Min took the knife, expertly crushed the leg, sliced open the shell, and pulled out the whole strip of white meat inside, her movements quick and steady. Then she cut the meat into large chunks, skewered them on branches, and set them over the fire to roast. The smell got even stronger. I watched her busy back, that scene from moments ago still lingering in my mind. I couldn't help but look at my own hands, then at little Xian. Little Xian had stopped gnawing on dirt too, those bright eyes locked on the meat roasting over the fire. "What's wrong?" Chun Min sensed my gaze. "Did I scare you?" No, it's just..." "Sis Min, aren't you a psychic type? This kind of strength." "Oh, this." She turned the meat over, her tone offhand. "You don't fight, so it makes sense you wouldn't know. You'll understand eventually." She didn't elaborate, and I didn't feel like pressing her. Soon, 7 or 8 skewers of beetle leg meat were roasting over the fire, sizzling and dripping oil. "I'll roast these for you. Save you the trouble of doing it all yourself." Chun Min clapped her hands and sat back down on the stone block. "Eat plenty in a bit. This is good stuff." "Good stuff?" She just smiled and said nothing. A dozen or so minutes later, the beetle leg meat was done, its surface golden with a slight char, fat dripping down the branches. Chun Min picked up a skewer, blew on it, and handed it to me. "Try it." I took a bite. The meat was still hot, and I rolled it around on my tongue a few times before swallowing. Delicious. "Sis Min, your cooking skills are amazing." I gave her a thumbs up. I'd only eaten 2 chunks when a notification popped up in my head. Consumed mutant stag beetle leg meat. Constitution +1. Current constitution 15. I froze completely, staring blankly at the meat in my hand, then at Chun Min. She was eating gracefully, and when she noticed my gaze, the corner of her mouth curved up. Get it now? The meat of these mutant creatures isn't just about filling your stomach. I swallowed hard, utterly stunned. Eat enough of it, and it boosts your stats, Chun Min went on. Thanks to you. Sis here gets to eat well today. There aren't many mutant creatures you can eat. Most of them are either poisonous or completely inedible. Eat the wrong one, and you'll be lucky to just get diarrhea and vomiting. The unlucky ones drop dead on the spot. I quietly ate 2 more chunks. Constitution +1. Current constitution 16. Another point? Was the effect this good? You've seen quite a few attacks these past few days, right? Chun Min said between bites. Any edible mutant meat you eat will boost your stats. Of course. She paused. There's other stuff that can boost your strength too, besides this. What stuff? I asked instinctively. The eerie ones. My movements paused. The eerie ones, I remembered them now. On the run, we had to watch out for mutant creatures during the day, but at night, there was something even more terrifying. That thing was wrapped in black mist, and plenty of people in the convoy had died at its hands. You mean those black things that show up at night? Yeah, that's them, Chun Min said. Not only can that thing mess with your mind, it's also incredibly hard to kill. But once you take one down, you get an eerie crystal. An eerie crystal? Another new term. It's a shiny thing, kind of like a bead. Chun Min pulled out a red string from around her neck, with a small cloth pouch tied to the end. She opened it and tipped something into her palm to show me. I leaned in. It was a white bead about the size of a marble, its surface smooth, with something seeming to flow inside. This thing can raise our level. With that, she took the bead back, tucked the pouch against her chest again, leaving only a bit of the thin red string visible. I grumbled to myself, and here I thought she was going to give it to me. She just put it right back. What's that supposed to mean? Why hide it away so carefully? Then again, this eerie crystal really was pretty pale and pretty. Sis, here is a tear, 2 awakened now, and I climbed up step by step relying on this exact thing. Chun Min gave the eerie crystal a little shake. Tier 2 awakened? I was stunned. Makes sense you wouldn't know. She saw right through my confusion. The thing you made a contract with before was just a turtle with no combat ability. No point telling you any of this back then. I fell silent, my mind a tangled mess. So this whole week, I hadn't just been kept in the dark. I'd been completely shut out of all the important information. Mutant meat boosts your stats. I didn't know. Killing eerie ones gets you crystals to level up. I didn't know that either. What happened to splitting everything equally? Suddenly, it all seemed like a joke. This so-called core member treatment was nothing but surface level. They'd given me a vehicle and a bit of supplies. The truly valuable information, the resources that could actually make someone stronger, none of it had ever come my way. Maybe from the day I contracted Little Xian, once they realized I was useless, they'd quietly kicked me out of the real inner circle. And I was so pleased with myself over a bit of supplies, holed up in the bus sleeping with women, thinking I'd landed the deal of a lifetime. But everyone else was eating mutant meat to boost their stats, hunting eerie ones to level up. And me, I didn't know anything. If I hadn't gotten kicked out of the core team today, if I hadn't discovered my hidden talent for hunting locusts, if I hadn't killed that stag beetle and run into Chun Min, would it have taken me a long time before I ever figured any of this out? I looked down at the skewer of beetle leg meat in my hand, and suddenly the meat in my mouth tasted like nothing. My chest felt tight and heavy. What's wrong? Chun Min's voice softened. Feeling down. I shook my head, took a deep breath, swallowed the rest of the meat in one gulp, and grabbed another skewer from the fire. Chun Min said nothing more, eating quietly. The firelight played across her face, lending a touch of softness to those striking features. Sis Min, I suddenly spoke up. Why are you telling me all this? She looked up, right into my eyes. Her gaze was clear. No scheming, no brushing me off. Because you'll find out sooner or later. Better I tell you straight than let someone else use this information to control you. I was taken aback. Besides, she said with a little smile, you treated me to a good meal today. Sis has to give something back, right? With that, She stood up and brushed the dust off her skirt. It's getting late. The convoy's about to move out. You should pack up. She took a couple of steps, then suddenly turned back to look at me. Oh, right, little brother foam. That turtle of yours, take good care of it. If it can grow this big from palm-sized and take down a stag beetle, its abilities might be a lot stronger than you think. Then, in her high heels, she walked off, unhurried. Watching her back, I suddenly felt this woman wasn't so terrifying after all. Of course, that was just for a split second. The very next moment, I snapped back to reality. Not terrifying? She's terrifying as hell. I sat back down, looking at the roasted meat left on the fire, then at little Xian by my feet. You'd better step up, you hear me? Whether I live well from now on is all riding on you. Little Xian nudged my leg with its head, staring longingly at the meat over the fire. I thought about it, then picked up a skewer and held it out. Here, eat up. You're the real hero today. I didn't even see it move. The roasted meat in my hand vanished with a whoosh, gone into its mouth in the blink of an eye. Damn it, careful, it's hot. It completely ignored me, gulping down the meat, branch and all, in 2 or 3 bites, then stared up at me longingly again. I was totally speechless. This is like feeding a fine steak to a dog. What a waste of good flavor. Don't even think about the rest. Here, that stag beetle over there. It's all yours. This roasted meat could boost stats. It couldn't go to waste. But just because little Xian's talent was eating dirt didn't mean I'd actually let it eat dirt. I still had a shred of conscience. Anyway, that stag beetle was more than enough for it to chew on. Might as well put the scraps to use. Once the 2 temp guys who'd been kissing up to me saw Chunmin leave, they cautiously came over. Brother Foam, the loudspeaker's calling, 10 minutes till we move out. My name's John Kuan, but just call me A Kuan. Anything you need from now on, just say the word. The young man said with a big smile. Brother Foam, I'm old Lou. Just holler if you need anything. We'll go pack up first. Yeah, go ahead. The moment the departure announcement sounded, the whole camp instantly sprang into motion. Everyone packed like their lives depended on it, bundling up the wild vegetables they'd dug during the day, stuffing them into bags, and tying them onto vehicles. Those with vehicles loaded them up with supplies until they were bursting. The tricycles were piled sky-high and carefully lashed down with rope. Children were shoved into cargo beds, their crying rising and falling everywhere, women quietly soothing them, men silently working. Nobody complained, nobody said they were tired. In this world, just being alive was a blessing. Who had the energy left to complain? The vehicles up front started to move. At the very front were a few modified RVs and buses, the rides of the awakened, iron bars welded over the windows, searchlights mounted on the roofs. Right behind them were pickups and trucks, patrol members standing in the cargo beds, gripping steel blades, spears, and homemade bows, warily watching the darkness on either side. These people handled the outer perimeter guard, the first to charge in whenever there was an attack. In return, they didn't have to gather supplies or hand over resources. Every day, they drew a fixed ration from logistics. It was all paid for with their lives. Further back came all sorts of vehicles, SUVs, vans, tricycles, bicycles, piled high with belongings, bedding, pots and pans. The convoy stretched a full kilometer, headlights flicking on one after another, forming a winding band of light in the darkness, like a dying giant serpent slowly dragging itself along. I threw my pack on my back, still holding a few skewers of roasted meat, eating as I walked. After a few steps, I suddenly stopped. I looked down at myself, then around at everyone else. Everyone was in a vehicle. Even the most ordinary survivors had a bicycle. And me, I had no vehicle. Hey, I haven't gotten on anything yet. I haven't gotten a ride, guys. I watched helplessly as the convoy pulled further and further away. Nobody waited for me. Nobody even remembered me. Talk about being forgotten the second you're out of sight. I kicked at little Xian, who was still gnawing on the stag beetle. Let's go, keep up. Little Xian raised its head, still holding a small chunk of beetle body in its mouth, propped itself up on all 4 legs, and walked along while still chewing. I couldn't be bothered to deal with it. It killed the thing itself, so let it eat. The lights of the convoy ahead pointed the way. I followed unhurriedly at the very back, keeping a comfortable distance from the people on bikes and tricycles. Luckily, my awakened constitution meant I was no way slower than the cyclists. After walking for a dozen or so minutes, I felt my body getting lighter and lighter. That roasted meat hadn't just filled my stomach. There was a warm current flowing through my body, and the more I walked, the more energy I had. I checked my watch, 7:20 in the evening. The sky was completely black now. The vehicle headlights were the only source of light, everything around pitch dark. On either side of the road was gray-black wasteland, and here and there a few dead trees stretched their bare branches toward the sky, like the hands of ghosts. The night air was cold. I pulled my clothes tighter and quickened my pace. Meanwhile, up in the luxury RV at the very front, 8 awakened were gathered together, the smell of wild vegetable soup hanging in the air. Wang Lai stared at a hand-drawn map spread out before him, his brow knotted tight. "We're running low on gas," said Gui Yi, the machinery type, speaking first. "At this rate of consumption, 3 days at most, and more than half these vehicles are going to break down." 3 days? Lu Tieju's voice went up a notch. "That won't work. We can't exactly run on 2 legs, can we? What are you yelling for?" Gui shot him a glance. "I'm working on it too. It's not like gas is going to fall out of the sky." "Enough." Wang Lai raised a hand to stop the bickering and turned to Shin Yutong, who sat quietly in the corner. "Yutong, do you have anything?" Shin Yutong reached out and pointed at a spot on the map, and every gaze followed. "Follow this road. And about 70 kilometers out, there's a small ruin. Looks like a little town. We might be able to find supplies there, and some usable vehicles too." 70 kilometers? Chen Min frowned. "At our current speed, we won't get there until daybreak at the earliest." "Right," Shin Yutong nodded. "It's the closest supply point around. Any further, and there are no buildings for 200 kilometers. Plus, taking this road means detouring nearly 100 kilometers off our original plan." The group fell silent. 70 kilometers didn't sound far, but on a night like this, facing unknown road conditions and eerie ones that could attack at any moment, those 70 kilometers might well be a line between life and death. "I say we go for it." Lu Taiju was the first to speak, his tone urgent. "We're low on supplies, and everything people have turned in these past few days is wild vegetables. Wild vegetables, more wild vegetables. I'm about to puke." He grabbed a wild vegetable dumpling and took a bite, his face scrunching up. "You guys have no idea what I've been through these past few days. My strength-type talent burns through so much energy. Ordinary food isn't nearly enough. My rations ran out ages ago, and now I'm just choking down wild vegetables to keep the hunger off." If I'd heard that, I probably would have burst out laughing. "So the awakened eat wild vegetables too, huh? So even you fret over where your next meal's coming from. Look how the tables have turned." "I agree too," said Dong Yu. "The sooner we get out of this godforsaken place, the better. We've been crossing this wasteland for days without seeing a single soul. Something feels off." Gua Yi and Jiang Sheng exchanged a look, then nodded too. "Then it's settled. We head for these ruins." Wang Lai made the call. "But," Shin Yutong spoke up again, "this road carries no small amount of danger." She drew a line on the map. "We'll have to pass through an open area, and there are traces of a large number of eerie ones in that region." The moment the words "eerie ones" left her mouth, the mood in the vehicle grew even heavier. "Have people ready for combat," Wang Lai said gravely. "Tell the patrol teams to tighten up their watch. Chen Min, you're on full-time sensing. The instant you detect anything off, report it immediately. Notify the convoy, adjust course, pick up the pace." He gazed out the window at the endless darkness. He didn't know whether there'd be anyone in the ruins or what they'd run into on the way. But he knew this. If they didn't go, the convoy would never reach its destination. Without gas, running on 2 legs, there was no way they'd shake off the gray mist. Ordinary people needed the protection of the awakened. But didn't the awakened need these people just as much? When danger struck, the ordinary folks at the tail of the convoy could serve as a buffer, buying time to escape, while the awakened freed up their hands to hunt mutant creatures and eerie ones, seizing resources to grow stronger. When it came down to it, it was mutual exploitation. There was one more thing he didn't say out loud. If things really went south, all you had to do was run faster than the next guy. "Everyone, attention, the convoy is about to change direction. All of you, pick up the pace and stay close to the group." The vehicles ahead began to turn, veering off the straight path onto an even more broken-down road, the surface full of potholes. wheels crunching over the gravel. The speed picked up noticeably. Following at the back, I saw them suddenly accelerate and nearly didn't react in time. What the hell? But I hurried to speed up too. Little Xian finished the last chunk of beetle meat and started running on all four legs, effortlessly. Damn, it ran even faster than me. If we really ran into danger, even if it couldn't win the fight, at least it could run. The convoy pushed forward at full speed through the darkness, patrol pickups driving along both flanks, the members on the roofs gripping their weapons, some with palms slick with sweat where they held their blades. Nobody spoke, only the roar of engines and the sound of wheels grinding over the road. I followed at the very back, not the least bit nervous. With the convoy clearing the way and the awakened holding down the fort, even if danger came, what did it have to do with me? The guy who'd been kicked out? Let the tall folks hold up the sky if it falls. The night grew thicker and thicker, and I followed along, stumbling over the uneven ground. Suddenly, I felt like this wasn't so bad after all. Sure, it wasn't as comfortable as being on the bus, but this feeling of relying on myself actually left me more at ease. I don't know how long I walked before I raised my wrist to check my watch, 11:59. And right then, the convoy ahead suddenly stopped. Trouble had arrived. It wasn't a gradual slowing down. It was a hard brake, tires screeching against the ground with an ear-splitting shriek. Then, from the front of the convoy, battle cries erupted. My steps froze abruptly. By the light of the headlights ahead, I saw the convoy had already come to a stop. People on the vehicle roofs were shouting, "Over there! There's more over there! Hold the line, hold it!" And there were shrill screams echoing on the night wind, as if someone were being torn apart alive. I felt it, a cold, hair-raising presence, surging in from every direction. My back went tense in an instant. I channeled psychic energy into my eyes. This was the most basic application for an awakened, able to greatly enhance perception, even letting you see things ordinary people couldn't. The moment the psychic energy flowed in, the world snapped into sharp focus. Less than 50 meters ahead of me, a creature black from head to toe was sprinting toward me at high speed. It was like a large dog, its whole body wreathed in black mist, its eyes blood red, its claws like daggers. The most terrifying part was its mouth, split open all the way to the ears, revealing 2 rows of jagged, saw-like teeth. I instinctively backed up 2 steps, my hand reaching for the 2 giant stag beetle mandibles hanging on the side of my pack. I'd stripped them off the beetle's corpse before leaving. They were sharp enough to use as blades, and I'd casually hung them on my pack. Never thought I'd be using them so soon. I'd just gotten the mandibles unfastened, hadn't even gotten a firm grip yet. A black shadow shot out from beside my feet with a whoosh. I looked down, Little Xian was gone. Little Xian. Too late. I could only watch as it charged straight at that eerie one. The thing clearly hadn't expected a turtle to move that fast, and a flash of shock crossed its blood-red eyes. But its instincts were faster than its brain. Its dagger-like claws were already slashing down at Little Xian's shell. Screech. The claws scraped across the shell with an ear-piercing grating sound that set my teeth on edge. But Little Xian didn't react at all, didn't even dodge. It suddenly opened its jaws and clamped down on the eerie one's front leg. Crack. It didn't sound like bone snapping, more like glass shattering. That leg burst apart right in Little Xian's mouth, dissolving into a cloud of black mist. The thing let out a shrill screech, and my brain buzzed. I nearly lost my footing. By the time I'd recovered, Little Xian had already bitten down again, this time on the neck. Crack. The eerie one's blood-red eyes dimmed at a visible rate, its whole body starting to fall apart, cracks spreading like a spider web, until with a pop it dissolved into black mist, scattering on the night wind. All that was left on the spot was a bead the size of a soybean, giving off a faint glow. Killed 1 tier, 0 eerie hound. Gained 0.5 evolution points. Current evolution points, 1. Killing eerie ones gives evolution points 2. Then again, it made sense. Why wouldn't killing an eerie one count? What I hadn't expected was that Little Xian was strong to this degree. From charging out to landing the kill, the whole thing had taken barely a few seconds. Little Xian, nicely done. I ran forward and picked up the bead. An eerie crystal. This was the eerie crystal Chen Min had talked about. I could feel there was energy inside the bead, and I could absorb it. The sensation was strange, My body's instinct told me that absorbing it would make me stronger. I didn't hesitate. Gripping the eerie crystal, I followed my instinct and directed the psychic energy in my body to touch it. The eerie crystal seemed to melt, flowing up my arm and into my body, finally gathering in my lower abdomen to form a tiny whirlpool. Absorbed 1 tier, 0 eerie crystal. Awaken level, tier 0, 5%. My eyes lit up. 1 eerie crystal gave 5%, which meant another 19 and I'd hit tier 1. What changes would a tier 1 awakened get? Nobody had told me, but that didn't stop a fire from igniting in my chest. I looked toward the convoy ahead, where battle cries thundered. There were more eerie ones over there. Based on what I'd seen before, the eerie ones grew active at night, especially around midnight. They'd instinctively converge on places where life force was concentrated. The more people, the denser the life force, the more eerie ones there'd be. I gripped a mandible in each hand as weapons and called out to Little Xian beside me. Little Xian, keep up. In the span of a dozen or so breaths, I charged all the way to the tail of the convoy. The convoy was already in complete chaos. There were far more eerie ones than I'd imagined. Not just a few, but dozens, maybe over 100 of these rat-like things. And they weren't small, either. Each one was about the size of a house cat, blood-red eyes, teeth ridiculously huge. The people on bicycles and tricycles were the first to suffer. The eerie ones surged out of the darkness and pounced on the crowd, their sharp teeth clamping onto throats, arms, thighs, screams rising and falling everywhere. People ran frantically toward the center of the convoy, bicycles, tricycles, and supplies scattered all over the ground. Some got tripped and, before they could even climb back up, were pounced on by several eerie ones. Open the door! Open the door! Someone pounded on a vehicle window, trying to get inside. But the people within kept their doors sealed shut, trembling, not daring to open up at all. The patrol teams were fighting desperately. On the pickups and trucks fitted with protective bars, the members wielded steel blades and spears, battling the eerie ones that climbed up onto the frames. But there were too few of them, and the convoy was too long. There was no way to cover it all. On top of that, the eerie ones could launch mental attacks, which ordinary people had no defense against whatsoever. By the time I charged over, dozens of people were already lying on the ground. I watched as an eerie rat tore at a child's throat, blood spilling all over the ground. My hand tightened around my weapon without my willing it. It wasn't out of rage, it was because of the eerie crystals. Inside every one of those eerie rats was an eerie crystal. Little Xian, go! I roared, gripping the scythe like mandibles, and charged at the nearest eerie rat. The thing was pouncing on a fallen female college student, jaws wide open, about to bite her throat. Her eyes were full of despair. At that instant, I brought a mandible slashing down. Screech! The mandible sliced clean through the eerie one's head. Its body immediately dissolved into mist, and a bead dropped onto her chest. While she was still shaken out of her wits, I picked the eerie crystal up off her chest and copped a feel in the process. No need to thank me. Nice and firm. At the same time, a notification came from Little Xian's side too. Killed 1 eerie rat. Gained 0.2 evolution points. I walked over, picked up the eerie crystal, and stuffed it into my pocket. Next, the two of us, 1 man, 1 turtle, worked in perfect sync. Mostly, it was Little Xian killing up front while I handled picking up the eerie crystals in the back. It was so efficient, practically 1 bite per kill, and fast too. It wiped out over a dozen in the blink of an eye. Every eerie rat killed was 1 person saved. The people I saved slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, looking at me with shock, gratitude, and a dazed sense of having barely survived. Is that the awakened guy Wang Lai kicked out of the core team? How is he this strong? Some of the quicker ones kept thanking me. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you. I couldn't be bothered with their attitudes. 1 eerie rat meant 0.2 evolution points, plus 1 eerie crystal. Little Xian's next evolution needed 100 points. Every little bit added up. Besides, there were bigger eerie rats around here. I locked onto a dog-sized eerie rat not far off. It was charging towards some people hiding behind a bus. Little Xian, that one. Little Xian looked where I was pointing, kicked off with all 4 legs, and shot forward like a cannonball. The eerie rat had just opened its mouth when Little Xian slammed into it head-on. sending it tumbling across the ground twice. Before it could get up, little Xian had already pounced and bitten down on its neck. Crack. Killed 1 tier, 1 eerie rat. Gained 1 evolution point. Current evolution points, 3.6. A whole point. Overjoyed, I ran over and picked up the eerie crystal, bigger than a soybean. Besides the eerie crystal, there was also a rat tooth. I picked it up, but couldn't figure out what it was good for. Whatever, I'd stuff it in my pack for now. Looks like the evolution points from a kill scale with power. The stronger the target, the more you get. And tier 1 eerie ones dropped other stuff besides eerie crystals, though I had no idea what it was for. But damn, this feeling of raking it in really was satisfying. I was about to keep going when I suddenly heard a whistling sound cutting through the air. I looked up. Chen Min was standing on top of a bus, a palm-sized little knife floating in front of her. This was psychic object control. Chen Min's fingers twitched slightly, and the knife shot out like lightning, punching precisely through an eerie rat's head, then curving through the air to skewer a second, a third, a fourth. The 5th eerie rat burst apart on the spot, dissolving into mist. In a single breath, all 5 eerie rats were dead. My eyeballs nearly popped out. This woman had told me earlier that she'd awakened as a psychic sensing type, able to detect danger. Who was she kidding? Since when does psychic sensing let you control objects from a distance? This woman was hiding a lot. I took a deep breath and shouted at her. Sis Min. Chen Min turned her head, saw it was me, and paused for a moment. Then the corner of her mouth curved up. There was a hint of surprise in that smile, and a hint of approval too. But she said nothing, because another wave of eerie ones was surging up. I didn't say anything more either, just turned and ran off in another direction. There were eerie ones elsewhere anyway. I sure wasn't going to let this woman hog all the monsters. I took little Xian and worked the edges of the battlefield, picking off the stragglers. Killed 1 tier, 1 eerie cat. Gained 2 evolution points. Killed 1 tier, 1 eerie rat. Gained 1 evolution point. Killed 1 tier, 1 eerie. Eerie crystals went into my pocket one after another, and along the way, I even got a pair of glowing cat's eyes. My heart was pounding faster and faster, not from nerves, but from excitement. Because, besides a pocket full of eerie crystals, my evolution points had already climbed to 91.2. I couldn't even remember how many I'd killed. There were way more eerie ones out tonight than the past few nights. It was like someone had kicked a hornet's nest. And right then, a blinding flash of lightning exploded in the center of the battlefield. Kaboom! The thunder was deafening. Electric arcs spread across the ground like silver snakes, instantly blanketing a radius of dozens of meters. A dozen or so eerie ones were struck by the lightning and, without so much as a struggle, dissolved straight into mist. I looked up and saw Wang Lai standing on top of the RV, his right hand raised high, visible arcs of electricity coalescing in his palm. He thrust his hand forward, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm shot out from his palm. Another flash of lightning came down. Boom! This time the target wasn't the small, eerie ones, but the biggest thing right in the center. A rat. But not the ordinary kind I'd been killing. This one was as big as a calf, its whole body covered in ink-black dark energy, its blood-red eyes like 2 lanterns, radiating a terrifying pressure. A rat king? By now, it already had several charred wounds on its body, electric arcs crackling across its fur, black mist steadily leaking from the wounds. Even though it was hurt this badly, it was still struggling, opening its mouth to let out a piercing shriek. My head throbbed with sharp pain, as if someone were driving nails into my temples. The ordinary people around me had it even worse. They clutched their heads and rolled on the ground, letting out agonized screams. Wang Lai showed not the slightest panic. He raised his left hand too, brought both hands together, and the lightning in his palms gathered into a sphere that grew larger and brighter. Then he hurled that ball of lightning with all his might. At the same moment, one hand clutching my head, without even thinking, I hurled a mandible straight at the Rat King. Screech all you want. Look at this blade. I'll finish you off. Kaboom. The lightning burst apart, a blinding white flash forcing me to shut my eyes. When I opened them again, the Rat King was gone. All that was left on the spot was a deep crater blasted out by the lightning, the soil around its edges still smoking, a burnt stench hanging in the air. Killed 1 tier, 2 eerie Rat King. Gained 10 evolution points. Current evolution points, 101.2. Huh. That notification stunned me. Wait, all I did was throw a knife at it. At most it left a little cut. That counts for evolution points? Does an assist count as a kill too? If that's really how it works, then from now on I'm going to make a point of stealing kills. But the moment I saw Wang Lai's gaze sweep toward me, I dropped that little scheme immediately. Without a second thought, I turned and walked away. Forget the loot. I didn't even dare glance at it. I didn't even want my own mandible back. Can't see me, can't see me. It wasn't cowardice. It was knowing when to read the room. In the apocalypse, the ones who live longest aren't necessarily the best fighters, but the ones who know exactly what they're made of. Don't go coveting things that aren't meant to be yours. Wang Lai never came down from the RV roof the whole time. Maybe he'd seen me, but he hadn't paid any mind to it. Once the Rat King was dead, the remaining eerie ones were quickly cleaned up. The wilderness returned to quiet. Over 100 corpses lying on the ground, the heavy stench of blood mixed with the rotting reek of the eerie ones. Enough to turn your stomach. Everyone, attention, we'll rest for 10 minutes, then move out. I repeat, 10 minutes. Not even enough time to bury the dead. I stood at the edge of the crowd, taking it all in, and said nothing. This was the apocalypse. I looked down and counted the eerie crystals in my pockets. Over 70 tier 1 ones alone. I hadn't bothered counting the tier 0 ones, but there had to be at least 100 or two. My pack was even more stuffed with materials dropped by the eerie ones. Over a dozen rat teeth, a pair of cat's eyes. I was about to find a spot to sit down and absorb the eerie crystals when a commotion broke out. This is mine. I got here first. Bullshit. I saw it before you did. Stop grabbing it. This is old Zhang's stuff. And he's not even gone yet. He's dead, so it's ownerless. Why can't I take it? I turned to look. A few men were crowded around a tricycle, fighting over the stuff in the cargo bed. The tricycle had tipped over to one side, its owner already dead, lying right beside it, eyes not yet closed. And not one of those people spared him a single glance. They were all grabbing his things, wild vegetables, half a bag of flour, a few bottles of water, a ragged blanket. Junk that hadn't been worth mentioning before the apocalypse had now become something to fight over. Someone threw a punch, hitting another guy in the face. The one who got hit grabbed a wooden club and swung it back. Scenes like this were playing out in more than one place, by every pile of ownerless supplies. Stop fighting, someone shouted, but no one listened. The living were fighting over the belongings of the dead. Those scattered packs and bags. People pounced on them like they'd gone mad, stuffing everything they could grab into their arms. Some cried, some yelled, some cursed. The corpses of the dead were trampled back and forth, and no one gave them a second look. I watched for a moment, then looked away. In the apocalypse, staying alive comes first. Suddenly, my thoughts drifted. I remembered the sight of those two women on the bus turning and walking toward Dongyu. Remembered that woman being dragged away by her own man. The price of staying alive was exactly this. Little by little, shedding all those things that in peacetime were called humanity. What I was feeling in that moment, I couldn't even say to myself, "Little Xian, let's go." I patted its shell and headed toward the rear of the convoy, found a quiet spot, took a tier, 1 eerie crystal out of my pack, and started absorbing it. Current level, tier 0, 15%. Not bad. A tier, 1 eerie crystal adds 10% progress, just a bit slower than the tier 0 ones. Come on, let me see what it feels like to hit tier 1. I absorbed them one after another. Promotion conditions met. Advance to tier 1. Advance. I silently willed it without hesitation. A powerful surge of heat erupted from my lower abdomen, flowing along my meridians into every part of my body, from the top of my head to the soles of my feet. The whole process lasted about half a minute. I felt my senses grow sharper. I could see farther in the dark, and could even sense the faint energy drifting in the air. Level, Tier 1. Constitution 24, Strength 23, Agility 24, Spirit 32, Psychic Energy 34. Talent 1. Beast Taming, Bound Beast 1 of 2. Talent 2. Infinite Evolution. My tamed beast can evolve infinitely, and I can choose one of the beast's abilities to become a talent ability of my own. Seeing these numbers, a powerful surge of joy welled up in my chest. I'd gotten stronger. Just going from Tier 0 to Tier 1, I could feel my power jump a good deal. And on top of that, I now had an extra tame beast slot. I'd have to see later whether I could contract another one. Oh right, there's Little Xian too. It just stole a kill, so it's got enough evolution points. Little Xian, come here. Bound Beast Black Tortoise, Little Xian. Current evolution points, 105. Evolution available. Evolve. I didn't hesitate. Little Xian's body began to emit a warm, gentle glow, shining out from the patterns of its shell. Then its body swelled at a visible rate, the basin-sized shell expanding outward. The plates at the edges seeming to stretch under some invisible force, layering and thickening. Its limbs grew thicker and sturdier, its claws sharp as hooks, its tail thicker and longer, layer upon layer of horny scale armor sprouting across its skin. Evolution feedback received. Constitution plus 36, Strength plus 27, Agility plus 22, Spirit plus 26, Psychic Energy plus 27. When the glow finally dispersed, I froze completely, instinctively backing up 2 steps, my eyes wide as saucers. Holy shell! Little Xian's size now was absolutely ridiculous. The turtle that had once been the size of a basin now stood with its belly plate over a meter off the ground, the top of its carapace towering a full head taller than me. I craned my neck up to look at this giant. You're way too beastly. Little Xian was clearly pleased with its new size, wagging its tail excitedly, slamming it against the ground with dull thud-thud sounds. It lowered its head and nudged its enormous skull toward my chest. Thud. Hey. I got knocked back on my heels, stumbling back 2 or 3 steps, nearly landing on my butt, barely managing to steady myself. Smack. Furious, I backhanded it twice across the head. Damn it, take it easy. Have you looked at how big you are now? If you grow any more, one nudge from you, and I'll go flying. Getting smacked didn't upset Little Xian at all. Instead, it made a goo-goo sound, like it was laughing. I circled around it a couple of times. The more I looked, the more pleased I got, my eyes lighting up more and more. Isn't this a ready-made mount? Today I walked on my own 2 legs following the convoy for 4 or 5 hours. Sure, with my current constitution, I didn't feel tired, but if there was a way to slack off and take it easy, who'd choose to walk? Especially now with the roads getting worse and worse, full of potholes. I had to keep my head down watching my step, exhausting. Little Xian, get down. Little Xian immediately dropped down obediently, its huge shell pressing to the ground. I braced both hands on the edge of the shell, swung a leg over, and climbed on. The broad carapace was even bigger than I'd thought. The oval shell was about 1.5 meters wide and over 2 meters long, and its back wasn't steep at all, actually quite gentle and level. With this much surface area, forget just sitting. You could lay 3 or 4 beauties beside you and still have room. I tossed my pack into the center of the shell, lay back against it, and reclined at an angle. Little Xian, let's move, keep up with the convoy. I patted the shell. It propped itself up on all 4 legs and stood, giving me a wobble, but I steadied quickly. It set off walking, faster and faster. The wind whistled by, its 4 thick legs alternating, each stride nearly 1 meter, quick as a young colt. And steady, incredibly steady. Even though the road was full of potholes, by the time the jolts reached my rear, all that was left was a faint sway, barely worth noticing. So comfortable. Nothing beats lying down. Talk about the wheel of fortune turning. When you were little, I carried you, and now it's your turn to carry me. Little Xian grunted, like it was protesting. Protest denied. I pillowed my hands behind my head and raised a wrist to check my watch. 1:50 in the morning. Still several hours to daybreak. Come on, let me see what you're like now. Bound Beast Black Tortoise. Next evolution requires 1,000 points. Currently, only 5. Level, Tier 2. Constitution 400, Strength 300, Agility 260, Spirit 280, Psychic Energy 300. Ability 1. Earth Eating. It can survive on eating dirt and minerals, and the more it eats, the bigger it grows. Unlocked Ability 2. Earth Control Technique. Gained Earth Element Control ability. I sucked in a breath. Was this reasonable? My tamed beast's stats were more than 10 times stronger than mine, its master's, and it had even awakened an Earth Control Technique on top of that. Comparing myself to others really was infuriating. A turtle this strong, Who could beat it? Even Wang Lai would be no good against it. Oh, this is my turtle, huh? Well then, no problem. Starting today, I'm not eating beef. I let out a long breath. Oh right, seems I can pick one of my beast's abilities as a talent. This Earth Control Technique, that's a solid choice. Select Earth Control Technique as your talent. Select. No need to hesitate. Instant pick. A ripple originating from the depths of my soul burst inside me and surged through my whole body. I clearly felt that I was different now. It was as if I could manipulate the earth element energy around me, as if I'd formed a resonance with the ground beneath my feet. Little Xian, stop for a sec. Once it stopped, I stirred my will. On the ground not far off, earth and yellow spikes shot up one after another with pop 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 sounds, then instantly gathered together, turning earth into stone, as if there'd always been a big rock sitting right there. In that instant, countless ideas flooded my mind. Turn the ground into quicksand to trap enemies, raise a wall of earth to block attacks. This earth control ability was just too useful. I was like a kid with a new toy, having the time of my life, until my mental energy ran dry and my temples throbbed with a pulsing pain. Only then did I stop. Damn, I overdid it. Gonna rest my eyes for a bit. Xiaoxian, let's go. Remember to catch up with the convoy. In the distance, the convoy's lights flickered on and off. Buses, trucks, three-wheelers, and bicycles strung together into a long, winding dragon. Xiaoxian was much faster than the convoy, and in less than 10 minutes, he'd caught up to the three-wheeler at the tail end. The people riding in the cargo bed saw a massive black shadow charging toward them and nearly jumped off in fright. Holy crap, what is that thing? A giant turtle. Shit, one that big. Could it be a monster? I woke up from the noise, thoroughly annoyed, rubbed my eyes, and waved a hand. What are you screaming about? This is my beast. Only then did they make out the person sitting on the turtle's back. Their expressions shifted from terror to shock and finally settled into deep envy. Riding on top of a giant turtle. Now that was a flex, way cooler than sitting on any bus. Is that Lin Feng? The one the leader kicked out of the core team? But wasn't his turtle only palm-sized? I drew countless stares along the way. One bold guy leaned out his car window and shouted, Feng Ji, where'd you get that turtle? I ignored them all and had Xiaoxian run up toward the front, where I found the very bus I used to ride in. I glanced through the window. A stranger sat in the driver's seat, a bearded man with an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. In the apocalypse, cigarettes and liquor were more precious than food, so clearly he couldn't bear to smoke them. The cabin had been remodeled, packed full of people. The big bed I used to sleep on was gone. The velvet blanket was gone. My treasured canned fruit and magazines, not a single one left. When you're gone, they forget you fast. I frowned. Honestly, after Xiaoxian evolved to level 2, I'd planned to come back and reclaim some of my stuff, leaning on my new strength. That big bed, that velvet blanket, I'd begged and groveled to get them in the first place. There was only one set like it in the entire convoy. Even Wang Lai didn't have a blanket that nice. I'd planned to take them back, build a little house on Xiaoshuan's shell, put the bed inside. Now that would be a real mobile home. Well, so much for that. There wasn't a scrap left. Xiaoxian seemed to sense my mood, and his steps slowed. It's fine. Let's go. Truth was, I hadn't really intended to get back on that bus anyway. With Xiaoxian around, who'd want to cram into a car? It was just that losing my stuff like that left a sour taste in my mouth. Xiaoxian carried me onward, his massive body already catching the attention of several awakened. At that moment, inside the luxury RV at the very front, the atmosphere was a little tense. The curtains were parted just a crack, and several people took turns leaning toward the window, staring at the giant turtle in the convoy. That kid. Chen Min spoke first, her voice carrying some emotion she couldn't quite name. That little turtle of his. How did it get so big all of a sudden? No one answered. An awakened's ability could be anything, all shapes and sizes. Who would have guessed that Lin Feng, a useless beast tamer, would turn strong overnight? That turtle had been nothing more than a palm-sized little thing that spent all day sleeping inside its shell. But now look at it. The shell alone was over 2 meters long, and when it stood up, it was taller than a person. Its forelegs were thick as pillars, and it ran fast as a horse. It evolved, Wang Lai said, his voice low. At least a level 2 beast. Level 2? Then that's the same rank as the captain. Jiang Sheng blurted out. There was another thing he didn't dare say. It was possible none of them could beat Lin Feng's turtle now. I told you all that man should never have been kept. We should never have put him on the core team from the start. Dong Yu's face was ugly. The reason was simple. Just yesterday, she'd snatched 2 women from Lin Feng, and they were serving her in her car right now. If Lin Feng was this powerful now and rejoined the core team, would those 2 women run back to him? Would they make her life miserable? Should never have been kept? He's right here in the convoy. Go on, try and drive him out. With that pathetic strength of yours, you think you could take one swipe from that turtle's claw? Dong Yu was left speechless, her expression even uglier. Lu Tieju's face wasn't any better. His reason was harder to speak aloud. The young married woman that his own man had willingly offered up on the bus, the one Lin Feng had turned around and passed on to Lu's own bed after getting kicked out. If Lin Feng came back, he didn't dare imagine what would happen next. So he didn't want Lin Feng back either. Still, I think we could win him over. A turtle that big, when a big wave of monsters comes, he just plants it in front, and there's your living shield. You're dreaming. It's his beast. Why would he let it be your shield? Everyone chimed in, arguing back and forth, and no one could convince anyone else. Shin Yutong said nothing, sitting quietly in a corner, sketching something on a map with her pen. Enough. Wang Lai spoke, and the car fell instantly silent. He was quiet for a few seconds. We'll deal with it once we reach our destination. When we get to the town, I'll go talk to him. He knew perfectly well. He'd been the one who recruited Lin Feng in the first place, and he'd been the one who made the call to kick him out. Now that the man's beast had turned so fierce, going crawling back with a shameless face to invite him wounded his pride. But to survive, he had no choice but to swallow that pride. The truth was, everyone understood. One more awakened meant one more layer of survival insurance. From several thousand people at the start down to just over 1,000 now. You can imagine how perilous the road had been. Especially now, when the monsters that came out at night were growing stronger and more numerous. The convoy stopped and started, and finally, just before dawn, arrived at the outskirts of a small town. Since Blue Star fell into this world, this was only the second time they'd encountered Blue Star architecture. The first was the place they'd crossed over. It was there they'd found the vehicles and supplies that had kept the convoy going until now. A horn sounded. Attention everyone, we've reached the rest point ahead. All vehicles slow down. Do not enter the town center. The convoy will stop at the outskirts to regroup. Wait for the awakened to clear the danger before entering. The convoy slowly came to a halt, engines cutting out one after another. People climbed out, stretched, and pitched tents. After a whole night on the road, both their spirits and bodies were exhausted to the limit. 70 kilometers had taken the entire night, and they'd been hit by a massive wave of monsters. People died, supplies were lost. Yet no one complained. In the apocalypse, just making it to daybreak alive was the greatest fortune there was. The convoy was divided into 3 tiers. The first tier was the core members, 8 awakened, wielding the power to fight monsters, holding the best supplies and vehicles. The second tier was the patrol members and logistics crew. Patrol members got fed well and issued weapons, but suffered the heaviest casualties. Logistics were mostly chosen from patrol members' relatives, handling inventory and hauling, and were relatively safe. The third tier was the ordinary people. On paper, they were protected, but in reality, whenever it came time to cut losses and abandon people to survive, it was always them. And the supplies they gathered, half had to be handed over. They had it the hardest. I jumped down from Xiaoshuan's back and worked my stiff neck. He was pawing at the ground, full of energy. I looked at the town and frowned. Too quiet. This town was quiet in a way that felt wrong. I'd originally planned to take Xiaoxian in to scavenge once it was light. He was a different beast now, a level 2 mystic turtle with earth control, so even if we ran into danger, we wouldn't come out too badly. But standing right in front of the town, I suddenly felt that a little caution wouldn't hurt. Forget it. Let's see how things develop first. I'll move after the other awakened do. Wang Lai and the others are up front keeping watch anyway. I'll just pick up the scraps from behind. Food first. I walked over to Xiaoxian, who was chomping down on dirt. Crunch, crunch, soil flying everywhere, like an excavator. My eye twitched watching him. You seriously eat dirt? He didn't even look up. Fine. It's free, might as well eat it. I found a dead tree nearby, lined up my kick at its base, and snapped it clean off, then dragged it back to camp and split it with my bare hands. A few crunch moves, and the whole tree was firewood. The people pitching tents nearby were dumbstruck. Holy crap, splitting wood barehanded. So this isn't awakened? That's insane. I paid them no mind. I pulled out a lighter, lit the dead branches, dug out the leftover mutant grasshoppers from yesterday, cleaned them, and set them roasting over the fire. The aroma soon drifted out. I roasted and waited. Waited for the awakened to reach a decision. Waited for them to decide when to enter the town. I wasn't in any hurry. Meanwhile, at the front of the convoy, Gua Yi held the logistics report, his brow twisted into a knot. The vehicle situation's in. 1 RV, 7 buses. 2 need major repairs. 2 public buses. For cargo trucks, 3 pickups, 11 cars, most of which need fixing. The real problem is gasoline. Rationed carefully, it'll last 5 days at most. After 5 days, over half the vehicles are dead. Shin Yutong picked up. The next resupply point is 330 kilometers away. 6 days minimum, and that's assuming nothing goes wrong on the road. But the gray fog will catch up in 5 days at most. 5 days. If they hit another attack like last night's on the road, then it wasn't just the fuel that would run short. The deadliest threat was the gray fog. Wang Lai's face darkened. My suggestion, Gua Yi said, is we strip all the small cars for parts, concentrate on refitting the trucks and buses, and pool the fuel to keep the core vehicles running first. As for the private vehicles, I honestly can't repair them all by myself. At those words, everyone fell silent. They all knew what it meant. Those ordinary people following on bicycles, once their rides broke down and they couldn't keep up, were as good as dead in the apocalypse. Wang Lai was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Do as you say, and then have people squeeze together. Fong Ling came over, her face weary. Captain, after last night's attack, the convoy has 975 people left. Wang Lai's fingers twitched slightly. From several thousand at the start down to under 1,000 now. Every departure left someone behind on the road forever. That was the apocalypse. And supplies? Not much left. We're getting by almost entirely on wild greens, plus the remaining rice and flour. 3 days at most. Which means we have to find enough supplies in this town. Wang Lai's tone was calm. Yutong, can you sense the danger level of this place? Shin Yutong lifted her head. Stars seemed to swirl within her pupils. Danger level 2. But I have a bad feeling. The astrology reads level 2, yet my intuition tells me it isn't that simple. There's something inside that town interfering with my perception. Wang Lai turned to Qin Min. She closed her eyes, her mental energy stretching out like an invisible net. After a moment, she opened them. My reading is very dangerous. There's a layer of fog covering the town center. My perception can't get close. But it told me directly, don't go in. 2 awakened with perception abilities, giving the same conclusion, danger. But the convoy needed to resupply. If they didn't go into the town for supplies, everyone would die on the road. Wang Lai was silent for a few seconds, then made his decision. We enter the town after breakfast. I'll go talk to Lin Feng. The morning air was still cool. Wang Lai weaved through the densely packed vehicles, heading toward the edge of the camp. My fire was easy to find. As he drew close, he saw me holding a few skewers of golden roasted grasshoppers. That giant turtle sprawled in a pit beside me. Sensing someone approaching, Xiaoxian slowly raised his head, his bell-sized eyes fixed on Wang Lai for 2 seconds, then lazily lowered again to keep gnawing dirt. I'd spotted him a while ago, but I didn't get up, didn't move a muscle, just held up a skewer and waved it. Want some? Wang Lai was quiet for 2 seconds, then took it. He probably still remembered how I was the first time we met. Back then I was careful with every word and move, terrified of offending anyone. But now, I didn't even shift my posture when he came over. That was the confidence strength gave you. He took a bite. Surprisingly good. Not bad. Of course. I've got skills. Another stretch of silence. I knew why he'd come, but I wasn't going to speak first. I wasn't that useless guy who only knew how to hide in a bus and run from everything anymore. Wang Lai finished, tossed the skewer into the fire, and finally spoke. I'll admit it. I underestimated you. I came today meaning to invite you back to the core team. But looking at you, you're still holding a grudge against me. I gave a small smile. Didn't say yes, didn't say no. so I won't push it. He shifted his gaze to the town. As awakened, we share one goal: survival. If I had to do it over again, I'd make the same decision. At the time, you truly had no value. Blunt. And honestly, it made me feel better. At least he didn't feed me some crap like I had no choice back then. He just told me straight. You were useless then, so I kicked you out. You're useful now, so I've come for you. Simple. Direct. No pretense. Let's work together. He held out his hand. We'll clear the town shortly. Spoils go to whoever earns them. How's that? I didn't answer right away. Cooperation really was the best option for me. I needed the convoy, not for protection, like the ordinary people, quite the opposite. What I needed was to know the way. This world had no navigation, no landmarks, and even the stars were unfamiliar. Last night, 70 kilometers took a whole night, precisely because monster-infested zones were everywhere. Charge straight through and you're dead. Shin Yutong's ability, astrology, mapping, route planning, could find a relatively safe path through the death traps. I didn't have that. If I went solo, I'd end up charging into some high-level monster's territory and never even know what killed me. Besides, going into the town, the risk was completely different for one person versus a group. Even if we ran into danger we couldn't fight, as long as I could run faster than my companions, I'd be fine, right? All right. I clasped his hand and let go. We'll work together. But what do you mean by whoever earns them? If I kill a monster, the loot's mine? Right? Whatever you kill is yours, the same with supplies. 4 joint kills, we split by how much each of us contributed. If there's something I need, I'll compensate you with something of equal value. Sure, no problem. Half an hour later, I rode Xiaoxian up to the town entrance at a leisurely pace. Wang Lai and the others were already waiting. The moment Xiaoxuan's massive form appeared, every gaze swung toward us. Except for Wang Lai, who'd seen him before, everyone's expressions were priceless. Fang Ling nearly dropped the crossbow in her hands. Staring at that giant turtle bigger than an off-road vehicle, her mouth fell slightly open. This is your beast. What else? I've only got the one. Chen Min was the first to snap out of it. She strode over in a few quick steps, grabbed the edge of the shell, swung herself up in one smooth motion, and settled in right beside me. Little brother Lin Feng, did you juice this turtle or something? Yesterday when I left it was the size of a wash basin, and in the blink of an eye it's this big. She sprawled across the shell, patting and rubbing it, clucking in amazement, completely oblivious to the way I was looking at her. You're showing skin, sis. She surveyed the wide expanse of the shell, her eyes growing brighter. She even stood up and stamped her foot. It's roomy up here. Stone slabs, too? Nice, little brother. You could build a house on this thing, couldn't you? She leaned in, practically pressing her face to mine, those alluring eyes crinkling with a smile. So tell me, how about your big sister moving in and living here? My body went stiff, and I quickly turned my face away. You're joking, sis. You've got a perfectly good bus with perks. What would you want a crowd in here for? She pouted and poked my chest. Is that a rejection? Do you think your big sister's too old? There was no way I'd touch that one. Call Chinmin old? I'd have to be sick of living. I waved my hands frantically. Old? No way. Sis, you're prettier than any 18-year-old girl. I love mature, alluring women like you the most. All right, stop. She flicked my forehead. Little devil, all sweet talk. Then it's settled. When your turtle grows bigger, remember to build a castle up top and leave your big sister a room. Yes, I'll leave you one for sure. I just wanted to move past this. Chun Min patted my shoulder, satisfied, then flipped down off the shell. Wang Lai cleared his throat. Let's talk business. He moved to the front and pointed at the town. We clear the danger on the outskirts and search for supplies. But do not enter the town center, especially not the main street. Go house by house along the outskirts. If someone's in danger, support each other. Don't push too far ahead. With that, he waved a hand and led the way into the town. Xiaoxian follow. The town was dead silent. Vehicles were parked haphazardly on both sides of the road, but there wasn't a single person. Shops were shut, curtains drawn tight, like the whole town had been transplanted here out of thin air. Wang Lai walked up to the first 2-story building and gave Fang Ling a signal. She drew a dagger. Wang Lai kicked the door in, and she slipped inside. A few seconds later, she poked her head out a second-floor window and flashed the all clear. Only then did the rest go in. 10 minutes later, they came out. Fong Ling carried a sack of rice. Lu Taizhu held 2 bottles of oil. Nothing good. Wang Lai shook his head, piled the goods by the roadside, and moved on to the next house. They cleared several buildings in a row without running into danger, so they decided to split up. Watching them duck into buildings and haul out supplies to pile in the street, I started to get fired up too. Most of the outskirts were 2- and 3-story buildings, but the houses on the main street were clearly much better, with shops filling nearly every ground floor. My eyes lit up, but then I remembered Wang Lai's warning. Forget it. Xiaoxian. I pointed at a 3-story house. Peel the roof off that place for me. Without hesitation, earth-yellow patterns lit up across his shell. Boom! The roof split straight down the middle, as if lifted by an invisible hand, bricks clattering down. The commotion was loud enough for the whole town to hear. Wang Lai turned and saw the roofless house. His eye twitched, but he said nothing. I looked inside. Just ordinary furniture, nothing valuable. Xiaoxian, keep going. Take the house apart. The earth control triggered again, more powerful this time. The walls cracked, bricks peeling off one by one, gathering into a pile. And then, crunch, crunch. Me. Hold on, you're eating those too? He ate with relish, bricks like biscuits in his mouth, concrete pillars crunching between his jaws. Fine, concrete's just dirt too. Guess you're eating fancy now. Rebar mixed with concrete. Is that even tastier? I jumped down from his back and walked into the rubble. Honestly, I'd miscalculated. The house came apart fast, but the beds and furniture upstairs got smashed to bits. Finally, after some digging, I turned up a woven sack in a corner. I opened it. Rice, at least 40 or 50 pounds. Then I found several slabs of cured pork in a cupboard, a jug of oil, and half a sack of salt. Nice, all good stuff. I carried each item out and piled it beside Xiaoxian, looking at his broad back, and that build a house idea grew stronger and stronger. Xiaoxian. I patted his shell. Can you build a stone house on your own back? Use earth control to pull up soil, harden it into stone, and make walls and a roof. I sent the idea over through my mental link. He seemed to understand and got to work. The ground loosened, and soil rose slowly as if drawn by invisible hands, flowing up to the turtle's back, layer by layer, stacking and hardening into flat gray stone flooring. Then a mass of soil kept surging upward, pulling stone walls up from the edges of the shell. 0.5 meter, 1 meter, 2. It rose a full 3 meters before stopping, the top closing into a roof. He even deliberately left a doorway for me to come and go, and a window to let in light, and finally set the glass and door he'd salvaged into the stone walls. A perfect, seamless fit. Perfect. The whole process took less than 10 minutes, and a little house stood firmly on Xiaoxuan's back. The stone house wasn't big, but it had more than enough room to store supplies. Guess I've got myself a home now. Cheerfully, I carried the rice, cured pork, oil, and salt one by one, arranging them neatly, then dusted off my hands. Once I'd gathered enough supplies, I'd lay down a blanket and a pillow, and there it was, a ready-made mobile bedroom. Xiaoxian, let's go. Next house. For the next while, I took him on a demolition spree through the town's outskirts. As much as the main street tempted me, I kept Wang Lai's words in mind and didn't venture in. Listen to good advice, and you'll eat well, as they say. The outskirts houses really got wrecked. Going down the row, I'd peel off the roof first, confirm there was no danger, then tear down the walls. I got smart about it too, had Xiaoxian dismantle it bit by bit with earth control, leaving the load-bearing walls alone so the house wouldn't collapse. Everything inside laid bare at a glance. What I wanted, I took. What I didn't, I left for the convoy people behind me. The bricks and concrete that came down were all crunched into Xiaoxuan's belly. While Wang Lai and the others were still ransacking house after house, I could go from demolition to cleaned out in 10-odd minutes per home. Xiaoxuan's earth control was just too handy. The haul grew and grew, and I started getting picky. Sprouted potatoes, no. I only took easily preserved dry goods. Wood ear, shiitake, glass noodles, plus canned food and biscuits. Looking at a house full of supplies, I felt more and more secure. This much alone, eating freely on my own, would last me a good half a month. It wasn't that I didn't want to take everything. It was just that Xiaoxuan's back had limited space, and it was already stuffed full. Besides, There were nearly 1,000 people in the convoy. Leave some slack for others. If I'm eating meat, I ought to at least leave some broth for my fellow man. Once I'd swept most of the houses along both sides of the main street, my eyes finally couldn't help drifting toward the depths of that main street. The signs there made my heart race. Supermarket, general store, hardware shop, clinic, grain and oil store. Standing on Xiaoshuan's now even bigger back, I wrestled with myself for a good while. I'll just go in a tiny bit. Should be fine, right? I glanced around. Wang Lai and the others were searching farther off. No one was watching me. Xiaoxian, walk along the edge of the street. See that nearest convenience store? Tear down one wall. Take a look, and we're out. Xiaoxian seemed to sense my excitement. His steps went light, and he moved with a sneaky, poking around air. The moment we set foot on the main street, a cold, sinister sensation drifted out from its depths. Right here, stop. Tear it down quick. If something's off, we run. Xiaoxian raised his head, earth-yellow light glowing, an invisible force crawling up along the ground onto that convenience store. The wall cracked, the bricks loosened. Boom, the wall came down. Sunlight suddenly poured into the room. Ahawk! A shrill, agonized wail exploded from inside. That sound was like fingernails on a chalkboard amplified 100 times, so piercing it made my scalp crawl and my ears ring. My pupils shrank. The instant sunlight hit, a blurry black shadow was exposed to the light, writhing and struggling as if being burned alive. The wail grew shriller by the second. Then, pop, the shadow burst, dissolving into a sky full of black mist that rapidly vanished in the sunlight, leaving only a bead behind. Killed a level 1 vengeful spirit. Gained 1 evolution point. I froze for a second, then my eyes blazed. A vengeful spirit? So this town was hiding vengeful spirits. No wonder it was dead silent. These things hid by day and roamed by night, tucked away in sealed darkness during daylight, only coming out to wander after dark. And their weakness, sunlight. I looked up at the sky. Today, the weather was really nice. I stared down that long main street, the corners of my mouth pulling into a grin I couldn't hold back. Xiaoxian, tear it all down for me. Xiaoxian lifted his head, earth-yellow light flaring brilliantly, and the ground began to shake violently. Walls on both sides of the street cracked in succession, roller shutters clattering down, signs plummeting from above. 1 building. 2. He controlled the force with precision, and within 300 meters ahead, roofs were peeled off and walls torn down, sunlight flooding in sheet after sheet into those dark corners. Then, the wails rose one after another. Ah-oh! Countless shrill screams merged together, so piercing they made every hair stand on end. Black shadows, exposed to the sunlight, burst one after another. Killed a level 1 vengeful spirit. Gained +1 evolution point. Killed a level 1 vengeful spirit. The notification chimes rang out one after another, and my grin spread wider and wider. This wailing and howling, pretty nice, actually. Keep screaming, I love it. Louder. At that moment, I was basically a full-blown creep. Far off, Wang Lai was digging through a small building, a bag of dried noodles clutched in his hand, his brow knit tight. This town had far fewer supplies than he'd expected. Just then, the ground shook, and immediately after, a sky's worth of wails reached his ears. His expression changed instantly. He rushed out of the building and looked toward the sound. Over on the main street, buildings were collapsing one after another, roofs flipped off. The one thing he'd least wanted to see was happening. Lin Feng. I turned around and saw Wang Lai charging out of the building with a face like thunder, Feng Ling and Chun Min following behind. The amusing part was Feng Ling, staring at that stretch of demolished rubble with a look like she'd seen a ghost. I even waved at Wang Lai, a picture of innocence. When they got closer, everyone's eyes fell on that field of ruins. Within 300 meters, buildings on both sides looked like they'd been mauled by a giant hand. Roofs gone, walls stripped bare, roller shutters twisted and thrown to the ground, signs shattered across the pavement. Only a few load-bearing pillars propping up empty frames. Sunlight lit every corner brilliantly. Ashes and glittering monster crystals scattered across the ground. Captain, you need something? I leaned half my body out over the turtle's back. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Wang Lai's voice was low and tight, his anger barely contained. Tearing down houses, finding supplies, killing monsters. I patted Xiaoxian smug. See? Pretty efficient, right? This whole stretch is cleaned out. All thanks to Xiaoxian. Wang Lai's temple throbbed. Was I expecting him to praise me now? He drew a deep breath and forced the anger down. Did I not say, do not enter the town center, especially the main street? I didn't, though. I spread my hands, the picture of grievance, and pointed at the spot beneath Xiaoshuan's feet. Look! Wang Lai followed my gaze and paused. Xiaoshuan's forelegs happened to be standing right on a dividing line. Outside was the old, potholed cement road, dead grass sprouting from the cracks. The main street was newer asphalt laid down later. Between the two roads ran a clear seam. I hadn't stepped in. Not one bit. Wang Lai's mouth twitched. He wanted to shout. You tore down 300 meters in there. Do you know that? But he glanced up at Xiaoxian, who'd grown a size bigger again. The beast was tilting its head, sizing him up, a hint of scrutiny in its eyes, as if calculating whether this hunk of meat was even worth a mouthful. He swallowed the words back down. I was no longer a member under his command. He had no right to lecture me. Put plainly, with that turtle's current strength, even if he went all out, he couldn't flatten a 300-meter stretch of the district. This turtle, not one to mess with. There might be a high-level vengeful spirit up ahead. You make this much noise. What if you draw it out? I know. I nodded seriously. That's why I stopped. I'm not tearing anything else down. You're not. Wang Lai was caught off guard. He hadn't expected me to be so agreeable. Yeah. I patted the stone house on Xiaoshuan's back. My room's almost full. Even if I tear down more, I can't carry it. Only then did Wang Lai's eyes land on that stone house. The door was open, everything inside on full display, sacks of rice stacked in the corner, at least 400 or 500 pounds, plus bulging bags of flour. Strings of cured pork hung on the wall, wrapped in plastic bags, grease dripping down. On the floor were piles of dried wood ear, dried shiitake, glass noodles, plus canned luncheon meat, canned fruit, even 2 cans of powdered milk, cooking oil and salt and soy sauce and vinegar, several bottles of liquor, all of it, everything. Holy shit. Lu Taizhu blurted out, his mouth hanging wide open. Fong Ling and Chun Min crowded over too, and both women's eyes lit up at once. Is that cured pork? Several slabs of it. Chun Min swallowed. Wang Lai was silent for a long moment, then pulled his gaze from the supplies and settled it on me. Well, it's already torn down. How do you plan to split what's in those shops up ahead? I thought it over. The general stores have more stuff. I've got enough food stocked up, send people to haul the rest away. It's just that the grain and oil store at the very front. Something fell off, so I didn't dare tear into it. So even you get scared sometimes? I couldn't tell whether Wang Lai's tone was mocking or wistful. Of course, I said without a shred of shame. I'm not some hothead. I never touch anything I can't beat. Wang Lai said nothing more. He turned and ordered Fong Ling to go back and bring the logistics and patrol crews to haul the supplies, clear out both sides of the main street, and open up the outskirt houses for the convoy people to explore freely. Finally, he looked at Lu Taizhu and Dong Yu. You two come with me to check out that grain and oil store up front. He'd walked a few steps when he suddenly stopped. Once the supplies are hauled back, there's a share for you. No need, I've got enough. I waved him off. You all split what's in those shops. I'm staying out of it. He gave me a long, deep look, then turned and left. He was, after all, a level 2 lightning element awakened, and he had his pride. He wanted to see for himself just what was hiding in that grain and oil store. Once he was gone, I immediately hopped down from the turtle's back and jogged into the rubble to gather monster crystals. 1, 2. Some had rolled into the brick piles, and I dug through the bricks to fish them out. Chun Min came over grinning and crouched beside me to help pick them up. Little brother Fong, you struck it rich this trip. Haha, small fortune, small fortune. Just got lucky. I took the crystal from her palm without ceremony. Chun Min rolled her eyes. You call this lucky? As if luck could tear down a 300-meter radius of houses. I didn't respond. Once I'd finished collecting, I stood up and patted my knees, then suddenly remembered something and headed toward a clothing store. Sis, aren't you going to back the captain up? I've got a feeling that the grain and oil store is trouble. What's there to fear? Just some vengeful spirits. The captain's a lightning type, the natural counter to those things. As long as it's not a level 3 vengeful spirit, it's a walk in the park. She said it, but she still got up and went back to Wang Lai anyway. In the clothing store, I dug out 2 dark tracksuits, shook off the dust, and stashed them. The set I'd been wearing for days, sweat mixed with mutant creature fluids, reeked so bad even I couldn't stand it. I swiped 2 pairs of sneakers too, and only then walked out satisfied. There was a home textile store across the way. My eyes lit up, and I ran in and picked out a 10-centimeter thick latex mattress, bundled it up, hauled it out, and tossed it onto the turtle's back, then grabbed a set of blankets, pillows, and a wool throw. After thinking it over, I finally ran to the convenience store and hauled out a dozen-odd cases of bottled water. All set. Perfect. The stone house was stuffed full, and my grin nearly reached my ears. I'd never fought such a well-stocked battle in my life. Xiaoxian, back to camp. On the way out of town, Fong Ling had already led over 100 people, pushing handcarts, hauling sacks, marching in to move the supplies. Seeing me riding up on the turtle from the opposite direction, the crowd parted, their eyes full of awe and envy. I ignored them all, sitting on the turtle's back with my legs crossed, chewing on a stalk of foxtail grass I'd plucked along the way. The camp appeared far off ahead. At the sight of Xiaoshuan's massive form, the din in the camp suddenly climbed a notch. Look, the giant turtle's back. There's a little house on its back. The awakened lord built a home on his turtle? Damn, that's amazing. I want to live up there so badly. Then we wouldn't have to ride bikes at night. Go on then, you little tart. Maybe you're just his type. Nearly all the men in camp had gone to town to haul supplies, leaving a bunch of women chattering away, each of them watching me, deep in thought. Xiaoxian crossed the camp and settled back onto the empty patch of ground from that morning. I hopped down, restacked the firewood and lit it, hauled out a few cases of bottled water from the house, and dug out some instant noodles and bread. I wanted a hot bath, but water alone wasn't enough. I'd need a big iron drum to heat it. Someone in camp was bound to have one, so I grabbed this bag of goods to go trade. Was bathing with bottled water too extravagant? Supplies were plentiful now. So what if I splurged a little? Lin Feng, was a man who liked to enjoy himself. Why suffer for no reason? Crossing the camp, I passed a modified public bus and heard a woman's moans coming from inside. The windows were sealed tight with pink cloth curtains, and a string of colored lights hung along the roof. Standing outside were 5 or 6 heavily made-up women in revealing clothes, completely out of place in this camp. I knew this bus. From the 3rd day of the flight, it had become this. The owner was a woman called Sister Hong, who used to run a bathhouse. On the run, she'd used food and spots on the bus as bargaining chips to control a few women who couldn't survive otherwise, and she'd set up a flesh trade. The men in the convoy who had a bit of supplies, especially that patrol crew, had spent plenty on this bus. Well, Lord Lin Feng. A coy voice came from behind me. I turned. A woman with a lady's cigarette swayed over with a serpentine sachet. It was Sister Hong. Her tight red dress was so short it barely covered the top of her thighs, exuding a mature seductiveness. Where's the Lord off to? Her gaze paused on my face first, then dropped to the bread in my hand, her eyes brightening. Cream bread, a scarce commodity. Her body was already pressed against me, a thick wave of perfume hitting my face. She pointed toward the bus. My lord, how about I arrange for a couple of the girls to keep you company? Mine are all quite tender little things. The women immediately caught on. One tossed her hair, one bit her lip, one threw a flirtatious glance. Honestly, their looks and figures weren't bad. Back on Blue Star, women of this caliber would have been surrounded by admirers, unattainable even with millions in bride price. But now, a few packs of instant noodles would buy a night. A few days ago, this lecherous little me might have been tempted. But after getting kicked off the team and having those women walk away from me without a backward glance, I'd gained a new understanding of women. Women aren't reliable, but they can be controlled. Besides, how many customers had these women taken? Those men ran to the bus every few days, sometimes several at once. Seeing I hadn't responded, Sister Hong assumed I wasn't interested and lowered her voice. What? None of them caught the awakened lord's eye. I shook my head and didn't bother hiding it. They do. I just don't like buses. Sister Hong paused, then laughed, not a trace of awkwardness in her smile. She even leaned half a step closer, and my arms sank into something soft. Her lips nearly touched my ear, her voice dropping so low only the two of us could hear. There are a couple of art college students in the convoy. Tender as can be, those waist, those legs, that skin, tsk. They've had a rough time lately, can't even get enough wild greens to eat, and their car broke down yesterday. Plenty of men have got their eyes on them. She stepped back half a pace and looked at me with a smile. All of them pitiful souls, blame the apocalypse. If the Lord's willing, I'll set it up for you. All I ask is that the Lord look out for me a little from here on. That last part, she said with a touch more sincerity. I looked at Sister Hong before me, and my read on her shifted. Brains, foresight, guts. She knew my strength had soared and immediately placed her bet early. Today she'd seen Xiaoshuan's colossal form with her own eyes. With that giant turtle parked in camp, the safety improved by a visible margin. I wasn't opposed. Meat delivered to your door? Might as well eat it. If I showed mercy today, tomorrow someone else would take it. Nice guys don't last long in the apocalypse. Fine, you handle it. I'm off to trade for a drum to heat water for a bath. I'm about to stink to death. I lifted the bag in my hand. Oh, what luck! Sister Hong slapped her thigh. I've got a foldable bathtub on my bus, brand new, plus a tent. I'll have it all sent over to the Lord in a bit. And that bag's so heavy, let me carry it for you. With that, her fair, delicate hands smoothly took the bag from mine, as natural as if she were picking up her own things. I glanced at her but said nothing, then turned to head back. Trading with her or anyone else made no difference. The result was the same. Sister Hong watched me walk off, the smile on her face fading a little, then turned and went behind the bus. Lily, Xiaomei, you few. I've agreed to it. Stop standing around, come with me. Bring the foldable bathtub, the tent, and the pot for boiling water. Several of the girls looked at each other. One asked timidly, Sister Hong, you really agreed to let us into a car? You're not going to make us do that kind of. Whether you do it or not depends on how you perform. Don't want to come? Then go back. Then where are we going? To serve someone important. Sister Hong said irritably, be sharp about it. Don't embarrass me. Whoever serves the important man well, our days ahead get better. Fail, and you'll be like the other girls. Want a car? Forget about any privileges. About 20 minutes later, Sister Hong led 4 women to the edge of my camp. These 4 were different from the ones standing by the bus. No makeup on their faces, and though a little dirty, they couldn't hide their youthful, fresh vitality, brimming with collagen, young and alive. Xiaoxian was sprawled in his pit, pawing and crunching dirt. Seeing people approach, he raised his head for a glance, then lowered it to keep gnawing. The women all sucked in a sharp breath at once. Oh my God, so big. It doesn't bite, does it? Shut up. This is the awakened Lord's beast. All of you, quiet down and get to work. Sister Hong scolded in a low voice, then turned back with a face full of smiles. Lord Lin Feng, the things are here. She directed the girls to pitch the tent and boil water, her movements brisk. The tent went up big, more than enough for 5 or 6 people, windproof and waterproof. They laid down a moisture-proof mat, then spread a soft pad on top, the implication unmistakable. Finally, they set up the foldable bathtub, half a meter tall, big enough to hold 1 person. You girls, bring over those cases of bottled water. Sister Hong pointed at the water beside Xiaoxian. The girls approached cautiously, practically scooping up the water and running back, their steps quick, as if something were chasing them from behind. So extravagant. The girl with the ponytail muttered under her breath. Bathing with bottled water. That's got to be dozens of bottles. Mind your own business. A round-faced girl in a JK outfit pursed her lips, but her gaze kept drifting to Xiaoshuan's back. Hey, did you see the house on that turtle's back? There's so much stuff inside. I saw cured pork. I saw it too. Several slabs, hanging on the wall, plus rice, canned food. Stop it, my mouth's watering. Me too. Haven't eaten meat for days. I'm about to puke from all the wild greens. I lounged in the folding chair with my legs crossed, thoroughly at ease. Sister Hong walked over and crouched beside me. So, are these girls to your liking? They're all from the art college. All of them. Red Sister nodded toward the girls. The one with the ponytail is called Xiaoyu. She studied dance, so her body's really flexible. The one in the JK outfit is Xiaorui. She studied vocals, great voice. The tallest one is Xiaoqing. She studied acting, the prettiest of the bunch. And there's Xiaoli. I've already set her up in the tent for you. That girl's the freshest of them all, Saved her special just for you. I held out my palm, then slowly curled it into a fist. I'll take all of them. Red Sister smiled and, reading the room, stood up. All right, you go ahead and wash up, sir. These girls are in your hands now. With that, she sashayed off on her high heels, swaying her hips. I got up and stepped into the tent. The bathtub was already more than half full of hot water. I stripped down to nothing in a few quick motions and climbed in. The water was a little cool, but I didn't care. I sank my whole body in and let out a long breath. So good. So damn good. This feeling was practically heaven. I leaned back against the edge of the tub, closed my eyes, and savored this rare moment of peace. Just then, the curtain lifted, and a girl came in carrying a basin of hot water. Sir, the water's gone cold. Let me add some warm water for you. I opened my eyes and looked at her. Tight jeans hugged her long legs, her waist so slender I could wrap my hands around it, and her white t-shirt was damp with steam, clinging to her body. Long hair fell to her waist, and she had a sweet face with big eyes that seemed to speak on their own. Everything about her gave off a clean, pure, untouched kind of innocence. What's your name? The girl kept her head down, slowly pouring the hot water into the tub, her voice soft. Shally. Lee Shally. The tent went quiet for a few seconds. Sir. Shally bit her lip, hesitating a long while. Red Sister said I should scrub your back for you. Come on, then. Outside the tent, the round-faced Xiaowei suddenly leaned in close to Xiaoyu and lowered her voice. Hey, did you notice? Shally's not here. Yeah, you're right. Where'd she go? Red Sister sent her to give that sir a bath. Xiaowei covered her mouth. Maybe they're even taking a bath together. The two girls exchanged a glance, envy written all over their faces. I want a bath too. Xiaoyu lifted her arm and sniffed her own clothes, then wrinkled her nose. Haven't washed in days. Been too busy running for my life. I'm about to stink. Who isn't? Xiaowei sighed and rubbed her arm. I've got dirt caked all over me. Go ask Red Sister if she'll let us wash up too. You dreaming? That water's for the awakened, sir. Who do you think you are? The girls kept working, laughing, and roughhousing, their eyes drifting toward the tent every now and then. Suddenly, the sounds coming from the tent changed pitch. First the splashing of water slapping against the tub walls, then broken, throaty moans that were being held back. The three girls' ears all pricked up at once. Xiaowei was the first to crouch down. As if drawn by some invisible force, she pressed her ear to the side of the tent, a blush spreading across her face. Xiaoyu followed. Xiaoqing was a bit more reserved. She stayed where she was, pretending to wipe a pot with a rag, but her eyes kept drifting toward the tent and her ears were perked higher than anyone's. 3 minutes later, she crouched down too. Did you hear that? Xiaowei whispered. Obviously. I'm not deaf. The three girls looked at each other, red faces, bright eyes, quick breaths. They wanted to leave, but couldn't bring themselves to. This is taking way too long, isn't it? Xiaowei glanced at her watch. It's been an hour. She's not going to break, is she? She should be fine. Stop talking. You too, Xiaoqing said, covering her face. My legs have gone numb. Shally's voice sounds hoarse, Xiaoyu said. I'd be hoarse too. The sounds inside the tent gradually died down. The three girls looked at one another and let out a breath at the same time, but a hard-to-describe disappointment crept into their eyes. They were all thinking the same thing. Why didn't Red Sister send me in instead? If I could stay by the awakened side, that would be perfect, safety, and more food than you could ever eat. In this apocalypse, they were desperate to climb higher. Just as they were about to stand up, their legs completely numb, the tent curtain suddenly lifted from the inside. I walked out in a fresh set of clothes, wearing a lazy expression. My eyes swept across them. The three girls were crouched by the tent in various poses, their faces so red the color had spread to their necks and ears. The air froze for 3 seconds. Xiaowei shot up, nearly falling from her numb legs. Xiaoyu steadied her, and the two stumbled backward. See, sir, we didn't hear anything. The moment the words left her mouth, her face turned even redder, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. The other two also covered their faces and turned to run. I couldn't be bothered with them. These little girls had been eavesdropping. I could hear their hearts racing even through the tent. Anyway, they'd all been handed over to me. It was only a matter of time. No rush. I strode over to little Xian. It was lying in the pit, and the height was just right for me to walk straight into the room on its back. I took a slab of cured pork weighing 3 or 4 pounds off the wall, grabbed a sack of rice, snatched some dried wood ear mushrooms and shiitakes, packed it all up, and came back out. Which of you knows how to cook? The girls looked at one another, glancing at the cured pork, then at the rice, swallowing hard, their lips moving, but none of them spoke up. Xiaowei bit her finger, her eyes glued to that slab of cured pork. She hadn't eaten meat in a week. Finally, Xiaoqing hesitantly stepped forward on her long legs. I know a little. She had the most beautiful looks of them all, especially those long, slender legs. I never expected her to be able to cook too. That was rare. Before the apocalypse, a girl like her would have been the treasure of her family, the type a whole crowd of boys fawned over. Forget cooking, just being able to do her own laundry properly would have been an achievement. All right, I nodded. Take it and cook. Make plenty. We'll eat together in a bit. The moment the words eat together came out, all the girls' eyes lit up. Really, Xiaoyu and Xiaowei's voices both trembled. These past few days, forget rice and cured pork. They'd been surviving entirely on wild vegetable dumplings. It wasn't like they hadn't asked others in the convoy for help, but those men all had lecherous looks in their eyes, thinking a pack or two of instant noodles would get the girls to give in. Dream on. Back in school, the cars picking them up were all luxury rides. But now, just a mouthful of rice and cured pork made them feel like happiness had finally arrived. Go on. The girls treated it like a treasure, scooping up the cured pork and grabbing the rice sack as they hurried to the fire. The three of them divided up the work efficiently. Xiaowei soaked the dried wood ear and shiitake mushrooms in hot water. Xiaoqing had Xiaoyu rinse the rice and steam it, and she herself took up the cured pork to prep it. I couldn't be bothered to watch how they went about it. I walked over to the folding chair, plopped down, crossed my legs, closed my eyes, and sank my consciousness into my status panel. Lin Feng, Level 1, Progress 0%. Constitution 60, Strength 50, Agility 46, Spirit 58, Psychic Energy 61. Last night the camp was attacked, and I absorbed some eerie crystals to hit Level 1. Today, in the town, I used clever tactics, tearing down houses, to kill off another batch of vengeful spirits, and the haul was good. Right now, I had 92 level 1 eerie crystals stashed away, plus a couple hundred level 0 ones. I fished out a level 1 eerie crystal and held it in my palm. Cool energy flowed into me. After about a minute, the crystal went completely dark and crumbled into powder. Level 1, 1%. Not bad. 1 crystal, 1%. I pulled out a level 0 and absorbed it. In under a minute, it was gone, but my level didn't budge. I refused to believe it and absorbed several more in a row. Still no change. So I just grabbed a big handful of level 0 crystals, each the size of a soybean, and dozens of them turned to powder in my palm. Then I checked my level. Level 1, 1%. Did I just get sold fake medicine? I sat up abruptly, unable to believe it. The numbers on the panel were plain as day, hadn't moved at all. I slowed down and absorbed one more, feeling it carefully. The energy quality of level 0 crystals was just too low. Once inside my body, they couldn't strengthen my psychic energy or trigger any change. You couldn't quite call it a waste. At most, they replenished a bit of the psychic energy I'd used up, but they gave 0 level experience. I wanted to smack myself. Why hadn't I absorbed the level 0 ones first last night? I could have used the level 0 crystals to grind my experience close to full, then used the level 1 ones to push through the level. No waste at all. Now look at me. Over 100 level 0 crystals completely wasted, and only 91 level 1 ones left. What a waste. I took a deep breath and let it go. Eerie creatures were everywhere. If I ran low, I'd just kill more. I took out the level 1 crystals again and absorbed them one after another. By the fire, the girls kept sneaking glances my way while they worked. Xiaowei, what are you staring at? Bring the wood ear over so I can stir-fry it, Xiaoqing said irritably. You might as well just offer yourself up to his bed, the way you keep gawking at the sir. I am not. But have you two noticed? Sir Lin Feng is really handsome. In this apocalypse, he's handsome, powerful, and he can feed me. So what if I like him? Don't tell me you two don't. Xiaowei might have been small, but she had far more nerve than the other two, saying whatever came to mind. Feed you? You mean feed that mouth of yours? Xiaoyu, you got a death wish? I'm gonna scratch you. Huh. Okay, stop. I'm sorry, Sheriff. When women start talking dirty among themselves, they're worse than men. There's nothing they won't say. Inside the tent, Xiaoli finally woke up. She reached out and felt around the cushion, empty. A wave of disappointment washed over her. She remembered what Red Sister had told her. The task was done. But she'd literally passed out from exhaustion earlier, and now her whole body ached and felt weak, an experience she'd never had before. Is this really a man I can hold on to? She asked herself. In the end, she shook her head, cast the thought aside, and was drawn out by the aroma of stir-frying cured pork. As she stepped out of the tent, her steps were a little awkward, and her face was flushed. She looked like a flower fresh from the rain, radiant. Xiaoyu took the chance to break free from Xiaowei, ran over, and grabbed her. Are you okay? Xiaoli shook her head without speaking. Her voice really was hoarse, and she didn't even know how she'd made it through that storm earlier. Xiaowei sidled up with a sly look. Xiaoli, was it big? At those words, Xiaoli nearly lost her footing, her face going even redder. Big? What are you two whispering about over there? Hurry and help. The food's almost ready. Oh, coming. Only then did they drop the private topic and gather by the pot, taking a deep breath. Smells amazing. I'm gonna eat 3 bowls of rice. Xiaowei, go call Sir Lin Feng. Xiaoyu, set up the folding table. Xiaowei came bounding over. Sir Lin Feng, the food's ready. We can eat now. I put the eerie crystals back in the bag and stood up. Only when I looked down did I really see what this girl looked like. About 5'3", coming up to my shoulder, dressed in a JK uniform. White blouse, dark blue pleated skirt, a red bow at the collar, black little leather shoes on her feet. She had a small round face you'd want to pinch, cheeks with a bit of baby fat, and 2 faint dimples when she smiled. The most eye-catching feature was those big, round, bright eyes. She looked like an exquisite doll. Then I looked lower. Now that's just against the rules. Do I look nice? Xiaowei's voice was all sweet and sugary. I pulled my gaze back, the corner of my mouth twitching, and didn't answer. Even though my eyes were closed while I'd been absorbing the crystals earlier, my ears hadn't been. Everything they'd said by the fire, feed that mouth of yours. Was it big? I hadn't missed a word. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Such a cute little girl, but she talked wilder than a man. Come on, let's eat. Xiaowei reached out to tug at my sleeve, but pulled back halfway, then turned and led the way, skipping ahead. The folding table was already set up, with 2 metal basins piled high on top. One of wood ears stir-fried with meat, one of shiitake stir-fried with meat. The cured pork was cut into even slices, the edges slightly curled, giving off a charred, savory aroma. Beside them sat a big basin of steaming rice. Looks like she'd taken my words to heart. I said make plenty, so she really made 2 whole basins. Sir, you try it first. Xiaoqing handed me chopsticks, a trace of nervousness in her eyes. I picked up a piece of cured pork and put it in my mouth. Rich, salty, savory, with a satisfying chew. Not bad. At those words, all the girls let out a breath at the same time. They stood around the table, staring at me eagerly, fingers twisting together, faint swallowing sounds in their throats. Xiaowei, especially. She was practically drooling, her eyes locked on that plate of meat without blinking. Sit down and eat, everyone. Don't be shy. Xiaowei was the first to sit, fast as if grabbing a seat, and in the blink of an eye, everyone was seated. They kept up a bit of composure at first, but less than a minute in, they couldn't hold it anymore. Xiaowei stuffed a piece of cured pork, half lean, half fat, into her mouth, cheeks bulging like a hamster, eyes squinting into little crescents. So good. I've never eaten anything this delicious. Xiaoyu, next to her, nodded frantically, chopsticks never stopping. The other 2 didn't say much. The bottoms of their bowls were already showing, and they were dishing out seconds. Of course, being sensible, they filled my bowl first before serving themselves. Watching them wolf it down, I felt a pang of something. Back on Blue Star, they'd surely eaten far better than this. A meal like this would have been ordinary home cooking at best. They were Art Academy students. In the normal world, all they had to do each day was dress up pretty, with luxury cars ferrying them in and out of upscale restaurants. But now, They couldn't even fill up on wild vegetables. The little bit of food the convoy handed out each day was barely enough to keep them alive. A meal of white rice and a basin of stir-fried cured pork was heaven to them. As she ate, Xiaoqing's chopsticks suddenly stopped. She lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, and a tear dropped into her rice bowl. "What's wrong?" I set down my chopsticks. "Doesn't taste good?" She shook her head, sniffled hard, and her voice broke. "No, it's just too good. I'm scared." "Scared of what?" "Scared that I'll never get to eat food this good again." Those words struck a chord with everyone. Xiao Yu's tears came dripping down, and she wiped them with the back of her hand again and again. Xiaorui's mouth pulled into a pout, her eyes brimming with tears. I was silent for a few seconds, then picked up my bowl and kept eating. These past days, I'd seen too many tears. People so starved they'd bite into mutated monsters raw. People left behind when they couldn't keep up with the convoy. People torn apart by eerie creatures. People bullied within the convoy. In the apocalypse, tears were the cheapest thing around. After you're done crying, life still goes on. The road still has to be walked. No one stops for you. No one waits. Sir Lin Feng. Xiaorui suddenly lifted her head, wiped away her tears, but her tone was unusually firm. Can I stay by your side?" My chopsticks didn't stop. I glanced at her. "I'm really obedient," she said, still choked up. "I can do anything, clean, do laundry, cook. I'm not as good at cooking as Sister Xiaoqing, but I can learn. As long as there's a bite of food each day, I'll do whatever you tell me to. Really, I'm easy to keep. I'm small, I don't eat much." She even gestured at her height, looking utterly pitiful. Xiaoyu quickly set down her bowl too. "Me too. I know how to make beds and fold blankets. I can tidy up rooms, and I can give massages. My mom's back used to be bad. I was the one who massaged it for her." Xiaoqing said nothing, but gazed at me with eyes full of hope. Xiaoli's lips moved, but in the end she didn't make a sound. She didn't even know whether she'd be allowed to stay. So what if there was already that certain relationship between us? In the apocalypse, plenty of men abandoned their wives and children, and plenty traded their wives for supplies. The truth was, they all knew it in their hearts. If I didn't want them, they'd have no choice but to go back to Red Sister's bus. And was that bus so easy to board? Thinking about how they'd have to serve one stranger after another, like goods laid out at the front of the vehicle for men to pick over, some crude and vile, some who'd torture them in twisted ways. A deep fear welled up inside them. Rather than that, they'd rather I be the one to have them. At least I was young, handsome, powerful, and generous. This meal was proof enough. They weren't stupid, they just had no other choice. I looked at them and stayed silent for a long time. It wasn't that I wanted to refuse. I was never a good person to begin with. What good person starts slacking off and freeloading on the very first day of the apocalypse? When pretty girls willingly threw themselves at me, of course, I wouldn't push them away. But beyond just wanting them for their looks, I thought of something else. Little Xian. This turtle was growing bigger and bigger. By now, it was larger than a small truck. At this rate, how big would it eventually get? A cruise ship? An aircraft carrier? Even bigger? Every time its shell grew a size larger, the usable space grew too. Later on, building houses, stockpiling supplies, even planting vegetables, and setting up an entire ecosystem up there. There was no way I could manage all of it alone. Sooner or later, I'd have to build up my own crew. Keeping a few pretty girls around would be both easy on the eyes and useful for the work. Why not? My gaze traveled over them. I have to admit, these girls really were good-looking. Xiaorui cute, Xiaoyu gentle, Xiaoqing sharp, and Xiaoli faint and delicate, like a little white flower just bloomed, especially that slender waist. Thinking about how I could still catch a glimpse of a slightly fluctuating progress bar earlier, a heat stirred in me. Watching them work from now on would be a whole different kind of scenery. My silence made the girls' hearts sink bit by bit. Their eyes reddened again, and they bit their lips, just as they thought it was hopeless, that I'd only been toying with them. "You can all stay." For pairs of eyes lit up at once. "Really? Really?" I put another piece of meat in my mouth. "But if you stay, you follow my rules." We will. Whatever the rules are. First, obedience. What I say goes. You can voice your opinions, but the final call is mine. Second, I don't keep people who betray me from within. Anyone pulling shady stunts behind my back, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just those two. If you can do it, Stay? If you can't, leave now. I won't force anyone. My voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. In the apocalypse, women were easy to find. What I hated most were the ones who stirred up trouble behind your back and drained the group from within. Better to give them a warning up front. We can do it. Sharaway was the first to raise her hand, and the others nodded frantically along, terrified I'd change my mind. Then it settled. Eat. The same basin of food now tasted two different ways. Before it had been the uncertainty of not knowing where the next meal was coming from. Now it was the security of having found a place to belong. Sharaway shoveled rice into her mouth and mumbled indistinctly, "Don't you worry, sir. From now on, I'm your little mate. You tell me east, I'll never go west. You tell me to lie down, I'll never crouch. Ahem. All right, that's enough. Eat." The aroma of meat drifted far on the wind. The people in the camp had long since caught the smell, not the bitter scent of boiling wild vegetables, but the smell of real meat, tugging at their appetites and making their mouths water. Pair after pair of eyes turned toward that overflowing basin of stir-fried cured pork on my side. Some kneaded their wild vegetable dumplings over and over, unable to bring themselves to take a bite. Some crouched beside their vehicles, eyes full of envy and longing, but no one dared come closer, because that giant turtle was lying right there, like a small mountain. Anyone who took a few extra steps this way, and it would lift its head and fix them with a gaze that made your scalp crawl. There was no threat in that gaze, no warning, just a flat, plain stare, like it was looking at an ant. That was more effective than any threat. No one wanted to test the temper of a truck-sized beast. Still, someone did come walking toward me. Two women, dressed decently enough. I caught them out of the corner of my eye, and my hands paused for a moment. These two women, I knew them. Not just knew them, I'd had a few flings with them on the bus. One was called Xiaomei, the other Xiaodian. They were the two who, right after I got kicked out of the core team yesterday, immediately packed their things and ran off to latch on a Dongyu. Left without a hint of hesitation, not a single unnecessary word. Now their faces and arms were covered in bruises, black and blue. Brother Foam. They started wailing before they even got close, tears pouring down their faces. Brother Foam. I was wrong. We were really wrong. Xiaomei, walking in front, cried out, her voice wretched. I ate with a blank expression, not even lifting my eyelids. The two women dropped to their knees with a thud and crawled over, each wrapping themselves around one of my legs, rubbing their faces against my pant leg. Brother Foam, you liked us the most. We lost our minds back then. Forgive us just this once. Let us come back, okay? We'll serve you well from now on, even better than before. I kicked them both off, one each. They tumbled backward, their elbows hitting the gravel. It hurt enough to make them grimace, but they didn't dare cry out. Brother Foam, look at us. Xiaomei pulled her collar down. Below her collarbone were crisscrossed whip marks scabbed with blood, along with round burn bruises. Xiaodian also lifted her shirt to reveal her back. It was horrifying to look at. That Dongyu isn't human. She tied us up and whipped us, burned us with fire, and wouldn't give us food. Brother Foam, we were really wrong. Let us come back. We'll do anything you say. I set down my chopsticks and looked at the women kneeling before me. My gaze was calm. No anger, no sympathy, no pity, no emotion at all. From the moment they'd left, I'd been prepared to be betrayed by women at any time. Women were different from men. Get a few men together, and they'll quickly push one to the top and divide up the work. But women? Women had no loyalty to speak of. They only clung to the strong. Especially Blue Star women who'd been through that great collision of ideologies. As long as you were strong enough, rich enough, powerful enough, they'd go with anyone. Betray me once, and you're done for good. My voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. Get lost. The two women froze. They'd thought crying pitifully enough would win my sympathy. They were genuinely terrified of Dongyu. That woman might be female, but she was a sadist. On top of that, hearing that my beast-tamed creature had transformed dramatically, my power had skyrocketed, and I'd hauled back a pile of supplies. The two of them had put their heads together and come to beg. They figured that with their looks, wrapping a guy just past 20 around their fingers would be a piece of cake. Besides, they'd gone to Dongyu's side and hadn't given themselves to another man. So surely I'd forgive them. They never expected me to be this heartless. Brother Foam, come any closer, and I'll kill you both. The two women shivered at the same time, frozen in place. They saw the look in my eyes. It wasn't anger, it was coldness, cold as if I were looking at ants. That look told them, take one more step, and I really will act. Xiaomei opened her mouth, met my icy gaze, and forced the words back down. The two struggled to their feet and staggered backward, then turned and walked away, slowly, glancing back 3 times with each step, hoping I'd call them back. Until they vanished from sight, I remained utterly unmoved. Xiaoli and the others saw the whole thing. The 4 of them sat at the table, chopsticks frozen in midair, not daring to breathe. My expression had frightened them, Xiaorui especially. Her smiling little round face had gone taut, and she shrank back. They'd never seen an expression like that on me. Not anger, not fierceness, but a total absence of emotion. That kind of complete indifference was more terrifying than rage, because it meant that when I made a decision, no feeling would sway me. Their hearts pounded. If they made a mistake, would I treat them the same way? Eat. Why are you all just sitting there? I picked up my chopsticks and placed a piece of cured pork in Xiaoli's bowl, then gave each of the others a piece too. As long as you're obedient, I'm actually very easy to get along with. We'll be obedient. Xiaorui nodded frantically. The most obedient in the whole world. The others nodded along too. That's more like it. Eat up, don't waste it. In the face of good food, the mood loosened up again. Xiaorui started chattering away. Xiaoyu chimed in. Xiaoqing tossed in a word here and there, and Xiaoli said little, just keeping her eyes on me, smiling quietly. If there'd been an affection-level notification right then, I'd bet their numbers were shooting up fast. Not because I was so good to them, but because in this apocalypse, finding someone with power who didn't beat or curse at them, who could protect them and keep them fed, was tremendous luck, and this someone wasn't bad-looking either. Xiaorui secretly studied my profile and thought to herself, I've hit the jackpot. 2 big basins of food and 1 big basin of rice. 5 people polished them off completely, not even a drop of sauce left at the bottom. Xiaorui even stuck out her little tongue and licked her bowl clean of every bit of oil. I leaned back in my chair, feeling a bit reflective. This one meal, I'd eaten at least 7 or 8 people's worth. It wasn't gluttony. Awaken really did burn through a lot. This enhanced body of mine needed energy to run, and ordinary food just couldn't keep up. This appetite, raising a pig would cost less grain than me. I laughed at myself. Xiaoli and Xiaoqing quietly cleared the dishes and chopsticks, while Xiaoyu and Xiaorui helped tidy up nearby. Just then, a commotion came from the direction of the town. I looked up. Dozens of vehicles were approaching. Leading the way were several pickup trucks, followed by a long string of vehicles of all kinds, loaded with supplies of every sort. It was Wang Lai and the others returning with the patrol team and the logistics crew. Behind the convoy trailed a large crowd of men, women, and children, carrying big and small bundles, smiles on their faces, some clutching flour, some hauling rice and bedding. The women and children who'd stayed behind at the camp rushed out to greet them. They're back. So many supplies. Daddy. A little girl ran over and hugged a man's leg. He bent down, scooped her up, and pulled a cookie from his pocket. The little girl's eyes lit up instantly. The vehicle stopped in the clearing, and the patrol members hopped down one by one, covered in dust and grime, but with the joy of a good harvest on their faces. The logistics crew held little notebooks, taking inventory and directing people to stack the rice, flour, bottled water, cooking oil, and clothing into separate categories. In the apocalypse, everything was useful. Even a scrap of cloth couldn't be thrown away. The convoy members who'd come along cooperated obediently with the registration, handing over half their supplies before returning to their own vehicles to share the rest with their families. No one willingly gave up things they'd worked hard to gather, but if you didn't hand them over, you'd be driven out of the convoy, and leaving the Awaken's guidance and protection meant nothing but death. People grumbled, but they did as told all the same. What surprised me was how they brought back so many vehicles. As far as I knew, what the convoy always lacked wasn't vehicles, it was fuel. The whole road was littered with cars abandoned for lack of fuel or power. Most of the people riding bicycles now were people whose cars had run dry. I scanned the crowd and spotted Chun Min leaning against a pickup, drinking water, so I walked over. Sister Min. She turned her head, her forehead soaked with sweat, but her spirits high. Seeing how fresh and clean I looked now, her eyes brightened. Oh, my little brother Lin Feng, all washed up. You're teasing, Sister Min. Any longer, and I really would have stunk. I pointed at the vehicles. What's all these cars for? Aren't we short on fuel? Chun Min sighed and lowered her voice. It's the gray mist. Gray mist. It's getting closer and closer to us. Yutong did a divination. It'll catch up in 5 days at most. I frowned. I'd encountered the gray mist on my very first day after crossing over. That thing devoured everything in its path. Cars, people, everything, leaving nothing behind. The reason the convoy had been racing on so desperately was because it was chasing us from behind. So the convoy has to pick up speed. Chun Min nodded toward the vehicles. These cars aren't for driving. They're for taking apart. Guai Yi's going to modify our core vehicles, boost their speed and off-road capability, so we can go as fast as possible. She paused, her tone a little helpless. Sigh, I figure this time, quite a few people are going to fall behind again. I said nothing. I knew what falling behind meant. Once the convoy sped up, the people on bicycles and tricycles definitely wouldn't keep up. In this world, failing to keep up was no different from a death sentence. I stood there and watched as the vehicles were driven to their designated spots. Guai Yi stood beside Wang Lai and the other's luxury RV, surrounded by a ring of logistics people, some handing him tools, some hauling materials. Quick, quick, drain all the fuel from every vehicle. Don't leave a single drop. Rubber hoses were shoved into fuel tanks, and black gasoline was pumped into metal drums. The drain vehicles were pushed aside to be dismantled, and several men, under Guai Yi's direction, stripped off all the parts. Tires, materials, bring them all over, especially the batteries. Bring them all, hurry. The vehicles were quickly torn apart into pieces, the parts piled up beside the RV. Then I watched as Guai Yi pressed both hands against the vehicle's body, and strands of blue light spread from his palms onto the body and the pile of materials. A miraculous scene unfolded. That pile of materials melted, as if fusing into the vehicle's body. First the tires. The original inflatable tires rapidly swelled, deformed, and reshaped, finally becoming solid rubber tires, as if rubber and steel plating had been melted together, their surfaces gleaming with a metallic sheen. They doubled in size, nearly as tall as a person. Then the chassis was lifted as if by invisible hands, the height jumping up a notch, the suspension reinforced. You could tell at a glance the off-road capability had improved several grades. Then the surface of the body flowed like liquid metal, the thin sheet metal transforming into thick armor. Anti-collision netting was added all around, and a waist-high metal guardrail was installed around the roof. The whole process took less than an hour, and this RV had transformed into a luxury armored RV, even larger than before. My mouth fell slightly open and stayed that way for a while. Badass. How about it? Chun Min folded her arms and looked at me smugly. Guai Yi's ability's pretty good, huh? Pretty good doesn't cover it. I circled the armored RV, marveling. With this thing on the road, ordinary mutated creatures couldn't do a thing to it. Even a level 1 mutant couldn't bite through this iron hunk. Right? Guai Yi's status in the convoy is far higher than you'd think. He doesn't fight, but without him, we'd have been stranded and dead on the road long ago. I nodded. This wasn't a mechanical repair. This was a walking, human-shaped modification factory. Just then, Guai Yi, his forehead beaded with sweat, walked toward Wang Lai while absorbing an eerie crystal to recover his ability. Captain, we're out of materials. For this vehicle, I focused on the powertrain, boosted the horsepower, and added a hybrid gas-electric system, so it charges the battery while driving, but it uses too many materials. We still have 7 buses, 2 city buses, and 4 trucks to modify. Even if we tear apart all these small cars plus the original sedans, it won't be enough. Wang Lai was silent for a few seconds. How much short? A lot short. Guai Yi pointed at those buses. The buses have too much surface area to armor. Even if we only modify the tires, suspension, and anti-collision structure, they'd need a massive amount of materials, enough for 2 at most. And I've got an idea. If we had enough materials, I could install firing platforms on the bus roofs. Once I reach level 2, I could fuse eerie materials to make vehicle-mounted repeating crossbows. That way, even ordinary people could deal with mutated creatures and eerie beings. Wang Lai thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, Requisition the private vehicles in the convoy. As for the level, too eerie crystal to break through your bottleneck. I'll figure something out. I'll go arrange it. Gua Yi turned to leave. Wait. Wang Lai stopped him and turned to look at Chen Min. You handle this. Ask the people in the convoy if any are willing to give up their vehicles. Try to keep it voluntary. For those who are willing, arrange a seat for them. For those who aren't, leave it. Don't force anyone. Chen Min nodded and headed toward the camp. Of course, she understood why Wang Lai stressed keeping it voluntary. In the apocalypse, a vehicle was a life. For ordinary people, having a car meant that last shred of autonomy. Taking their cars was like taking their hope. Gua Yi, you stay and keep modifying. Try to leave as many extra seats as you can. Wang Lai then looked at Dong Yu, Lu Taizhu, and Fong Ling. You three, pick some of the patrol members and come with me. Where to? Lu Taizhu asked. On my way back, I saw an auto repair shop on the east side of town. Wang Lai pointed. There's a big semi-trailer parked inside. It should have plenty of materials, enough for us to use. The three of them acknowledged and went to gather people. Wang Lai took a couple of steps, then suddenly stopped, turned his head, and glanced at me. Lin Feng, are you coming? I was taken aback, didn't expect him to invite me. To be honest, I didn't want to go. I'd just bathed, changed into clean clothes, and eaten a full meal. I was looking for a place to lie down and rest. If I hadn't come over to see the excitement, I wouldn't have shown up at all. That's what I thought, and that's what I did. Captain, the sun's blazing right now, so the vengeful spirits won't dare come out. Since there's no danger, I think I'll pass. I still need to renovate the house on my turtle's back. Little Xian's grown bigger again, so I've got to go back and make adjustments. Next time for sure. See you, Captain. I ran off without looking back, leaving Wang Lai's mouth twitching. Back at the camp, Chen Min was going from vehicle to vehicle, asking around. Uncle Zhang, how much farther can this minivan of yours run? The buses are being modified and need materials. If you're willing to contribute, the convoy will arrange a seat for you. I get to ride in your vehicles? Then I don't want this minivan anymore. Chen Min jotted a note in her book and moved to the next one. A young woman stood beside a red Mazda, holding a child of 2 or 3. Are you willing to contribute this car? The woman nodded. This car was a wedding gift from my husband. He passed away a couple of days ago. She didn't finish, her eyes reddening. Chen Min was quiet for 2 seconds, then made a note. Take the child and find a seat on the bus. Tell the driver I arranged it. The woman nodded, gathered her luggage, and left, carrying her child. Chen Min took a deep breath and continued to the next vehicle. One after another, she registered them, some willing, some not. For those who weren't, she didn't force it, just turned and moved on. When Lin Feng returned to little Xian's side, the pit it had dug out was even bigger. Stop eating. Let me see how much bigger you've gotten. Little Xian stood up from the pit, and I circled around it. This guy really had grown another size. The stone house on its back had originally been placed right along the edge of the shell, but now the shell had expanded outward by about half a meter. Perfect timing. I was just thinking the house was too small. I communicated with little Xian through my mind, and an earthy yellow glow lit up, spreading across the stone house, the walls rapidly expanding outward. The soil from the ground was drawn up, turning into stone and filling the new gaps. The house was widened to 2.5 meters, lengthened to 4 meters, and the interior suddenly became much more spacious. Can you handle it? I asked it. Little Xian's response was simple. This bit of weight was nothing. Then let's go a little taller. The earthy yellow glow kept surging, the walls rising to 4.5 meters. It didn't stop there. I had a new idea. Split it into levels, storage on the bottom, a bedroom on top, so I could lie down and sleep even while traveling. The thought passed over, and the interior of the walls began to flow and reshape, dividing in two. A stone floor formed as the second level, and a spiral staircase generated on the outside of the house, running from the first floor straight up to the second. In under half an hour, even the details, the staircase railings, the reserved doors and windows, were all finished. I looked at the 2-story building before me, storage below, living quarters above. It wasn't large, but in the apocalypse, it already counted as a very luxurious shelter. Wow! A gasp came from behind me. No need to guess, it was Xiaowei. She was staring up at the house on little Xian's back, her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. So amazing. Xiao Yu and Xiaoqing walked over too, with Xiaoli following behind, still walking a little awkwardly. The four girls gazed up at the renovated stone house, disbelief in their eyes. We have a home. We have a home now. Sir Linfeng, hurry and take us up to see it. Xiaowei tugged at my sleeve, looking eager. All right. I had little Xian move closer to the edge of the pit, then led the girls onto the staircase platform. This platform was deliberately extended out half a meter, both for easy access to the first floor supplies and for going up to the second floor. The girls followed me cautiously, and only after seeing that the giant turtle stayed perfectly still and gentle did they relax, climbing all the way up to the second floor, excitedly looking around. Put the bed against this wall, the cabinet over there, a table right here. Xiaowei gestured. Aren't you good at planning? Xiaoqing knocked her on the head. Well, it's true. This is going to be our home from now on, so of course we've got to set it up nice and comfy. Right, Sir Linfeng? I nodded. The setup's all yours now. I brought some bedding downstairs. Go grab it and lay it out. If it's not enough, take a bag of rice from inside and trade for more at the convoy. Leave it to me. Leave it to me. Mission accepted. Little Rue threw up her hand. Soon the girls headed downstairs and started rummaging around, chattering as they searched. We'll need a carpet, but forget the bed. The beast's always moving, so let's just lay a latex mattress right on the carpet. And curtains too. If we've got windows, we definitely need them. Glass and a door as well. Let's swap for another mattress and push them together, so there's enough room for all of us to sleep. The convoy people had just hauled back a huge load of supplies from the town, and they'd spontaneously set up a trading market. No money. Everything was barter. Bottled water for salt, canned food for gasoline. In under an hour, the girls came back. Little Rue and Little Yu were carrying the latex mattress. Little Qing had her arms full of quilts and pillows, and Xiaoli was hugging a rolled-up carpet. Behind them followed two logistics crew members lending a hand, one lugging a glass window, the other a security door. We traded for everything. Little Rue dropped the mattress on the floor, out of breath, but beaming. That much. I was a little surprised. Of course, rice is worth a lot in the convoy. Little Qing wiped her sweat. The second we pulled it out, a bunch of people crowded around fighting to trade. They even ran into town and tore that door off for us first. I nodded and didn't press for details. I took the glass frame and the security door, carried them upstairs, and used earth control to fit them in perfectly. No gaps at all. While I was at it, I smoothed the floor and walls until they were slick as glass. The girls hauled everything up. They spread the blanket over the smooth stone slab, pushed the two mattresses together, threw on the sheets, arranged the quilts and pillows, and just like that, more than half of the 10 square meter space was taken up. Little Yu specially asked me to carve grooves on both sides of the window, and she hung a white curtain with wire. Then she cut a few holes in the windowsill and set out some cleaned-out milk powder cans, saying she'd plant some greenery and flowers later. Little Rue piled a few throw pillows at the head of the bed, and Xiaoli folded the quilts and blankets neatly as could be. That little 10 square meter room, they made it downright cozy. This didn't look like fleeing the apocalypse at all. It looked like a little apartment. So Lord Linfeng happy with it. Little Rue clasped her hands behind her back, grinning up at me. My eyes swept across the room and finally landed on that neatly made big bed. Something occurred to me, and the corner of my mouth curled up before I could stop it. Not bad. As a reward, go take a bath. Just don't waste water. Really? Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Brother Feng. Given the green light, the girls couldn't wait. They rushed out to heat water and bathe. God only knew how long they'd been dreaming of this. Honestly, I was looking forward to it too. If they didn't get clean, I couldn't bring myself to touch them. No matter how pretty a girl is, when she's been running herself ragged day after day, caked in grime, you just lose interest. Soon splashing water and laughter drifted over from the tents. The girls crammed in together, but they didn't dare waste water like I did. They just heated up one bucket of hot water and scrubbed each other down. Big sister Xiaoli, your waist is so tiny. Let me touch it. Quit it, little Rue. Don't tickle me. Xiaoli's voice went all soft. I just want to feel. Then don't touch there. Ah, little Rue. There was a commotion in the tent, the splashing mixed with shrieks of laughter, drawing curious glances from the people around. Little Yu, help me hold her down. This brat's getting out of control. Xiaoli's voice rose, rare for her, both flustered and annoyed. No way. Little Rue'll get back at me later. I'll help you. Little Rue, stop running. Little Qing jumped in. Ah, no fair. The two of you ganging up on me. Little you traitor, you too. Huh. Okay. Okay. I give up. Once the roughhousing died down, it gave way to more private conversation. Seriously, Little Rue, you've got some nerve. Little Qing lowered her voice. You actually dared to call our Lord brother? So what? Little Rue said, totally unashamed. It's not like I called him husband. What's wrong with brother? Anyway, sooner or later we're all going to be his. You dare say that out loud? What's there to be afraid of? Haven't you noticed? Lord Lin Feng looks all cold on the outside, but he's actually a good guy. Two women came to him today, and he kicked them out without blinking, but with us? He's really good. Even gives us meat to eat. That's because we're obedient. Plenty of people are obedient. Little Rue's tone turned more serious. Every one of Sister Hong's girls is obedient, but look at the lives they lead. And those crew members serving the other awakened, don't they all work hard? Look how many of them have died these past few days. Lord Lin Feng not only feeds us, he lets us live in that house on the turtle's back. That's his home. In the apocalypse, who would share their own home with others, and one this safe on top of it? At that, the girls all fell silent. So, the way I see it, following him is our good fortune. I want him to remember me. Remember there's a little Rue who's especially sweet, especially good, whose voice sounds extra nice when she calls him brother. That way he won't have the heart to send me away. After a brief silence, Little Qing's voice carried a hint of envy. Little Rue, you sly little thing. I thought you were just sweet-talking, but turns out you've got it all figured out. Of course, I'm really smart. Oh right, what kind of girl do you think Lord Lin Feng likes? How would I know? Go ask him yourself. I don't dare. Weren't you all bold just now? That's different. Asking him to his face is way too embarrassing. A good while later, the tent flap lifted. The four girls came out in clean clothes. The skin they showed like a freshly peeled egg. I had to admit, all washed up, they really were pretty. My lord, we're all clean now. Seeing me lounging in the reclining chair, Little Rue immediately bounced over. That felt so good. I feel 5 pounds lighter. That's just the dirt that came off you, Little Qing teased. It wasn't that bad. Little Rue shot her a glare, then crouched down beside me, staring at me without blinking. What are you looking at? At you, my lord. Brother Lin Feng, you're so handsome, hotter than a movie star. Smooth talker. I flicked her little forehead, not hard, but she still let out an exaggerated, ow, and covered her head, dodging away. My lord, Little Rue's voice went soft. Can I call you Brother Lin Feng? Whatever. A name is just a name. I'm not that particular. Actually, more than brother, I'd rather you call me something else. Call me what? Master. Brother Lin Feng, you're so bad. As she said it, Little Rue deliberately glanced over at Xiaoli. Xiaoli instantly turned red, flushing from her neck to the tips of her ears. She was remembering how she'd cried, Master, have mercy, in the tent earlier that day. Little Rue hugged her knees, resting her chin on my knee. Brother Lin Feng, are we going to stay with you forever? I looked up at her. What? You don't want to? I do. Her head snapped up. I really do. I dream about it. I'm just scared you'll get rid of us someday. As long as you stay obedient. Like I said, I'm easy to get along with. We're obedient. Little Rue was rarely this serious. Nothing like her usual giggly self. Super obedient. The most obedient girls in the whole world. Us too. Xiaoli and the others nodded frantically. Just then, Sister Hong came over with a few of her people. She'd come to collect the tent. There weren't many supplies in the vehicles, and a tent was a rare good thing. With one, you could actually rest properly during breaks. If she hadn't been trying to curry favor with an awakened like me, she never would have been willing to hand it over. Seeing it was Sister Hong, I turned straight to Little Qing. Go to the storage and grab a 20-pound bag of rice and a slab of cured pork. Got it. Little Qing quickly returned, carrying a 20-pound bag of wuchang rice, with Little Yu holding a slab of cured pork. I took them and placed them directly into Sister Hong's hands. Sister Hong's hands trembled slightly as she accepted them. 20 pounds of rice and a slab of cured pork. This thank you gift was almost unbelievable in the apocalypse. Lord Lin Feng. This This is far too generous. Her voice shook, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face no matter how she tried. You're too kind. This was way beyond what she'd expected. Normally, when those men picked out a girl, they'd be stingy over a single pack of instant noodles. Today she'd just made an introduction and got such a rich haul in return. So this was what it felt like to latch onto a big shot? I waved a hand, saying nothing more. Holding the rice, Sister Hong couldn't help letting her gaze drift toward that stone house on Little Xian's back. Sister Hong. Little Rui noticed her gaze and hurried to grab her arm. Look, this is going to be our home from now on. The mobile home on Brother Lin Feng's beast. Sister Hong's mouth twitched. She looked at that solid stone house, then at her own bus, and couldn't quite name what she felt. She was glad the girls would be living well, yet she was watching them drive off in a Land Rover. No, this was way better than a Land Rover. This was a top-tier mobile home, one that could shield you from wind and rain and mutant creatures while you fled, that never had to worry about running out of gas or breaking down on the road. 10 times safer than riding in a car. It was probably the safest spot in the entire convoy. Good, that's really good. Sister Hong murmured, unable to tear her eyes away from the house. Xiaoli and Little Yu came over too. Sister Hong, thank you. If it weren't for you, we might have. Don't say it. Sister Hong waved a hand, her expression complicated. As long as you all live well, I can rest easy. She looked at the 4 girls, each one glowing, completely different from the hollow-eyed, lost-looking creatures they'd been before. Her gaze settled on Xiaoli. There were still a few red marks on her neck, but her face was rosy, there was light in her eyes, and she looked like a flower after fresh rain, full of life. Something soured in Sister Hong's heart. Not jealousy, envy. She wanted to live up there too, but she knew she wasn't qualified. Besides, there were still a few women in her vehicle. Without her to look out for them, they'd probably get chewed up and spit out by the men in the convoy in no time, and one day they'd die on the road without anyone even knowing. My lord, I'll take these then. Sister Hong signaled her people to take down the tent. The frame came apart and was folded up fast, and the collapsible bathtub was packed away too. But she left behind the bathtub and all the water heating and cooking gear. My lord, you've already got yourself a mobile home, so keep this stuff. The bathtub's practically new, barely used. Keep the pots and pans too. I nodded and didn't decline. As she was about to leave, Sister Hong hesitated, then spoke again. Lord Lin Feng, I just wanted to ask, if the convoy ever runs into danger, could I come to your place to take shelter? As she said this, her eyes darted around, and there was a careful, probing note in her voice. I looked her up and down. This woman was in her 30s, and even in the apocalypse, she'd kept herself well. Fair skin, a full, well-proportioned figure, a slender waist. Just standing there, she gave off an alluring air, and when she walked, her waist swayed like a water snake. Before the apocalypse, a woman like her walking down the street would have turned plenty of heads. The corner of my mouth curved up slightly. Sure. Sister Hong froze, then broke into a warm, delighted smile. Thank you, Lord Lin Feng. Well, I won't disturb you. You go on with your business. She turned and took a few steps, then glanced back at the house one more time, her eyes full of envy, before drawing a deep breath and swaying her hips as she vanished into the crowd. I watched her retreating figure, the corner of my mouth twitching up. This pretty little snake was hooked. Just then, beep, 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 emergency. Emergency. The convoy's loudspeakers suddenly blared, shrill and piercing, echoing across the whole camp. The convoy departs immediately. Depart immediately. Repeat, the convoy departs immediately. I spun around. The camp, so peaceful a moment ago, instantly erupted into chaos. Someone shouted, "What's going on? What happened?" People screamed, pots and pans crashed to the ground. Children wailed, engines roared to life, all blending into one. People burst out of their tents and rushed to their vehicles, some clutching children. Stop asking, just go. Get in the car, forget the stuff, there's no time. The luxury RV at the very front had already started up, and the buses followed one after another. My things are still in the tent. Forget them, run. My lord, what's happening? Little Rui was still holding the pots and pans Sister Hong had left. I don't know. I frowned, looking toward the town. Then I saw it. To the east of town, in the direction of the auto repair shop, the sky had changed. Not an ordinary overcast. It was an eerie, spine-chilling transformation. Gray-black mist surged wildly up from the ground, roiling and rising, as if something horrifying was about to wake. Gray mist. Not the kind of thick fog you'd see on Blue Star. This was the gray mist unique to this world. It moved as if alive, spreading in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye, and from within it came horrifying wails and shrieks. The wraiths hiding in the town were now pouring out en masse under its cover. My pupils shrank. From the direction of the town, several figures were sprinting for their lives. Leading the way was Fong Ling, fast as a blur, with Wang Lai right behind her. Blue-white arcs of electricity kept crackling between his hands, and with each flash a bolt of lightning struck into the gray mist behind them, blasting the wraiths inside to dust. Lu Taizhu and Dong Yu followed close behind, quick too, but nowhere near as effortless as the first two. The patrol members behind them weren't so lucky. They were dropping one by one. Once the mist caught up with you, there was no after. The people it swallowed vanished before they could even scream. I'd never seen the gray mist advance so fast. It didn't look like it was moving. It looked like it was erupting. "Go, hurry, everybody up!" I shouted back at the girls. The four of them scrambled up onto the house. Xiaoli missed a step on the stairs, banging her knee against the stone hard enough to bring tears, but she gritted her teeth and didn't cry out. She just got up and kept climbing. Little Xian. I leapt up and landed steadily on the roof of the house. Little Xian's four thick legs suddenly straightened, lifting its shell more than 2 meters, and it charged in the direction my finger pointed. "Catch up to that RV at the front." It ran like the wind, each stride covering more than 2 meters, yet the house on its back didn't shift an inch. In the second-floor bedroom, the girls huddled in a corner, clinging to one another, but not one of them made a sound. I looked toward the convoy. The gray mist had already spread past the edge of town and surged up behind the vehicles. Fong Ling, the fastest, had already caught up to the last cargo truck and flipped up onto it. Wang Lai loosed one final bolt of lightning, then charged into the convoy without looking back, leaping up as Fong Ling hauled him aboard. Lu Taizhu had lost an arm. With his one remaining hand, he was still dragging Dong Yu along as he ran. Dong Yu, deathly pale and covered in wounds, was practically being dragged forward. I never expected Lu Taizhu had this loyal side to him. At the last instant before the mist caught them, he summoned all his strength and flung Dong Yu toward the convoy like a cannonball. Fong Ling caught her firmly. He gave his final chance at survival to a teammate and was swallowed by the gray mist himself, surrounded by countless wraiths. Suddenly, I found Lu Taizhu wasn't so detestable after all. There really were people in this world who'd sacrificed themselves for others. This went beyond simple loyalty. The convoy suddenly accelerated, everyone wishing they could weld the gas pedal to the floor. But the ones on bicycles, no matter how furiously they pedaled, couldn't outrun the erupting mist. People and bikes alike were swallowed whole. "Wait for me. Let me on. Let me on." Someone pounded desperately on a vehicle door. But no one opened it. No one stopped. For those who couldn't keep up with the convoy, there was only one fate. I pulled my gaze back and looked ahead. Before us stretched endless wilderness, the sky a dull gray, no clear direction. But it didn't matter. All I had to do was follow the convoy. There was still a guide leading the way. What mattered was that I was still alive. I still had little Xian. I had a house full of supplies, and I had 4 obedient girls. That was enough. I drew a deep breath, dropped down from the roof, and went down the stairs to the second floor. The 4 girls were squeezed together at the edge of the bed, faces pale, bodies trembling. When they saw me come in, all their eyes turned to me at once. Fear in them, and unease, and dependence. "It's okay now." I walked over and sat down on the mattress. "The mist can't catch us anymore." Little Rue's tears finally spilled over, dripping down one after another as she bit her lip, fighting with everything she had not to sob out loud. "Everyone rest up. We may be running all night." No one spoke. There was only the thud-thud-thud of little Xian running and the roar of vehicle engines. I kicked off my shoes, climbed onto the bed, pulled a blanket over myself, and fished a strange crystal from my pack to start absorbing it. I'd already ordered little Xian to follow the convoy, so the route wasn't my concern. Building up my strength was what mattered. Without power, all you could do was keep running. I swore to myself, One day I'd make the gray mist take a detour the moment it saw me. As one strange crystal after another was absorbed, my progress toward level 2 kept climbing. The convoy barely stopped all night. Shin Yutong guided it in constant turns and detours, sometimes suddenly slowing to creep around a massive black shape whose outline couldn't be made out, a thing that towered over the wilderness like some eerie building. Sometimes suddenly speeding up, as if fleeing an approaching horror. Thankfully, there was no large-scale attack that night. A stray monster or two would lunge out of the darkness, only to be casually dealt with by a bolt of lightning or a thrown blade before it could even reach the convoy. After I'd finished absorbing the crystal in my hand, I figured I'd hunt a few monsters and make a move. A lizard-like phantom darted out from the roadside, heading straight for a bus in the middle of the convoy. I didn't even get up from the roof. I just reached out with my mind, and a spike of earth shot up violently from the ground. The phantom dissolved on the spot. Killed a level 0 phantom lizard. Evolution points gained, 0.1. Chen Min, on top of another bus, saw this and gave me a thumbs up. I nodded, and seeing there were no easy pickings, I simply went back to the second floor and lay down again. The girls, pressed up against the window, had watched the whole thing. Their eyes were glued to me, and most of the fear in their hearts had melted away. Monsters that ordinary people fled from in terror, crushed by me so casually. It was genuinely stunning to them. Brother Lin Feng is so amazing, little Rue said softly. Go to sleep, I said with my eyes closed. Little Rue obediently shut up, but her eyes stayed wide open as she sneaked glances at my profile. It was a long while before she finally drifted off. I woke a few times through the night, and each time I saw little Xian still keeping pace with the convoy, so I let myself sleep soundly. By daybreak, the convoy slowed down. The lead vehicle began braking, and the ones behind eased off too. The loudspeakers sounded. Attention everyone. We're arriving at a rest point ahead. The convoy will take a break. Repeat. A whole night of running had left everyone exhausted. Engines cut out one after another, and the convoy stopped by a small river. The river was 7 or 8 meters wide, its current gentle, low shrubs and weeds growing along the banks. Little Xian slowed down too and settled down beside a stretch of riverbank. People climbed out of the vehicles, stretched, worked out their stiff muscles. Their faces all wore the look of survivors who'd cheated death. Alive, we're still alive. That was close. Just a few meters, the mist was right behind me. Where's Old Lee? Anyone see Old Lee's car? No one answered. Someone crouched on the ground and started crying, shoulders heaving. An acquaintance who'd been greeting them just yesterday had fallen for good on the road behind them. I stood at the second-floor window, looking down at this scene of survivors, my face expressionless. If you could still cry, it meant you were still alive. You hadn't hit rock-bottom despair yet. I turned to the girls. Don't leave the house. If you're hungry, go downstairs and find something to eat, but don't wander off until we know it's safe. Got it, we won't wander off. I jumped down from little Xian's back and walked toward the armored RV at the front. The door was open. I stepped inside, and several pairs of eyes turned my way at once. 7 people. Lu Taiju was gone. I glanced around, said nothing, and found an empty seat. Wang Lai sat farthest in, a pot of tea on the table before him, the brew a golden yellow. He poured me a cup and slid it over. I took it and had a sip. The fragrance filled my mouth, and even though I knew nothing about tea, it tasted good. Found this tea in town yesterday. Looked decent, so I brewed some. If you like it, take some with you later. I nodded and set the cup down. A free perk was a free perk. No reason to turn it down. But I hadn't forgotten why I was there, and I got right to it. Yesterday's gray mist, what exactly was that? The car went quiet for a moment. A few of them exchanged looks, and finally their eyes landed on Dongyu. Dongyu kept her head down, her face pale, her body wrapped in bandages that were still seeping blood. She looked up at Wang Lai, and only after he gave a slight nod did she speak. The repair shop. Inside that repair shop, we saw a bridal sedan chair. A bridal sedan chair? Yes. Dongyu nodded, as if responding to some image that made her shudder. A bright red bridal sedan chair, the kind used in ancient weddings, embroidered with phoenixes and auspicious clouds, very finely made. It sat at the very back of the repair shop, in the main hall, and the area around it was spotless, completely unlike all the scrap metal out in the workshop. Right away, I felt this thing wasn't ordinary, so I called the captain and the others over to look. Her voice was clearly shaking. We went over out of curiosity and found the sedan chair was giving off an especially strong energy pulse, stronger than any object we'd ever seen. We thought maybe we could haul it back to study the abilities of a strange object. And then I lifted the chair's curtain. Dong Yu's voice began to tremble, and her body shook too. All I saw was a flash of a red wedding dress, and then the gray mist gushed out of the sedan chair. Not a little bit, but spraying out like a flood. The wraiths hiding in the buildings came alive in the mist, and right after that, the terrifying wraiths underground erupted too. She said no more. The air in the cabin was heavy, as if frozen solid. I ran her words through my head. Haul it back to study? More likely, you all coveted that strange object as some unknown treasure, and that's what unleashed the disaster. But the thought only circled in my mind. I didn't say it aloud. Things had already come to this. There was no point in placing blame. I looked at Shin Yutong. She sat on the other side of the little table, a hand-drawn map spread out before her, sketching something with a pen. Her face was even paler than yesterday, dark circles under her eyes. Clearly she hadn't slept a wink, having burned through a great deal of mental energy. The convoy's safe escape last night owed a great deal to her. Sister Yutong, I began. She was silent for a few seconds, then shook her head. I don't know. We've only been in this world for 8 days. There's a lot we don't understand. Her pen tapped absently at the paper. But if I had to guess, the gray mist might come from a kind of rule-level monster. Rule level? What tier is that? I didn't understand. She shook her head, a trace of fear in her voice. I don't know. All I know is that it's strong. Strong enough that we can't face it. The cabin fell completely silent. After a good while, Wang Lai picked up his tea and took a sip. As he set the cup down, he tapped the table twice with his fingers, pulling everyone's attention back. Let's not discuss this for now. His voice was steady, carrying a kind of reassuring strength. With our current strength, discussing it is pointless. What we should be doing right now isn't figuring out what the gray mist actually is. It's finding a way to survive. He straightened up, his gaze sweeping over everyone. The problem now is that the convoy took heavy losses. He looked at Fong Ling. Have you tallied them? Fong Ling opened her notebook, its pages covered with dense figures. Our numbers have been cut in half. Yesterday, the convoy still had 957 people. Now, she glanced down. Fewer than 500. 957 people, nearly half gone overnight. The ones on bicycles, the ones whose vehicles couldn't keep up, all swallowed by the gray mist just like that. And supplies? Wang Lai asked. Even worse. Most of what we found in town got left behind at the camp. A lot of it's still being counted. The mist came before we could load it onto the vehicles. As it stands, if we ration the convoy's food, it'll last 2 days at most. 2 days. If we couldn't find new supplies, in 2 days the people in the convoy would get desperate with hunger and revolt. Starving people are capable of anything. Even armed suppression by the awakened wouldn't help, and the convoy would keep losing people. Yutong, how far are we from that gas station now? Shin Yutong closed her eyes and slid her fingers slowly across the map, as if sensing something. After a dozen or so seconds, she opened her eyes. After running at full speed all last night, we're about 200 kilometers from the gas station now. 200 kilometers. Wang Lai repeated it, his brow knotted tight. But the time before the gray mist catches up, we've got about 16 hours left. It was as if a layer of air had been sucked out of the car. Everyone understood in their hearts. Unless the vehicles ran at full speed, they might not be able to outrun the mist. 16 hours. Wang Lai repeated, drawing a deep breath. First we resupply on water. Luckily there's a river right here. Have everyone go fetch water. We leave in 1 hour. Guai, here, Captain. Do whatever you can to modify our vehicles, especially the power on the buses and cargo trucks. We're about to push the speed. Yes, Captain. Fong Ling, tell logistics to organize a water run. Guai and Fong Ling quickly got off. One more thing. Wang Lai looked at Chun Min. The patrol was practically wiped out yesterday. Except for the dozen or so who stayed to guard the camp, they're all gone. Go ask if anyone's willing to join the patrol. Chun Min nodded and got off. Dong Yu silently stood and got off too. Jiang Shang, seeing there was nothing for him to do, went back to the bus to cultivate potatoes. Only Wang Lai and I were left in the car, along with Shun Yutong, who, as always, was studying her map and serving as background. Wang Lai finished the last of his tea and looked at me. "You want to stay and talk over the next steps together?" I shook my head. "No need. You all decide. I'll follow along. Just let me know if you need a hand." With that, I stood and headed for the door. I stopped at the doorway. As for Lu Taizhu, I respect him as a real man, but I don't admire that kind of person. Wang Lai watched my retreating figure, silent for a long time. He understood what I meant. This was the apocalypse. "Attention, all members. The convoy will stop for only 1 hour. We leave in 1 hour. Repeat." The loudspeaker played the message over and over. The crowd that had been sprawled on the ground suddenly sprang up as if stung by something. "What? Only 1 hour? Just 1 hour? Hurry, hurry, go get water, don't dawdle." People frantically dug bottled water containers, tin buckets, and plastic bottles out of their vehicles and ran to the river, hugging them. "Move aside, let me fill mine first. Don't you have any respect for your elders? You old geezer," in a rush to reincarnate. The crowd crouched shoulder to shoulder along the bank, pushing their containers into the water and letting them glug full. "This water's pretty clear, way better than that little ditch last time." A middle-aged woman scooped some water and splashed it on her face, letting out a satisfied sigh. A bare-chested man waded forward a few steps, standing waist-deep in the water, and called out to the bank, "Haven't bathed in days. This water's clean. Why not take a dip?" At that, the crowd chimed in eagerly. "Yeah, my hair's all matted. I can't even stand my own stink." A few men stripped off their shirts without a second thought and jumped into the river, splashing everywhere. The women were more modest. They crouched at the edge, rolled up their pant legs, wet their towels, and scrubbed. Some pulled out shampoo and lathered it into their hair, working up gray suds, a sign of just how filthy they were. I went back to Little Xian's side and watched the scene on the riverbank from a distance. "Brother Lin Feng, don't we need to go get water?" Little Rui had slipped out of the house at some point, still holding a tin bucket. "Don't bother. There's water in the storage, more than a dozen boxes, enough to last a while. Besides, who knows what's in that river? Just stay put." Little Rui gave an "oh" and set the bucket back down. Just then, "ah!" a scream came from the middle of the river. My head snapped around, and I saw a man thrashing in the center of the river suddenly get dragged under, leaving only one hand flailing desperately above the surface. And then that hand was pulled underwater too. What happened? What's going on? The people on the bank hadn't yet reacted. They craned their necks to look at the river. "There's something's in the water." Before the words were even out, a huge black shape shot up from the surface. It was a fish, but no ordinary fish. A good meter and more in length, its whole body covered in gray-black scales. The most terrifying part was the head, which took up nearly half its body, the skull deformed and bulging. When its mouth opened, it revealed rings upon rings of densely packed fangs, the shortest as long as a finger. Crunch! The instant it leapt from the water, it clamped down on a man running for the bank, its jaws driving clean through his waist. He only managed a short, sharp scream before he was dragged underwater, and the surface quickly bloomed with a great spread of blood red. "Monster! There's a monster! Help! Get to the bank! Where are the awakened? Why didn't they check for danger?" The crowd erupted in an instant. The men scrambled and clawed their way toward the bank, some so terrified their legs gave out. They thrashed in the water several times before they could stand. The women didn't even bother about the suds in their hair, screaming as they fled inland, dropping their basins, buckets, and kettles all over the ground. No one turned back to pick them up. But there wasn't just one of those monster fish. The surface churned like boiling water as at least 5 or 6 more of the same size shot up in succession, biting down on the people still struggling in the water. A young man had already made it to the shallows, water up to his knees, about to reach the bank, when he looked back once. That single glance cost him his life. A monster fish leapt from the water and clamped precisely onto his skull. Crunch! The sound of bone shattering carried clearly into everyone's ears. The young man's body was still running forward, but his head was already gone. He took 2 more steps before pitching forward, blood still spurting from the stump of his neck, staining the surrounding river water and stones a horrifying red. Aya! Screams rose one after another. A woman was bitten on the calf and dragged into the water. She clawed desperately at the corpses on the riverbed, her fingernails torn back, yet she was still being pulled inch by inch into the deep. Her husband rushed back from the bank and grabbed her hand, hauling her up. Crunch! The woman's calf was bitten clean off, the white bone exposed, blood gushing wildly. Her husband scooped her up and ran for the bank, the two of them covered in blood. Help! Is there a doctor? Save my wife. The moment I saw the mutant fish attacking the crowd, I rushed over. Just then, a monster fish leapt up, about to bite a woman holding a child. Without a second thought, I channeled my spiritual energy and used the earth control I'd shared from Little Xian. A razor-sharp spike of earth shot up violently from the riverbed and skewered the fish precisely while it was still in the air. The spike burst out through the fish's back. It writhed violently but couldn't break free, and the more it struggled, the faster it died. Killed a level 1 mutant Fong fish. Evolution points +1. Level 1. No wonder it was so fast, and its bite so terrifying. A level 1 mutant creature, going up against these defenseless ordinary people, was like crushing ants. At the same time, Wang Lai's lightning arrived. A blue-white bolt struck the river surface, hitting a monster fish just as it was about to leap up and attack the bank. Its whole body convulsed as it dropped out of midair and crashed onto the riverbank, its scales charred black by the electricity, giving off a faint smell of grilled fish. But there were still more in the water. Wang Lai didn't stop. He brought his hands together, condensing a ball of lightning in his palms that grew larger and larger, from the size of a fist to the size of a basketball. Thunderstorm. He hurled the lightning ball at the river. The instant it hit the water, the entire surface exploded. Boom. Water flew 3 meters into the air, arcs of electricity weaving a net across the surface, lightning snakes darting everywhere. The monster fish thrashed madly in the water. Some leapt out and were already motionless by the time they fell back. A dozen or so seconds later, the river calmed, and 7 or 8 Fong fish floated belly up on the surface. Chun Min stood on the bank and swept the area with her mental power. She opened her eyes. That's all of them. The Fong fish in the river are cleared out. The rest have fled. Wang Lai lowered his hands, panting. That last move had cost him quite a bit. Chun Min, can you get those fish onto the bank? Chun Min nodded and gave a light beckoning motion toward the river. The 7 or 8 fish drifted slowly toward the bank as if grabbed by invisible hands. Fong Ling and I went down, each hauling one and tossing it up onto the bank. Together with the one I'd killed, they were laid out neatly along the shore, 9 in all. Up close, they were even more terrifying. Each was over a meter long, its scales thicker than a fingernail. When you wrapped them with a finger, they made a dull thud, like an iron plate. Can this thing even be eaten? Fong Ling crouched beside one fish, poking its belly with her dagger. Wang Lai crouched down and examined the flesh carefully, then gave it a sniff. No rotten smell. Should be edible. The meat of a level 1 mutant creature can boost and awaken's attributes if eaten, and even ordinary people can gain strength from it. My heart leapt with joy. Once this fish was butchered, minus the head and innards, there'd be at least 50 or 60 pounds of meat. It'd be great if we could catch a few more. Before Wang Lai could reply, a crowd of people came swarming over. Especially after hearing that these fish were edible and could boost strength, the chatter grew louder. About 30 or 40 of them, soaking wet, some still bare-chested, faces full of anger. At their head was a man in his 40s, his hair still dripping, his eyes bloodshot. Why didn't you awaken to check for danger? My brother just died in that water. Your whole job is to protect us. And what happened? There were monsters in the river, and you didn't know. All those people went in, and you did nothing? What are we even feeding you for? The people behind him chimed in. Every day, people died in the convoy, and the pent-up resentment finally boiled over this time. Checking for danger is your job to begin with. People are dead. You owe us an explanation. If you don't explain yourselves, this isn't over today. More and more people crowded around. Those who'd watched friends and family get dragged off by the fish, and those who'd just been swept up and were blindly following the crowd, all gathering in. A middle-aged woman in a floral shirt shoved her way up to Wang Lai and jabbed her finger at his chest, her whole body shaking violently. My husband was bitten to death right in front of me. Give me back my husband. Wang Lai didn't move, letting her finger jab at his chest. My brother's dead too. There wasn't even a body left. Right, we need an answer. The awakened can't just take all the perks and do nothing, can they? Why should I hand over half my supplies and not even get basic safety? This isn't fair. We want fairness. I stood off to the side with my arms crossed, expressionless. If anything, half wanting to laugh. What time is it now? And they still want fairness. I get why these people are angry. Watching your family die right in front of you. Nobody could just stand there unmoved. Besides, so many people have died these past few days that everyone's nerves are stretched thin. But I'm standing in a different position. I'm an awakened too, so I see things from another angle. Screening for danger. That kind of thing was never realistic in the apocalypse to begin with. Counting the ones with no combat ability, there were only 9 awakened total. No, now there are only 8 left. The convoy went from several thousand people down to fewer than 500. So how could a handful of people protect that many? The awakened aren't gods. They can't foresee every single danger. To put it bluntly, these people saw a river and forgot all about danger, thinking that as long as they had the awakened around, everything would be fine. Don't forget, this is the apocalypse. The crowd was still shouting, their voices growing louder, as if the more they yelled, the more right they were. What kind of explanation do you want? Wang Lai stood in front of the crowd, his gaze calm, showing not the slightest panic in the face of dozens of angry faces. The man leading them swallowed hard, cowed a little by Wang Lai's presence. Even the woman who'd been screaming the loudest a moment ago now backed away like a duck with its neck squeezed shut. My brother is dead. So many people in this convoy have died. We're not asking for much. He pointed at the fish on the bank. Those fish, you all have to give them to us as compensation. Yeah, compensate us. And another thing, someone behind him chimed in. Since you can't even guarantee our basic safety, from now on we shouldn't have to hand over half of any supplies we find. Right? Why do you always get to pick the good stuff first, and then we have to hand over half of the leftovers? It's not fair. Not fair. The crowd's voices rose again, louder than before. Some threw punches in the air, some screamed themselves hoarse. These people had suddenly found a common enemy. Not the mutant creatures, not the horrors of the night, but these few awakened standing in front of them who had failed to protect them. Wang Lai said nothing. Watching this scene, I tried to guess what he'd do next. Suppress them by force. Make an example of someone. At a moment like this, for ordinary people to pick a fight with someone who could casually call down a bolt of lightning to kill a level 1 mutant creature, that took nerve. They must have had a death wish. But what Wang Lai did surprised me. He didn't get angry. He raised his hand and made a downward pressing gesture, and the crowd fell silent in an instant. You don't want to hand over half your supplies? Fine, I agree. What? I froze for a second. So did the crowd. The man leading them opened his mouth, at a loss for what to say. He'd expected Wang Lai to refuse, and had a whole speech prepared to argue his case. But the other side just agreed? You agree? His voice was uncertain. I agree, Wang Lai said. From today on, the convoy won't collect supplies from anyone. Getting that clear answer, the man instinctively clenched his fists. Since the awakened were caving so easily, maybe he could ask for more? He remembered the real goal of coming here. Those fish that could boost their strength. What about those fish? So many of us have died. The fish meat has to be split among us. Or else. Yeah, split it with us. Or else we won't agree. Won't agree, won't agree. The mood flared up again. The corner of my mouth twitched into a slight smile. I wasn't laughing at how greedy these people were. I was laughing at how stupid they were. Did they even know who they were talking to? Did they know who had brought them this far? Wang Lai's hand finally moved. He raised it, lightning crackling in his palm, then whipped it forward, and a bolt of lightning struck the river. Boom! The water exploded, spray flying everywhere. The whole crowd stumbled back several steps. You want fish? Go into the river and catch them yourselves. His gaze swept over everyone, sharp as a knife. Anyone who dares reach for one. Let's see if your life is tougher or my lightning is faster. Get lost. Nobody dared say a word. The ones who'd been shouting loudest just moments ago now shrank their necks and shuffled backward, not daring to meet Wang Lai's eyes. The crowd scattered quickly, moving fast, grabbing their buckets and basins off the ground, and heading back to their own cars with their heads down. Some muttered under their breath. only to be pulled back by the person next to them. Stop it, you tired of living? He could squash you with one slap. Forget it. At least we don't have to hand over supplies anymore. I've got a bad feeling about this. Something's not sitting right with me. The voices faded into the distance. I walked up to Wang Lai and nudged him with my shoulder. Captain, what's your thinking on this? Wang Lai glanced at me. What do you think? I think you found that crowd too annoying, so you're leaving them to fend for themselves. He didn't deny it, but he didn't confirm it either. The gray fog will catch up in a dozen or so hours. We don't have time to waste on them. He crouched down and started dealing with the fish carcasses. They're welcome to follow the convoy. I won't chase anyone off. But if they think I'm going to waste my energy arguing with them, that's not happening. I nodded. Can this fish meat really boost your stats? Only one way to find out. Try it. All right, I'll take this one then. See you, Captain. I lifted a mutant fanged fish with one hand and headed over toward Little Xian. It had dug another pit and was crunching down pebbles right along with the mud and sand. Crunch, crunch. Seeing me come back carrying the big fish, its eyes lit up, as if to say, Master, what tasty thing did you bring? Mix some in for me. Don't even look. It's not for you. I tossed the fish onto the ground and dug out the last remaining giant mandible from that shovel beetle from inside the house. Now was the perfect time to put waste to good use. The edge of this thing was razor sharp, ideal for dealing with a big fish covered in hard scales. An ordinary kitchen knife would fold in half after a single chop. I crouched down, flipped the fish over, and started with the softest part, the belly. The hard scales were like little iron plates, and I scraped them off one by one. These scales aren't bad. I gathered up the scraped-off scales into a pile. Each one was about the size of a coin, harder than ordinary sheet metal. I'd hang on to them. They might come in handy later. After scraping off the scales, I cut open the belly with the mandible, and the guts came pouring out with a slosh, along with a powerful fishy stench. Grimacing, I flung them into the river. The head was the biggest part, taking up half the fish. I cut down along the gills and struggled to hack the head off. That row of fangs gleamed coldly in the light, sharp as a row of little daggers. These teeth aren't bad either. I pried them out one by one. The two longest were nearly 4 inches. They'd make great arrowheads or daggers. I found a cloth bag, packed all of it away, and stuffed it into a corner of the storeroom. I took the remaining fish meat to the river, washed it clean, and cut it into 4 big chunks, each around 15 pounds. It was pale red with clear, defined marbling, clearly top-grade ingredients at a glance. By the time I got back carrying the meat, the fish head had already vanished. One look at the pit beside it, and I knew Little Xian had taken it to mix into its rice. I called up to the second floor. Come down here a sec. 4 girls poked their heads out from the top of the stairs. Xiao Rui came running down first, her twin ponytails swinging back and forth. Xiao Yu followed behind her, still holding a rag. Brother Lin Feng, what's up? Xiao Rui came over, her eyes fixed on the fish meat in my hands. Making dinner. I found a basin, put the fish meat in it, and looked over the first floor we were using as a storeroom. Rice, flour, canned goods, and bottled water were piled up in a mess. Finding anything meant digging through it for ages. I've got a job for you all. Organize the storeroom. I pointed at the supplies. In a bit, I'll make some stone shelves, and you sort everything. Food on one side, other stuff on the other. Over by the window, I'll make a stove counter. Then I'll go trade with the convoy for a gas tank and a gas stove. A stove? Xiao Qing's eyes lit up. Yeah, from now on we can cook right here on the turtle's back. No need to go down and start a fire. The girls glanced at each other, eyes full of delight. Being able to cook in your own home during the apocalypse, without crowding around a shared fire pit with others and eating balls of wild vegetables, it was like a dream. What are you standing around for? First haul all the clothes upstairs, then push everything toward the middle. They immediately got busy. Once things were roughly cleared, I pressed both hands against the wall and activated earth control. Rows of countertops grew right out of the wall, each about 16 inches wide, dividing the 7-foot-tall storeroom into 3 or 4 levels. I turned the wall by the window into a smooth stone cabinet. Minus the doors, it was no different from an ordinary kitchen, and I even left a recessed slot in the counter for the gas stove. Perfect. I clapped my hands together, nodding in satisfaction. Xiao Qing circled the stove counter, ran her hand over the smooth surface, stars in her eyes. You're amazing, sir. All right, enough sucking up. Hurry and get it organized and prep the fish and other ingredients. I'm heading out to trade for the stove and gas. Don't wander off. Wait for me to get back. I hopped down off Little Xian's back and headed toward the front of the convoy. Beside a big bus, Gua Yi was directing a dozen or so people taking apart a large truck. The cargo bed was off, the engine hauled out, the whole vehicle dismantled into a pile of parts. Brother Gua, what's going on here? Gua Yi turned around, wiped the sweat off with his sleeve, and grinned. Lin Feng, what brings you here? Just wandering around with nothing to do? Figured I'd trade for a few things. You're tearing these apart pretty hard, huh? Not enough materials to do the modifications. He sighed and pointed at the buses. All 7 buses need to be modified, but with no materials, we can only strip down what we've got. These truck engines have big horsepower. Swap them into the buses, and the power gets a nice boost. He glanced at my giant turtle and gave a wry smile. I really envy that beast tamer setup of yours. You even get to live in a house. We're still crammed into buses. Just got lucky. Anyway, you get back to it. I'm going to find Sister Ling. I turned and headed toward the logistics supply truck. Fong Ling was standing beside a large truck, checking supplies against a notebook, while a few logistics crew loaded buckets of hauled water onto the vehicle one by one. Sister Ling. She looked up and raised an eyebrow. Well, if it isn't a rare guest. What do you need? Trading for a few things. A gas stove, the double burner kind, plus a tank of gas. Fong Ling looked me up and down. You've got good taste. We've only got 2 of those stoves, and there aren't many gas tanks left either. I know, which is exactly why I came to you, Sister Ling. Fong Ling was quiet for 2 seconds, then held up 2 fingers. 20 pounds of rice. I nearly lost my footing. 20 pounds? Sister Ling, that's daylight robbery. Fong Ling smiled, wearing the look of someone who had me right where she wanted me. I gritted my teeth. 20 pounds was a lot, but my storeroom had swallowed several hundred pounds of grain, so parting with 20 was doable. And if I didn't trade, I'd have a hard time getting a hot meal. Fine deal. Give me the stuff to take back first, and I'll bring the rice over in a bit. Fong Ling closed her notebook and shouted toward the truck bed. Xiao Lu, pull out that gas stove, bring over a tank of gas, and grab a set of fittings. All for Lin Feng. Carrying the stove in one hand and the gas tank in the other, I made it back to Little Xian. The 4 girls had already just about finished organizing the storeroom. Rice, flour, cured meat, dried goods, and seasonings were all sorted and neatly stacked. I unpacked the gas stove and set it into the slot I'd left, fine-tuning it with earth control so it fit snugly, connected the tube to the gas tank, and tucked the tank into the recessed space beneath the stove, rock solid. I tested it, and a ring of blue flame shot up from the burner. Perfect. I turned off the flame and smiled with satisfaction. Sir, do we cook now? Yeah. Xiaoqing, do we clear simmer the fish or braise it in soy sauce? Clear simmer. The fish is fresh. Clear simmering brings out the natural flavor best. All right, your call. I took out a 20-pound bag of rice. I'm going to go settle up. Hopefully there's a hot meal waiting when I get back. Carrying the rice, I walked over to the supply station. Fong Ling was still going over her checklist. That fast? Of course I move fast on a promise. I don't like owing people. Fong Ling nodded approvingly and handed the rice to Xiao Lu to log into inventory. Oh, Sister Ling, how long until we head out? She glanced over toward Gua Yi. He was crouched beside a bus, both hands pressed against the body, blue lights spreading out, right at the final stage of the modification. We leave as soon as that bus is done. About 20 more minutes. Got it. I turned and left. 20 minutes probably wasn't enough for Xiaoqing to finish simmering the fish. Looks like we'd have to eat on the move. When I got back, the girls were still busy. Xiaoqing stood by the stove, deftly chopping the fish, Xiaoyu peeling garlic beside her, and Xiaoli bent over the shelves hunting for ingredients. I headed upstairs. Call me when the food's ready. The convoy's about to leave. Take your time, no rush. We'll eat as we go. Got it, sir. I went up to the 2nd floor, took off my shoes, flopped onto the mattress, and closed my eyes, planning to catch a quick nap. The moment my eyes shut, I heard faint footsteps on the stairs, not the thud-thud-thud of someone walking up normally, but the sneaky sound of tiptoeing. I didn't open my eyes. The footsteps paused at the top of the stairs, then, even lighter, entered the room. The mattress dipped slightly as someone climbed on. Brother Lin Feng. It was Xiao Rui's voice, sweet and soft to the point of being cloying. I opened one eye and saw Xiao Rui kneeling beside my legs. She'd changed clothes too. She'd put that JK outfit back on, the hem of the white shirt tied in a knot to bare her stomach, the collar loosely undone. She'd tied her hair into twin ponytails, one draping over each shoulder. "How'd you get up here?" I saw that Brother Lin Feng was tired, so I came up specially to give my brother a leg massage. Her cheeks flushed with 2 spots of red. I learned a couple of tricks from Sister Xiao Yu to help my brother work off the fatigue. Without waiting for me to agree, she shuffled forward, placed both hands on my calf, and started pressing. She didn't use much force, but she found the right spots, every press landing right on a muscle knot. When she leaned forward to switch to the other leg, I couldn't look away. "You little minx." She seemed to sense my gaze, and in response, she lowered her waist even more. "Brother Lin Feng." She looked back, her eyes moist. My throat bobbed. "Xiao Rui, are you doing this on purpose?" "Doing what on purpose?" She tilted her head and bit her lip. 3 minutes later. "I was wrong. Don't grab my ponytails." Downstairs at the stove, the oil in the pan was starting to smoke. Xiao Qing dumped the cut fish chunks into the pan. Sizzle, and a rich aroma exploded through the house. "Heat's too high, flip faster." "I know. Where's Xiao Rui? Where'd she run off to?" "Seems like she went upstairs." Xiao Yu's voice trailed off. "Should I mash some garlic?" "Yeah." Smack, smack, smack. Xiao Yu smashed the peeled garlic cloves one by one. "Is that enough?" "Not enough, a bit more." The sound of vigorous stir-frying came from the pan. "This fish meat is white, tender, and firm, so we've got to stir-fry it a while longer. Once it's browned and fragrant, add water, and when it's nearly simmered through, drizzle on some sauce. It'll be absolutely delicious." "Everyone, attention. The convoy is departing immediately. The gray fog will arrive in 15 hours. Everyone board your vehicles now. The convoy is about to move at full speed." This time the loudspeaker didn't repeat itself several times like usual. It shouted once, urgently, and before the words even finished, the armored RV at the very front started up and lurched forward, its exhaust pipe belching black smoke as it shot out of the camp in the blink of an eye. Then, one after another, the modified off-road vehicles started up and followed without looking back. People who were slow to react got startled by the sudden departure and only then started frantically running for their vehicles. "Hurry, hurry, hurry, the convoy's leaving. Forget the stuff, get in the car. Wait for me, I haven't gotten in yet." Some people couldn't bear to leave their belongings and were still packing, but nobody waited for them. The armored RV was already hundreds of yards away. Up on the second floor, I heard the loudspeaker too, but I didn't stop what I was doing. Glancing down, I saw Xiao Rui sprawled limply on the mattress like melted cream, lips slightly parted, gasping for breath. "Little Xian, go. Follow the vehicle at the very front." I sent the thought over, and the giant turtle stood up, crawled out of its pit, and its 4 thick legs strode swiftly forward, immediately overtaking the private cars still trying to start their engines next to it, quickly catching up to the bus carrying the awakened. When the off-road vehicle right behind us saw my turtle suddenly surge ahead, someone rolled down the window, stuck their head out, and started cursing, thinking I was still the same easygoing young guy who smiled at everyone. After finishing his cursing, he even flipped Little Xian the middle finger. Little Xian turned its head to look, and its thick tail, tipped with a sharp-boned spur, swung like a giant whip and lashed the off-road vehicle right across the hood. Wham! The front end caved in on the spot, the hood flew off, and the whole car went tumbling off the road like a kicked soda can, rolling over a dozen times across the wasteland, parts scattering everywhere. Killed humans times 4, gained evolution points plus 4. The hand I was using to hold Xiao Rui's ponytail froze. Evolution points from killing people, that many? Killing a level 1 ghost only gave 1 point, but killing an ordinary person also gave 1. I did the math in my head. Little Xian's next evolution needed 1,000 points, and I only had single digits, still a long way off. But if I thought about all those ordinary people in the convoy. 1,000 points, it didn't seem hard to gather at all. A terrible thought surfaced from the depths of my mind. All I'd have to do is lift a hand, and one wide area earth control from Little Xian could. A voice pulled me back from that thought. "Brother Lin Feng, spare me." Sister Xiaoli, help. Never mind. Just enjoy the pleasure of the moment. The ordinary people in the convoy had no idea that, because of one woman, they'd just narrowly escaped disaster. Xiaoli, did you hear someone calling you? Xiaoli was holding a bowl, mixing sauce, an unnatural blush rising to her cheeks. Xiaoli, Xiao Rue is calling for help. Aren't you going up? Xiao Yu teased. I think you're the one who wants to go up. Now's the perfect time. I do not. Xiao Yu lowered her head, her ears turning red. None of the girls had their minds on cooking anymore, all listening to the intermittent, heart-racing sounds from upstairs. That little brat, she's really shameless. She always was bold, sneaking up to offer herself while we're cooking. Only when the sounds upstairs finally stopped did the few of them let out a breath and lean against the wall. After almost an hour of eavesdropping, their legs had gone a little weak. I put my clothes back on and patted Xiao Rue. Come on, let's go down and eat. Xiao Rue's voice was soft and hoarse. Can't walk. I didn't waste words. I straightened her skirt, fixed her rumpled clothes, scooped her up, and carried her downstairs princess style. Xiao Rue nestled against my chest, a blissful smile on her face. Xiao Qing was plating the food at the stove. When she saw me carrying Xiao Rue down, she said nothing, just carried a big basin of fish over to the folding table. I set Xiao Rue down on the folding chair I usually sat in and took the plastic stool next to it myself. Xiao Rue's hair was a mess now, her clothes wrinkled, and the calf peeking out from under her skirt was still trembling faintly. Her lips were pressed together, wearing an "I know you're all looking at me, but I'm not scared no matter what" expression. Oh my, what happened to you? Xiao Yu asked, feigning ignorance. Legs go weak. Xiao Rue kept her eyes shut and said nothing, even the tips of her ears turning red. Your face is so red. Do you have a fever? Xiao Yu came over with a basin of cold tossed wood ear mushrooms, keeping a straight face while holding back laughter. Should I get a thermometer and take your temperature? You guys stop it. Xiao Rue's voice was as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. None of her usual carefree manner was left. Brother Lin Feng is still watching. The girls all glanced at me at once, then went back to setting out bowls and chopsticks and dishing up rice. A basin of clear-simmered fish sat in the center of the table, its aroma wafting up, with two side dishes beside it, cold tossed wood ear mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms stir-fried with ham sausage. Sit down and eat. I picked up a big chunk of fish and put it in Xiao Rue's bowl. Here, eat plenty. Xiao Rue looked at the tender white fish in her bowl, then looked at me, her eyes suddenly reddening a little. She picked up her bowl and ate in small bites. Come on, you all eat too. I put a piece in each of Xiao Li's and the others' bowls. This is the meat of a level 1 mutant creature. It can boost your strength, so eat plenty. I put a piece in my own bowl too and took a bite. The fish was fresh and tender, with a natural sweetness. This strange fish looked ugly, but I never expected it to taste this good. Hearing it could boost their strength, the girls glanced at each other, then lowered their heads and started eating. Delicious. Xiao Rue's eyes curved into crescents. Then eat more. I gave her another piece, and gave each of the other 3 a piece as well. Perfectly even, no favorites. Soon, Xiao Yu set down her chopsticks, her eyes going wide. What's wrong? Xiao Qing asked. I feel like. Xiao Yu looked down at her hand, opening it and clenching it into a fist, her face full of disbelief. I feel like there's strength in my hands. It's not just in my head, it's really there. After eating a few pieces, Xiao Qing felt the change too and nodded. My body feels warm, like there's a warm current flowing through me. Xiao Li ate slowly, her complexion much better than yesterday. Xiao Rue, cheeks puffed full, said, I feel like it doesn't hurt as much anymore. The girls all looked at her at once. Bold as she was, Xiao Rue didn't even realize what she'd just said, mumbling, Sister Xiao Li, you eat too. Once you're better, you have to help me. I almost died back there. All right, eat. Xiao Qing rapped her on the head. Xiao Rue shrank her neck and finally shut up. This fish meat was so packed with energy that after just one small bowl, the girls were so full they had to sit up straight, rubbing their bellies and groaning. So stuffed. Xiao Rue slumped in her chair. My stomach's about to burst. I still want to eat, but there's no room left, Xiao Yu said, rubbing her belly. I fell into thought. It seemed ordinary people absorbed mutant meat far less efficiently than the awakened. One small bowl, and they hit their limit, without even absorbing all the energy. But an idea popped into my head. Since this meat could boost ordinary people's strength, if I had them eat it a few more times, would their physical stats catch up to the awakened? Even without awakened abilities, as long as they were strong enough and reacted fast enough, give them a weapon and teach them how to fight, and they'd be more than just pretty faces. The thought turned over in my mind, and I quietly filed it away. No rush now. I'd deal with it later. I ate up the remaining 2 or 3 pounds of fish in the pan in one go. Constitution +3. A whole pot of fish, and my constitution went up by 3 points. On my personal stat panel, level 1, 92%, constitution 75, strength 56, agility 46, spirit 58, size 68. This was even faster than absorbing weird crystals. I'm done. Clean up. Xiaoli, take Xiao Rui upstairs to rest. I climbed up to the roof and looked toward the front of the convoy. Traveling by day and by night were two completely different things. At night, the headlights only lit up a few dozen yards, and covering 100 kilometers in one night would be a blessing. Daytime was different. The convoy was hauling with the gas pedal floored, full speed ahead. The armored RV at the very front was doing at least 100 miles an hour, tearing across the wasteland and kicking up a trail of dust, and none of the vehicles behind it dared fall behind. Every so often, mutant beasts darted out from both sides of the road. Mutant hyenas, mutant cats, and packs of giant rats covered in grayish-black patches, their blood-red eyes fixed on the convoy as they lunged with mouths full of fangs. Boom! Wang Lai stood atop the armored RV, raised a hand, and a bolt of lightning came down from the sky, striking a mutant beast precisely on the head. The creature toppled over, twitching without a single sound. Another wolf-shaped monster closed in from the right, and Chun Min leaned half her body out of the bus sunroof, sending a small silver-white knife arcing through the air to skewer the wolf's head clean through. It spun once and flew back into her hand. The convoy didn't even slow down, roaring past the corpses. Nobody got out to collect the trophies. Standing on the roof, I felt a pang of regret watching. Just throwing them away like that? But the gray fog was chasing us from behind, and time waited for no one. Every minute was a race between life and death. The road twisted and wound, and Shun Yutong's astrology ability came into full play. The drivers followed the route she gave, and every turn precisely skirted around the high-danger zones. From my high vantage point, I could clearly see what the convoy was steering clear of. There were ruined villages, entire villages shrouded in a thin mist so dense not even sunlight could get through, and just one glance sent a chill through my heart. There were collapsed skyscrapers covered in black vines whose ends twisted and swayed in midair. And there were oddly shaped grayish-black mountains, not a single blade of grass on them. Thick black clouds pressing down overhead. Even though my spirit hadn't awakened, I could feel the chill radiating from those places even at this distance. It was as if my body was telling me, stay away from there. I gained a new appreciation for Shun Yutong's ability. Finding a relatively safe path through an apocalypse riddled with death traps, dodging both the gray fog and the horrors, that was no longer something an ordinary person could do. Suddenly, the full-speed convoy braked hard. It wasn't danger, it was another convoy appearing up ahead. That convoy came in off a side road, led by a black Alphard, followed by a few off-road vehicles, a couple of tour buses plastered with some film crew slogans, and a few vans. More than a dozen vehicles in all, packed full of people. Compared to our convoy, which still had over 100 vehicles even after weathering all those crises, theirs really was shabby. The two convoys stopped a few dozen yards apart. Wang Lai jumped down from his vehicle. Fong Ling watched the other side warily, and Chun Min leaned against the door of another bus. The Alphard's door opened, and a woman stepped out. My eyes went wide. That face was too recognizable. Even without makeup, it was so striking you couldn't look away. It was Mo Qingluan. I never chased celebrities, but that face, which had appeared on screens countless times and made countless men's hearts flutter, was now standing in the flesh a few dozen yards away. The impact was on a whole other level. The driver's door opened too, and another woman stepped out. Isn't that Mi Shui? One of the so-called twin beauties of the West, Xiao Rui and Xiao Yu poked their heads out from the stairwell, faces full of disbelief. How are they here? All of humanity got transported here. It's not exactly strange that a few celebrities are among them, Xiao Qing said flatly. I paid them no mind, my thoughts stirring, and jumped down from the roof to land on Little Xian's shell. Come on, let's go take a look. Little Xian strode forward, each step making the ground tremble. The other side quickly noticed this behemoth. What is that thing? That's a huge turtle. Run! The commotion visibly spread. A few people instinctively backed away, some even opening their car doors ready to flee. Mo Qingluan's face went pale, but she didn't retreat, staring hard at the giant turtle. Little Xian stopped about a dozen yards from the Alfred, and I hopped down off its back, landing steadily. Don't be afraid. Wang Lai stepped forward. This is our convoy's beast tamer, and the turtle is his mount. The other side fell silent. A mount? Whose mount is this big, with a house built on top of it? Hello. Mo Qingluan spoke, her voice carrying that signature baby-sweet tone, forming a strange contrast with that gorgeous face. Are you the captain? Yes. I'm Qingluan. This is our convoy. We'd like to join you and travel together. It's too dangerous out on the road. Half of our people were lost along the way. Wang Lai was quiet for 2 seconds. Do you have any awaken? I do. A soft, gentle light glowed in her palm. My ability is healing. Light wounds close in a few minutes, and even serious wounds can have the bleeding and pain stopped. Wang Lai raised an eyebrow. Healing type awakened were even rarer than combat types in the apocalypse. Combat types could kill monsters, but what happens when you get hurt? With no doctors and no medicine, even a small wound could get infected and kill you. The value of a healer was easy to imagine. Mi Shui stepped forward. My ability is danger sensing. I can detect nearby danger sources in advance, including the horrors and mutant creatures, and also the movement speed of the gray fog. My ears perked up, another sensing type awakened. I turned my gaze to Chen Min. She was leaning against the car door, playing with her knife. At the time, she'd said she was a spirit sensing type, but her actual abilities were far more than that. This woman kept herself well hidden. Chen Min seemed to notice my gaze, turned her head, and shot me a wink. You can join, but a few rules need to be made clear first, Wang Lai said. First, no robbing others of their belongings, violators die. Second, no forcing yourself on anyone, violators die. The two of them visibly relaxed. They understood their own value. In the apocalypse, there was no law, and people readily unleashed the evil in their hearts. Both of them were support types, and against a mob of big men, all they could do was lie down and take it. Aside from those 2 rules, following the convoy is voluntary. You collect your own supplies, the convoy doesn't take a cut, and the awakened won't actively protect anyone. If you run into danger, you figure it out yourself. It's a principle of fairness. Everyone relies on their own abilities. The 2 exchanged a glance, and I could see their hesitation. This convoy was clearly safer, but weren't the awakened supposed to protect ordinary people? Still, the hesitation didn't last long. Mi Shui sensed the gray fog's movement. It was closer than before, and turned to nod at Mo Qingluan. We'll join. Wang Lai turned and walked off, not wanting to waste any time. I stood beside Little Xian and studied the 2 big stars up close. They were really several times more beautiful than on screen, especially after awakening. With skin like a 20-year-old girl's, unreal beautiful. Once they boarded their vehicles, the convoy started moving again. I leapt up onto the roof and suddenly heard footsteps behind me. Chen Min had climbed onto Little Xian's back at some point, arms crossed over her chest, looking at me with a half-smile. Little brother Lin Feng. That meaningful expression of hers made my skin crawl. Nothing. Give your sister a little tour, won't you? I've honestly never seen what it's like inside this little house of yours. I didn't refuse. Being young at heart, I wanted to show off in front of a beauty. Sure, mind the steps. We walked down the spiral staircase, and I pushed open the second-floor door. Chen Min's steps hitched. A latex mattress lay on the carpet, the sheets smooth, wildflowers stuck in a milk powder can on the windowsill. The 4 girls sat on the edge of the bed. This is Sister Min. Hello, Sister Min. Chen Min's gaze swept over them, the corner of her mouth curling up, and she turned to look at me with a meaningful smile. You little rascal, I never expected you to actually be keeping a whole harem hidden away. Each one fresher than the last, way better than the girls on my bus. You're joking, Sister Min. I faced it calmly. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to someone else. Chun Min sat down on the mattress, her eyes curving into crescents. The bed's so big. How about taking your sister in too? One more won't make a difference, right? Sister Min, your bus has so much more room. The bus bounces around. It's nowhere near as comfortable as here, plus you've got hot meals. She winked. I was speechless. It's not that I didn't want to take her in. I've got a lustful heart, but no lustful nerve. Seeing me stumped, Chun Min laughed so hard she was shaking. She stood up and poked me in the chest. All right, I'll stop teasing you. I know there's no room here. I was just joking with you. I let out a breath. But her tone shifted as she glanced toward the Alfred. The way you were looking at those two just now, your eyes were practically glowing. No way. Everyone appreciates beauty. I was just admiring. My confidence was clearly lacking. Chun Min rolled her eyes and turned to head downstairs. I'm going to check out your supplies down there. See how much good stuff you've squirreled away. She pushed open the storeroom door and froze, as if rooted to the spot. The shelves were piled high with supplies. Rice stacked neatly, at least 300 or 400 pounds. Cured meat hanging on the wall, glistening with oil. Canned goods, dried foods, and bottled water heaped into little mountains. Seasonings lined up in a row, and a stone stove counter by the window. Was this really the apocalypse? You little rascal, you actually stashed away this much good stuff. Hundreds of pounds of rice. You basically hauled half a convenience store back here, didn't you? Just lucky, just lucky. I don't care. I want. Her tone turned playfully bratty. You want what? I hauled all this back with my own blood and sweat. How about I give you a good clubbing? You want that? The moment those words left my mouth, I regretted them. Chun Min paused, then stared at a certain part of me and smiled. A smile like a fox spotting its prey. A club? How long? How thick? She leaned in a bit closer, her breath hitting my face. My whole body went numb. Where the courage came from I don't know, but I figured, whatever, live or die. One arm around her waist, one hand pressing the back of her head. I lowered my head and kissed those red lips. Her body stiffened for an instant. Then 2 seconds later she suddenly relaxed, responding even more fervently than me. My back slammed into the shelves. Thud. A bottle of water fell to the ground, and neither of us bothered to pick it up. Are you crazy? Her voice was husky, trembling. Isn't this what you wanted? I gave her no chance to keep talking, and just scooped her up and set her on the stove counter. From upstairs came Xiao Rui's soft, sweet voice. Did you all hear something? It's nothing. It's the sir moving stuff around. Xiao Yu feigned calm. Don't go disturbing the sir. Xiaoli held Xiao Rui back. Then the girls upstairs heard a high-pitched sound and instantly turned red from their necks to the tips of their ears. The convoy didn't slow at all, racing along behind the lead vehicle for several hours. Everyone, attention. We're stopping ahead for a 2-hour rest. In the storeroom, Chun Min was straightening her clothes. I'd torn off a button, and no matter what she did, she couldn't get it fastened. You little rascal, have you looked enough yet? I pulled her into my arms and tucked back the hair that sweat had plastered to her cheek. I could never look enough. Smooth talker. From now on, your sister is your woman. If you dare abandon me, I'll cut you, snip. She made a scissors gesture. I shrank back in fright. How could I? Sister Min, you're my goddess. I've liked you since the very first day I saw you. You dared to like me from day one? Not afraid I'd toss you into a pile of horrors. Not afraid. To die beneath a peony flower. Even as a ghost, I'd be a happy one. Smooth talker. Chun Min was as gentle as water now. I think you're just a player who falls for every girl he sees. That Yutong and Fong Ling, and today's Qing Luan and Mi Shui, those are your goddesses. Your sister is old and faded now. That's not true. I swear I like you the most. Sister Min, don't believe me? I'll prove it to you right now. Feeling the change in me, Chun Min hastily jumped away in fright. I believe you. I believe you. I let out a little laugh. Sisters really are the best after all. Chun Min shot me a look and glanced down at the cardigan she couldn't button. Go find me some clothes. How am I supposed to go out and face people like this? I went upstairs and dug out a brand new black t-shirt. Just as I was about to head back, Xiao Rui got up and stuffed the t-shirt back into my hands, then rummaged through another pile and pulled out a light purple knit sweater with a lace-trimmed collar. Brother Lin Feng, use this one. Sister Min has fair skin. Purple would look good on her. I looked at the purple sweater, then looked at Xiao Rui. About right. No, wait, Sister Min's are a bit more grand and imposing. Xiao Rui had an, aren't I so thoughtful, hurry and praise me, look on her face. I patted her head. Good girl. Downstairs, Chun Min changed into the knit sweater, the fabric outlining her lovely curves. This is that little girl's? She's got good taste. Let's go. I pulled her up to the second floor. The girl's eyes went wide as saucers, and Xiao Rui even secretly gave me a thumbs up. I shot her an exasperated glare. You four, go down and cook. Make plenty. Only Chun Min and I were left in the room. She stroked the smooth sheets. You've trained these girls of yours pretty well. They're well behaved on their own. I wrapped an arm around her, and she leaned against my shoulder and closed her eyes. Sister Min, live with me from now on. She opened her eyes, a look of being touched in them. Then where would your girls live? Here. Then where would I live? Here. She punched me in the chest. In your dreams. The bed's this big. One more won't make a difference. Shut up. Chun Min walked to the window, the light falling on the side of her face, breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Feng. Her voice suddenly went soft. What you said just now, was it true? That you liked me from the first day you saw me in the convoy? I walked over and wrapped my arms around her waist from behind. It's true. Liar. Back then, you didn't even dare look at me. That's because you were too beautiful. Looking at you made me nervous. She placed her hand over mine, and the two of us just stood there. Lin Feng, do you want to hear my story? I held her a little tighter. She was silent for a long time. A long time ago, there was a little boy who lived next door to me. His name was Shunyu, younger than me. He always liked to call me Sister Min, and after he started high school, he switched to Min Min. I called him a little brat. The year he finished his college entrance exams, he applied to a university abroad. I took him to the airport, and while he was going through security, he suddenly ran back and hugged me. Held me really tight. He pulled a letter out of his pocket, handed it to me, and ran off without looking back. What did the letter say? I asked softly, my arms unconsciously loosening a little. Not telling you. Whenever you stop being such a jerk, I'll tell you then. I didn't press. After he left, we kept in touch. At the end of every call, he'd say, wait for me to come back, and I'd say, okay. For years later, the day he came home, I went to pick him up, and the moment he saw me, he threw his suitcase aside, ran over, picked me up, and spun me around, saying, Min Min, I did it. Later, he went abroad again for his master's, said it'd only be a year. The day he left, he said, I have something really important to tell you. I'll tell you when I get back. I cursed him 100 times in my heart, but I still waited. On the 100th day of the countdown, he said he'd bought a plane ticket for the next month. But the next day he called, Sister Min, I lied to you. I bought a ticket for today to surprise you. I'm about to board, and I have something really important to tell you when I get back. I asked what it was, tell me now, and he said he had to say it in person, then hung up. That day my eyelid kept twitching. I texted him, call me when you land. No reply. No matter how late, I kept texting. No reply. Little brat, don't scare me. Still no reply. The next day, his phone was off the whole time. That night, I got a call from an unfamiliar landline number. Is this Miss Chun Min? I'm a staff member at the U.S. Embassy in China. I regret to inform you that the flight Mr. Shunyu was on. The plane crashed. No survivors. What I got, in the end, was a cardboard box of his belongings. Inside was an engagement ring, and words I would never get to hear. After that, I lived alone for 8 years, turned myself into a wall no one could get past. Then the apocalypse came, and when the world fell apart, I actually felt relieved. Until you showed up in the convoy for the first time. You walked over from a distance, your hair all blown around. The moment I first saw you, I thought, how could someone look so much like him? No, you're a little taller than him. You've got that wild, stubborn, makes you want to tease him kind of good looks. I opened my mouth but couldn't get out a single word. The way you looked at me was just like him, clearly full of lust and wanting to hit on me, yet also afraid of me. You're just as dumb as he was. So I started teasing you, wanting to see you get so flustered you couldn't speak. She paused. I wanted to see you the way I saw him. The air was quiet for a long time. Sister Min, I finally spoke. I'm not him. Her body stiffened slightly. I know. Her voice was so low it was like she was talking to herself. I turned her around to face me. Look at me. I'm Lin Feng. I know. She looked into my eyes for a long time. Little rascal, the person I like is you. From the moment you tore off my button, the one I've liked is you. Something stirred in me, and I also felt a bit at a loss for words. I knew my own nature all too well. Lazy, addicted to beautiful women, fond of pleasure, with no drive to better myself. But I had to admit, in that instant just now, I was really moved. Still, the bigger thought in my mind was, sister, this is the apocalypse. I'm after your body, but you're playing with feelings with me. Don't you know I fall for every girl I see? Never mind. What matters is enjoying the moment. Whether we'll even live to see tomorrow is anyone's guess. I lowered my head and kissed her red lips, kissed her fervently. Just as I was about to make my next move, the convoy's loudspeaker blared. Everyone, attention. We depart after a 2-hour rest. Members collect supplies on your own. We are now recruiting hunting team members. Anyone interested, go to the front and register with Captain Wong Lai. Meanwhile, over in a city bus, 5 or 6 men sat huddled together. Did you all see that? A skinny guy said, lowering his voice. That convoy that joined today, it's Mo Chingwan and Mi Shui. Big stars in the flesh. That figure, that face. Even better looking than on TV. How do you think they've survived this long? A guy in glasses said, pushing them up his nose. 2 big stars, not a shred of strength between them, surviving in the apocalypse until now. I bet they... He didn't finish, but the whole bus let out knowing laughter. Don't you underestimate them. That Mo Chingwan isn't awakened. She can heal wounds, rarer than combat types. So what if she's a healer? A crew cut man sneered. She can't fight, can't kill. When real danger comes, doesn't she still have to rely on men? He jerked his chin toward the Alfred. I heard their convoy doesn't have a single awakened with combat ability. Supplies are so scarce now. Once they get hungry enough, it'll just take a loaf of bread. When the time comes, I'll bring the brothers along, and... The laughter on the bus grew louder. Big Bro's right. Let's bring the brothers along and go look after her, and we'll get to enjoy the big star treatment too. Yeah, Big Bro's a stand-up guy. Count me in. I'm going to.